stressing right. You need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe. No time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind. Think of flight aviation. Want you, girl, by my side. Let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, the only one I want. Be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe. 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it. Girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my.
Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean. Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't make top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the wind. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah, I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah, I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot, I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on what? Yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah, I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah, I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Let's go. I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast right past anybody taking life for granted, yeah that's too bad. I'd be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan. You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything is art. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue get in your way. Cause 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing, yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough. Better watch out, I'm on the climb to the crown. In my prime right now, hear me loud, I've been spitting for a while now. All by myself, independent DIY now. Don't need no help, I've been beating out labels and money and budgets, it's funny. I do all the work, yeah, keep it 100. I fight for my dreams, I would die for these things. I believe in myself, I refuse to be weak, I like to build things. Empires out of buildings, I wanna leave a legacy of helping others finally feel things. Of motivating and killing, depression, exhaustion, we need some healing. I work through the pain, I like seeing gains. I keep my head down, buried, walk through the flames. Yeah, I do this every day, even when I feel drained. A true man pushes through, you don't hear complaints. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life, too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
I'm feeling good, feeling great now. A hater can't play with my day now. Get that negativity out of my face now. In my city, I'm the man of my state now. Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you're talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around. Baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got the baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater blind my shine. I'm just living my life, too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes, I'm chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes, too busy chasing good vibes.
Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms, got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride that despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just chasing my shots with good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater blind my shine. I'm just living my life, too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Friday night putting them plays in, but it feel like a special occasion. So let's go out, go blazing, hit the dance floor, let go frustrations. I might have a hidden agenda, but my intention's pure. I'll give you all that I got, and I hope that you don't need more. It's okay, just take my hand now. Damn near sweating your hair out. You got me creasing my sneakers. That's usually something I care about. Couldn't see the path, but it's clear now. You was in my dreams, but you here now. And I just want a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me. We outside, did you hear what? I called the ride cause I'm going up. And there's something mixy going in my cup. Don't say much cause they know what's up. You know it get cold on the late night. We getting all close like it's day night. You looking so fly, you could take flight. Now I got this feeling that I can't fight. Your curves got my urges flaring. You got me by the collar and I'm not caring. You see how the people can't stop staring. I'm trying to make you mine and I'm not sharing. Okay, let's bring it back a bit. She said you can have whatever if you ask for it. Well, I just wanna have a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me.
Get on your feet and move to the beat. Pour up some drinks and then we repeat. Yeah. Chasing my purpose, need a release. Yeah. My life's a beach, I'm lost in the breeze. Do this with ease, don't play with my dreams. Yeah. It's so together, it's not what it seems. Heart of a tiger, life of a king. Yeah. Chasing my bag, my feet in the cream. Running these laps, not losing my steam. I'm feeling good, this life's what I need. Don't intervene with my energy. Yeah. I'm in her scope like Jimmy Iovine. Yeah. No Superman, but I'm feeling supreme. This not a movie, but I'm making a scene. Yeah. I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up. Get up. Get up. Get live our life, we paying a price. Piece of the pie, I need me a slice. Yeah, rolling the dice, the scariest spice. Sticky like rice, the tricky reprise. Yeah, love will suffice, I suffer in silence. All alone, I'm lost on the island. Let's spread peace and less of the violence. Sebastian Bach on God's playing violence. Yeah, the flowers violet, give me my rose. This for my city, all for my bros. Did it alone, so far in my zone. So raise your glass, let's all have a toast. I can show you how to get like me. Live your life till you die. Yeah, look, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta
Get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up.
You keep me up all night,
a flame, now get out the way. Whole lot of change, still been the same, put that on the name. I had to go through it just to get to it, look what I became. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease, to you it's a burning, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That winner's degree, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in the few, might land in a tomb.
I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving now.
Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. Bad with a vengeance, killing the ops, I'm leaving no remnants. They all in attendance. Gotta go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind. It's time, let you be the witness. At the time, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like G Lee, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm notched up in TTA. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in a few, might land in a tomb.
I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving now.
Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. Hey, what's up, yeah, throwing money fast like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas like, hey. Double pump and bring it back like, hey. Yeah, my amigo got the pack like, hey.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Yeah. Pull up to the spot with the squad, let the bass drop. Laser on the up, brought the truck, this a K-Walk. Shimmy, shimmy, y'all, hit them talk, let them take shots. 007 on the block, keep the aim cocked. Pull up to the spot with the squad, let the bass drop. Laser on the up, brought the truck, this a K-Walk. Shimmy, shimmy, y'all, hit them talk, let them take shots. 007 on the block, keep the aim cocked. What? Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch, I'm that top notch on the block. Should've been slide like me, nah. Spice it up with the sauce, yeah, my lord
Welcome to Elimination Day. The level of competition is at an all-time high in VCT EMEA right now. And unfortunately, we'll be sending 2 teams home today. We're coming to you live from the Riot Games Arena. I'm your host, Yingsu. I'm joined by Kukuka and Billy. We only started last week and now it's already elimination. I hate these days.
Obviously, during the season is going to be way different, but I like starting the year like this because there's a lot of surprises, but of course, once it comes to elimination, it's not as fun.
You're sadistic for that.
Yeah. I feel really sad that we have to say goodbye to teams, and some of the teams we've only seen them play the once, so the fact that they have a second game and then they could be finishing up for kickoff, yeah, it's really sad to me.
Hopefully what I'm about to say is going to cheer you up, because I want to take a moment to congratulate Shopify Rebellion Gold. They became the first Game Changers team to qualify for challenges over at Americas. And also I got to mention Bob as well. I feel like there's something about Cloud9 White that just gives you that buff. She also made it as well. Very exciting times ahead, and we have some tweets from the teams, of course, congratulating them too. We knew this was going to happen.
It was perfect. Like yesterday, we saw Foot and Heretics play it. I get home, I get to watch this game, I get to see them qualify, and then hearing the interviews and seeing all the support from the community. We've known them for such a long time. Everybody has seen the way that these girls have grinded the game and how much they've improved and performed throughout the years. So I'm very happy that this has finally happened.
Yeah, no, absolutely. The fact that we get to see Floor in T1 and now we get to see Shopify Rebellion making that jump into challengers, it's really nice to see. And of course, last year as well, like we had G2 Gozen playing in the VCL DAC promotion and relegation, so it's nice to see that a Game Changers team has actually managed to qualify into the Challengers League.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned Floor, because of course she used to be on Shopify Rebellion, and she sent out her congratulations too. Very sweet here from Floor. I also loved the interaction she had with Effie's after, which is not safe for broadcast, but I encourage you guys to go and check this out. I mean, Floor will be playing tomorrow, and hopefully it gives her like even more motivation to do well too in her game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sad that they're not together right now, because I feel like this would be a very good moment to share together. But even with different paths, this is how the competition works, and it works in every single for every single play in every single team. You're going to be swapping around, but being part of the conversation, just them having it on X or Twitter, and just seeing how they were sending each other love. I just love this team.
Yeah, and also shout out to Dodo. Like Dodo, what a queen, what an absolute queen. Let's take a look at the bracket, however, today here in VCT EMEA, because I'm gonna make you guys sad again. It is elimination day, and we have 2 ridiculous elimination games coming up. Billy, it almost doesn't feel real that these other teams are involved this early on.
Literally, how are we saying goodbye to some of these teams? We had KC, Navi, and Fnatic in the top 4 of Kickoff last year, and then we have some of them going up against each other. Like, it's just mind-blowing to me that we're going to have to say goodbye to some of them.
It's a bit ruthless, right? Because KC have had probably the 2 longest matches that we've seen so far in Kickoff, with very good deliveries, and still they could be leaving on round 1 of Floor.
That is just how, I guess, how the ball roll. No, there's a saying somewhere. There's a Spanish saying somewhere.
Probably a Spanish
There's always
saying
a Spanish saying somewhere for what I'm thinking. I'll work on it. But let's talk about this opening game, of course, between GX versus KC. And we're just going to jump straight into it, because we've seen these teams play already, some more than others. But Purpo, very impressive with his operator on day 1.
Yeah, I think that Purpo, to me and probably to most of the viewers, is still a hit and miss, because I feel like he is the kind of player that really needs to get a 3K on 1 round to like feel like he can do it, and then put out this kind of performances. We know that when he grabs the operator after the round that I just mentioned happens, he's literally a before and after in the team. Yes, it was a match that they didn't manage to win, but I still think that he had a massive impact with it, and it is the kind of weapon that you should be scared of him picking.
Sorry, I just saw the L3.
Carry on. we did. We seen him come alive when he was on this operator, but I think the fact that he's going up against KC today is when I start to get a little bit questionable as to how he's going to play, right? We have Sadak on that Harbor. How is Purple actually going to be able to deal with that and play the operator on Jet against the compositions that KC have been running?
I mean, he has come such a long way from, you know, being more of like kind of rookie, less experienced, to probably one of the the most experienced players we have in this head-to-head, especially compared to his teammates as well. And speaking of his teammates, although he lacks experience, I feel like Westside, Billy made it up with his clutches. He was so cool and collected. A great debut from him.
Yeah, absolutely. Westside is just one of those players on his VCT debut as well that has just completely blown me away. He's been such a good site anchor for this side. And meanwhile, BBL, like in that match, when they weren't hitting his site, he was left in those clutch situations, right? So it was a little bit of a struggle, but most of the time he was coming out on top and being able to delay BBL being able to... That's a crazy clip. That's an absolutely crazy clip. But like, yeah, he's the one that's able to anchor the site, and he's picking up more than one kill when he's that site anchor, right? He's picking up multi-frags.
And I know that we are used to seeing some players having a massive debut on stage, and we always highlight them a lot, but I still think it's worth highlighting someone having a very good performance even though they lost, because on an individual level, many people and many players are scared or get a little bit shaky when it comes onto stage. Not everybody's going to be Derke, you know, like Derke just goes onto stage and he just clicks on everybody. Not all the players are going to be like that.
There is only one Derke. But what impressed me here with Westside is obviously a lot of players come into this league and they role swap, or they're being forced to do things they don't normally do. There's a lot of questions, a lot of pressure, but he was here to do one job, Kakuka.
Yeah.
And I mean, do you think it's overstated for me to say he did it perfectly?
Yeah, I think he did it perfectly. Of course, from what I've heard from other teams that have been cracking Giants, they're very good on scrims. I really think that it's the nerves of being on stage and actually proving everything that you've been working on during the off-season. And for some teams that have made many changes, that's still going to be a hustle.
Yeah, and it feels like every match we have, there's a bit of a lopsidedness, right? There's one kind of like Goliath and one David. And for GX, they got to play against KC. And Sugetsu, one of the players that did have to change a lot of things and be off-role and learn new things, Billy looks like he's been playing smokes his entire career.
Yeah, I mean, he's been doing exceptionally well in the smokes. Another player as well that's been kind of in those clutch situations for his team. So yeah, no, he's been really, really impressive, and someone that teams should be scared of in these 1vx situations, because there is always a very high chance that Sugetsu is going to be able to clutch that round out.
I love the fact that, of course, his individual level has always been through the roof. This is the kind of player that you want to avoid on a site. So him not playing on the anchor and just playing as a smoker most of the times is something that I'm really enjoying. And actually, I see him being more proactive than he was in the past, and he's feeling so comfortable with it. It's as if, of course, being in KC is showing a different side of Sugetsu, but he's still as good as it is.
Oh my goodness.
What? That's a Yu-Gi-Oh card. Which one is it?
It was Blue Eye Dragon, I'm pretty sure.
No.
But I guess they redesigned it into the KC thing. Yeah.
Wait, they're
I love that. I really want one.
I want one. Oh my God,
Zeish,
I
you
have
know
a
what to
massive
do.
collection.
Zeish, you know what to do. You know what to do. And speaking of Zeish and N as well, and while their boys were grinding on the stage, these two were going through it. They were in the trenches, Kakuka.
Yes. I know that we've seen many reactions, and it's very night and day, because Zeish goes through many things, and Eng is just trying to be calm and collected. He's been through so many times. And it is important to see when they suffer through the same, when they celebrate the same. But remember, this too, last week, they played such long matches. Keeping up the energy, it's almost impossible.
Yeah.
You know, one of my favorite things is screenshotting this, making them into memes, and then sending it to Zeish for approval. So far, he's approved of them all, so maybe I can share them at some point. But this is the thing, Billy, I can't imagine how the players feel if this is how their coaches
Yeah, I know.
feel.
I was going to say, I didn't even want to speak over that at all, because I just wanted to be able to give them their moment because they were so funny. But it's true that the match against Na'Vi, it was very well hard fought, and then they had to go into that game against Vitality. You had that overtime. So for me, this is going to be a real test of resilience for the team and how they can power through this lower bracket now.
Yeah, exactly. They're going to be the team that plays the most within this 2 weeks, right? And we're speaking not only about the long matches, but think about the plan that KC is bringing in. It's very different from the rest. And yes, last year this was the same. They wanted to be the trendsetters, and actually some of the trends stuck to us for the rest of the year. Is the long matches. I understand the position that the coaches are in, because there's a lot of micro going in maps like Bind, for example. We see such a different composition that has so many layers to it that everything has to be an absolute headache, especially when it goes that long.
Yeah, you can't relax either.
Absolutely.
You literally cannot relax. So we put them through the test again, because Kakuka had an opportunity to catch up with both of the coaches for today's match. Let's check out what N had to say about the Lotus comp.
And now I'm joined by Eng from KC. Welcome. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling very well.
Okay, lovely. Let's talk a little bit about meta. We have the composition that both you and Giant X play on Lotus, and of course there's some things that are the same, but some things that are different. We know that you have a very specific style, but look at the other side. Why do you think they decide to, for example, go for the race instead of the Euro in your mind?
First of all, I think it's a bit hard to play on Euro if you don't have certain plan how to use him. And I feel like just for Purpo, raise better agent, at least right now. I don't know, like in the future, but right now, yeah, it's just kind of pretty simple.
And looking also at the head-to-head, they have the Viper, you have the Harbor. What do you think that the Viper brings that you might be lacking with the Harbor?
I would say lure potential on attack. I think Viper is just much easier to do with Viper. I think post-plant situations, Viper just stronger than Harbor on attack, yeah. But it's basically that's it. So better lurker and better post-planter than Harbor. On defense, I would say if you just compare them like Harbor and Viper together, I would say, of course, Viper overall kind of better character. But I would say I see the game as it's not one character. It's like it's like compatibility or synergy between many agents, and that's why I feel like Harbor, for example, plus Euro plus Vice, it's kind of combination of agents. It's not just one agent. So that's why kind of they compensate each other weaknesses. Yeah.
Okay, that's brilliant. Thank you very much for the insight and good luck today.
Wow, this is how much Sarat can change a man, I feel like. Billy, what do you make of that?
Do you know what? He was such a humble king about it as well, though, which is what I really love. And I think it's always really nice that we can get coaches' insight as to why they're playing compositions and why they think some work better than others.
Yeah, speaking of humble kings, let's hear what Pipson had to say.
I'm now joined by Pipson, the coach from Giant X. Now, Pipson, we've seen a lot of different compositions. You're going up against Casey today. I wanted to ask you about your Lotus composition and more so about theirs because of what they're running. What do you think on paper, just based on the differences that we see, makes their composition strong or a good pick for them?
I think it's actually pretty similar compositions, and it looks like it becomes a meta on Lotus. Like from overall, if we take a look, like for example, our composition is used by NRG, Trazy Sports, and some other teams who didn't play Lotus yet. So, but overall, it's pretty similar compositions, which are having the same core of 3 agents. But the KC composition is a little bit more tricky in terms of that they have double teleports, and double teleports are really good with double smokers. In terms of that, for example, I can do 1 bubble plus 1 omen smoke, and then I can TP in 1 bubble and then TP from the bubble to the smoke. So it's more about tricks you are able to do with this composition, which you cannot do with our composition. But you are losing something from it. You are losing the stop potential from Viper on defense, which, for example, like Viper Molly plus bubble, which a weakness of a Harbor is like a little bit of a stop potential.
That was brilliant. Very briefly, what do you think are the things that work against just having the Viper as a solo sentinel?
Solo sentinel?
Sorry, the Vice, not the Viper.
I think it's just a little bit, Vice switched a little bit a meta on Lotus, because before there was a big problem with Seaside, that for defense it was really, really hard to play when you play either Killjoy or even Cypher. Like Killjoy pops mollies, people just fly over them with Raze or something, but because of the Vice wall, plus Razors, which is probably one of the strongest ability in the game right now, it's really, really hard to go through on C. So which changed a little bit the meta, that everyone kind of wants to play Vice, and you have either the wall on B and you can play double C with Viper Vice, or you have Vice on C, which makes it really, really strong, and you must bait this wall to being able to commit.
Jesus, Pipson, I could hear you talk for ages. Thank you very much, and best of luck today.
Thank you.
So can I, Kukuga, but my question is, how did you get him to keep that to just 2 minutes instead of like 20? Because that's what I always struggle with.
Like, the thing is, with Pipson, he could talk for ages about anything, and he's so passionate, and he always like jumps from one topic to another, and you want to let him go because you learn so much, and you're like, oh, I see what you're saying, and this and that. I wonder if he's going to be able to translate it onto the game as well, because a timeout with Pipson has to be a different kind of experience.
Yeah, so shouting, right? Is that you have to be able to take the screaming from him. We mean it in a loving way. We mean it in a loving way. But the wait is over. 2 teams will be out of the competition today, while the rest move 1 step closer to Masters Bangkok. It's time to kick off Elimination Day with GX versus KC.
With me.
Both of these teams spend a lot of time in the offseason rebuilding, so going home this early will be a heartbreaking way to start their year. Now, we heard what they think about the Lotus already. Do we anticipate this coming up today?
Oh yeah, absolutely. My question is going to be, is the veto going to stay the same? Giant X are going to ban that Haven, and KC is going to move away from that split ban that they were having, and they're going to ban the Abyss.
GX pick bind?
Wait, what?
Huh? Are we sure about this?
I will say, many people are just screaming KC on Vine and saying it is impossible to play up against that. We have highlighted before, yes, Sadek on the deadlock.
Okay,
and
this is wrong. This is wrong. This is wrong. Sorry.
It is wrong?
It's wrong. There's
It
no
is
way.
wrong? I was like,
there is no way in hell.
Shot.
And
GX.
also,
okay,
yeah.
we can confirm KC selected and
He's
picked
gonna have a heart
Vine.
attack. Yeah.
Okay, okay.
But now, sorry.
As I was saying, GX picked onto that Lotus, so probably that whole speech that Peepson was given probably is the thought that he was having while having breakfast this morning.
And also, it makes more sense that it was KC that banned Haven now too.
Yeah, that does make sense. I mean, KC picking it, no, sorry, GX picking into Lotus. Hopefully they've learned their lessons from the last time they played it. Obviously they picked up a loss. It was a 9-13 against BBL. So yeah, I'm going to presume that they've had enough time to prepare and actually come into this one feeling a lot stronger today.
I mean, you would have to hope so if they want to keep their dreams alive. Of course, a reminder, if you get eliminated today, you do not pick up any championship points either. You have to make top 4 at Kickoff in order to do so. And like I said, they put so much risk into rebuilding these rosters. You want it to work, right? You want it to feel like the decisions you made in the offseason was the correct one. And getting eliminated here, Billy, it would just be, I feel like it'd be very difficult to deal with going into Split 1.
I think it would be heartbreak for GX especially, you know, only getting the opportunity to play those 2 matches. And I've seen people's tier lists. Everyone had these people down as like the top, one of the top teams, I would say. And when you look at it on paper, I wouldn't disagree with that. It just feels as though they've not been able to find their form that they need to find this early on.
Well, let's take a look at Agent Select here on Vine and see what GX are going to bring out. Oh, what do you make of this?
A double controller, Astra, Viper. I like what I'm seeing. The initiating power coming from Cloud and Runner. I think this is going to be very interesting. Again, just sticking to the Viper. Not many teams are playing the double controller anymore on this map, especially here in EMEA, but they're going to stick to their guns. And probably something that we will see again in Lotus if they decide not to change anything. On the KC side, yes, we see Abyss that might be highlighted, but he has been playing that Gecko, and with them starting on the attack, I don't know how many times we're going to say it, but look at Sadak, look at the way that he initiates with the rest of the team. He's not going to be passive at all.
Yeah, I think with Carmine starting on that attack, when they switch over, I really struggle to figure out how Giant X are actually going to be able to execute into sites. You have the Raze, of course, that can satchel over this Fizz utility that we've seen from Carmine Core, but who's following that up? In my opinion, Carmine Core have way too much stall potential with this composition that if they can get enough rounds on the attack, when they switch sides, they're sorted for this map.
And of course, Giant X knows that KC has been picking this map. They've been playing this map. They have 2, and if they leave it open, it is a very, very big possibility that is going to appear in the map selection. So I really want to see what they have prepared for both of the sides. As you're saying, Billy, when it turns to the defense, they're going to need to bait a lot of utility to even get onto sites.
Yeah, and I want to see Tom Mazzi a little bit more comfortable on the Astra this time around as well. But it's time to jump into this elimination match and throw it over to 2 casters who decided to drop the second part of their names for me. Here's Mitch and Tom.
Just for you, Yinsu. Our pleasure. Listen, we've got a hell of a game teed up for you here today. You heard our analyst desk talk about it, but Tom, starting this one off on Bind, it feels a little special. We got to see something from KC the other day, and this was the map I was hoping that was going to be in the veto, and we get it as #1. What a treat.
Yeah, when we saw I want to clarify one more time, the graphic was backwards.
Yes.
GX are not insane.
They're not crazy.
Because if they were picking into this map after you see KC beat Vitality and decimate Na'Vi.
Lost it at mine.
You're just not going to be doing that. And this comp is almost abusive. I'm sure we're going to see a lot, especially on this attack side, with what they're able to do with the plethora of utility. And I want to see how GX are going to combat that. In the pistol already, they have got an early stack towards this B site.
Yeah, now these are going to be a little bit more of a pump-the-brake play, especially from GX. They've got a couple pieces of initiating utility. You're seeing Runner priming his Gecko Flash, having already used it once, I believe, at the start of the round. They'll try to take fights on that and on the Snakebite here if they're pressured. But the idea was to play passive on A, and that's worked out very well for Cloud. We're excited to see Sadek, but we won't get to see him in this round. Already dropped as the first body hits the floor. KC left scrambling for answers. They can run into this stack that they don't know is there on the B site, but they're hoping that Martin can find some space onto Cloud on A.
Ready, nade to try and delay, flash to try and support, but both kills go the way of the attack. Still a couple of defenders around this part of the map, and in fact the third even starting that rotation. But there's still time. KC can look to go back with presence still held on the other side.
30 seconds or so. At this point, they could have that little bit of extra utility out on the B site to get in, but first they'll see if Martin finds a wide open A site. The timing here, horrendous. He's just made it around as Cloud snuck right by the angle into the lamps where Martin is creeping his way. He's got the timing, and it looks like he'll connect the shot. A site wide open for the plant, and a 4v2 now with 10 seconds left. GX, they won't be able to deny this plant. They've got to put all their eggs in the basket of the retake.
Westside was great on his debut. Will it be enough for him to find anything in the late stages of this round? Still a player that needs to be cleared and spotted and will be forced back. That's one at least. So the remaining players already sat in their after plant positions. Aves looking to brawl and will meet the same fate as his teammates just moments ago. Even still though, that clock is continuously ticking. The grab will pull them even further out on the time, and well, for Westside, he almost has to try and just stick this the entirety of the way. He's still going to land one of the penultimate shots. He's doing an incredible job, but that time is just too far gone at this stage. Elite has won the round. Westside, a really nice attempt, honestly, and what was that, 1v3, but wasn't enough in the end.
You got to commend GX. They had a good early plan. They caught the player just there. You saw it, Sadek, who was initially taking that space, but after losing so many bodies here on B, Cloud had left the A site, went to the spawn to rotate in to help on what seemed to be an inevitable push. And by the time he gets back in, he ends up ships in the night past the lurker on that side of the map. Looked like it was going to be a GX round, Tom. We had a lot of KC players gearing up for that B push into a heavy stack that had initiating utility as well, but that doesn't work out. 1-0 start for KC, and GX come into this with a full eco. Still some ideas, using that Viper wall we saw in the pistol to get aggressive, try to isolate some players behind it. No one's there, and the one guy that was got a kill and TP'd out, so very nice reset for KC, who come in with 2 pistols.
I think something to note going forward in this match is just how tough it can be up against the Carmine Corp takes and afterplant. So when you talk about what is on board for the likes of Vice and Deadlock, both in taking the site, making things awkward in the battles, and then also the post-plant, and then with these more aggressive agents in combination, there's a lot of opportunities for them and not a lot of places you can really survive. So I think that's going to be my focal point for GX, is how are they going to deal with that? In some of the early rounds, it's been aggression. Now, they have an okay comp for that. Like, you've got the 2 controller players that can slow things down and place walls and stars in order for setup. And then you have that double initiator, which you can get Purpo into position. What I will say is Purpo didn't have the greatest performance in the last map. And well, you might be wondering why I've just talked over an entire round, but an in-zone flawless, nothing really happened.
Exactly. I mean, this is just a housekeeping round where if kills come in for the side of GX, yes, we need to start paying attention, but even then, 1 or 2, and that just results in the rifles they've dropped being picked up by the players who didn't invest. This was a well-thought-out round from KC, and an even better executed one, as they now come in plenty, even some of the players keeping over their light shields. There's going to be lots of credits for the side of KC, and for GX, sure, they're investing. This is their full buy, but as you can see, the attackers still have credits, and they're pretty much matching up pound for pound in any fight they take. Not a bad bonus, if you want to call it that.
Taking that back.
Almost double lurk on one side, and the attack already taking some space.
Sensor down.
Already the sensor's going to be removed by the defensive side and constantly trying to make things that little bit tougher for map control. Of course, you do have yourself that double sentinel, but what one for traditionally holding on, and I like this from GX, proactive with their utility to force them back.
Yeah, it does look like the idea could be for KC, at least they've left the door open and moved back to A in the end of the round, but for GX, clearing out this control is so important. Be able to initiate a couple more fights, burn utility, and telegraph the play that's coming in from KC as a result. Big rotations coming in as well. That attacking side, just look at the bottom of your mini-map. 3 players on the rotate here. They're on their way to be grouping up as 4 on long. It was to be 5 for a moment. Martin sent back to check the other side. Maybe even sell a fake this time.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, we've seen the rotation back from the defense. Put extra players into position, even just throwing out further utility to try and delay. They have left them low. Runner just currently trying to hold onto his ground, and Purpo's done fantastically well. 15 seconds.
Well, the net very much trapped him, but plenty more players. Purpo's teammates ready with 8 seconds on the clock. Running it down is all they need to do, but they've been dropped immediately, though. Sugetsu now out of time. No chance for the plant, and there were 2 players ready to pounce, even if he did have a few more seconds on the clock. 2-1 for the side of KC as GX finally put one on the board.
Yeah, I do like what they're doing. As said, like a lot of the execution power of KC can be quite problematic to face off against, but they are being proactive. They're taking late round control, looking to try and reclaim some of the ground that has already been taken by their opponents, and it means that a lot of the setup is becoming quite a bit more difficult because KC don't have all the pieces in play like they will have done previously.
Well, Mola time. A little bit of a pause as we get into the early stages of the game. Now, just taking a look, though, at where we've ended up. Last time we saw KC playing, I think it was coming into round 3. They already had Static's Annihilation online. Coming into round 6, I think they had it, or maybe it was round 7. Very early on, farming up orbs. He wasn't getting a crazy amount of kills or deaths to make that work. Just playing across the map, grabbing orbs, grabbing plants. Now, he might not have farmed up his ultimate. You'll see it in a moment when we get back into the game, but a few of the others have. So despite coming into the last round with rifles and a good chance to battle, that's their economic advantage. KC also have an ult economy advantage that they lose one round and they can fight right back in. Gecko and Astra ults primed and ready to go. And it's going to take a bit of work for GX to level that playing field. Maybe a battle for early orbs. Could see some of that defensive aggression. As you said, Tom, they have plenty of opportunities to deny. We've seen that Viper wall go down again and again, blocking out outside of a bath and the teleporter over on B. This is going to give them that little bit of extra space that they can deny when the push comes in on B. But also, we'll see more of those teleport plays as the game goes on, trying to pincer those players who push past the Viper wall. I'm excited to see what GX have primed and ready for us, because it's going to have to be a well thought out plan. What we've seen from KC on this map has not looked anywhere close to weak.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think the score lines that they've had versus Na'Vi with, what was it, like 13-3, 13-2? Yeah, 13-2. It was utterly dominant, and then a 13-9 versus the Vitality super team. They look very strong on this map. Going forward into the series, I think that's where things maybe open up a little bit more, although I believe it was Lotus didn't look fantastic. When we saw it played last versus BBL, it was a 9-13, obviously 13-9 in BBL's favor, so I will wait and see, but I guess if GX are taking us to that map, it's clearly something that they do still feel comfortable on. And I also just want to talk about some of the individuals on their side, because I think one of the great storylines going into this matchup, obviously, for starters, you're talking about teams that will be out. Like, that's it. Even though it will be in different ways, because KC did technically win a game and then still go into the lower bracket, whereas GX have been there waiting all along. There is a chance for Tamazi to come back against the team that dropped him going into this year and eliminate them in last place after they've rebuilt a team surrounded by some pretty big names. You're talking about Sadak for starters. I think that's an obvious one. Elite looked very good last year in BBL. Sugetsu has been a mainstay in VCT for the last couple of years, even with a trophy under his belt. These players going out in dead last, it would be a surprise. But the same can be said, maybe not so much last year, but prior to that, you talk about this GX team. They were a team looking to fight for champs at times. So that's what they're looking to get back to in this sort of run. Last is not good enough for either of them.
No, absolutely not. And I mean, you look at the teams, the caliber of teams sort of coming into this, and when we had some ideas of what to expect, we had some guesses to throw out, but the level has been close across the board. Seeing these two teams down here, seeing Fnatic, seeing Na'Vi in a position that one of the two will go, this is a much different kickoff, than a much different event than I think what we're used to seeing here in EMEA. And I think I could be wrong on this. I think it was Boaster that said like the level of the teams after their first loss, the level of the teams has clearly risen across the board. There is no easy matchup anymore.
It's all right, there's never any misquotes on the internet anyway, so.
It's very true. That was 100%, but I think it was his post-game tweet.
Even if it's not, it will be now. We'll just claim that. That was supposed to the quote. Sue's probably sat there just raging. I didn't say that. But we'll see. Nonetheless, obviously we are in ourselves a little bit of a tech pause, just waiting to get things back underway. But yeah, I think there's so much on the line for all these teams. I think Sue mentioned it on the desk, like the top 4 will get themselves some points. The top 2 obviously make it to Masters, where they have a chance to battle for even more. And it kind of does sit there then, if it, at least at kickoff, if you're not in that top 4, you're kind of just in a spot where, well, it's, I guess, just as bad as going out in last place, but you kind of want to at least get a win under your belt. And I think that'll be important, especially for GX, just to see where this team is going to land. Because, again, like you look at the individuals on paper, a lot of them already have at least a run out in the VCT. You're talking about the likes of Cloud, who's been here a while. Westside is the only new player coming in this year, and he looked great. Like, put him in clutches, putting in late round scenarios. He was fantastic. So I think that, again, them not having those wins, not having a run at it, that would be a problem for them.
Well, Tom, during this tech pause, luckily, we've had a little bit of a sit-down earlier on with Aang, who gave us his top 5 tier list. I believe we've got that ready to roll for you folks at home. So, I believe we have to guess what Aang's top 5, he's put this together, but what's the context of this top 5? Why has he assembled this? What were the characteristics he was looking to obtain, Tom?
Oh, so we're doing this?
We are doing this.
I thought that this was being, okay.
I assume he will explain or will have an explanation afterwards. But for now, we asked Aang to put together a tier list of some criteria. And these are the players that he gave. For you at home as well, start activating your brains. I'm trying to think.
Top 5 best smiles.
Best smiles, you reckon?
I think so.
It could be a left field play like that.
I think that's a solid shout.
Potential coaches on KC. That's what he went for. Aang's top 5 potential coaches on KC. Aves, Sugetsu, Kira, okay. Anyone you would have put in there, Tom?
I find it really interesting that he's basically just named his own team and Hero.
Yeah. Future roster moves,
Who did he not put in? Was it Elite? Was Elite the only person from his team? Because that's the thing, that's my bigger takeaway, is he named
Martine,
his own team.
Sadek,
and then
was that, right?
Yeah, Sadek was 1. So he named his whole team except, that's kind of toxic. Like, I would say that's very toxic, actually.
We showed them that after the game.
Yeah, can we just, no,
get a reaction from Elite.
Just show Elite. Like,
what do you make of this, mate?
That's wild.
Well, at least
I'd be worried about being benched after that. It's like, right, so you really think everyone...
Maybe, he's such a good player that you wouldn't waste him on the coach spot. Oh, but that's bad for the other guys, actually.
Yeah, no, there's no good way to spin this. Luckily, we're right back into the game. We can pretend like nothing ever happened. An immediate Cosmic Divide. A question whether or not maybe that was going to be paired with the ultimate over on Gecko, but it hasn't been. Maybe it should have done, because that's not gone great for Martine.
Oh, there's better starts, that's for sure. Down in the dirt, right off rip, looking towards the B site. Couple players have snuck up, but that pesky Viper wall again causing problems. In fact, it's keeping Runner alive. 10 HP after that spam down. Sadek might not know just how much damage he's done, but that could be pivotal as they move into this B site. It is only Runner and Tamazi to hold it. 160 HP between them. This could be an easy roll for the flood of KC players coming in.
Thrash through. This is where all the corners become a tough spot to stand in. Although saying that, Runner did well, at least for the initial moments. The clear is nigh on Sublime, though. This is what's so difficult about holding onto this B site, is you can basically clear everything with the combination of Astra and Vice alongside that deadlock. Now for the remainder, they're having to try and break back in, all from a similar angle versus this hold.
The fact that Thrash caught the full HP player as well and now is back online, causing more problems, sending GX back towards the spawn. And now the time ran way too low. There's no choice but to back out. And even then, just take a look at what we can see. Of course, GX not quite privy to this information, but based on a quick take, they could assume it. There's 2 pieces of Deadlock utility waiting for them to step out, so you're battling up against the stuns on your way. You've got 4 players, and who knows, from GX's perspective, how much utility still waiting, and Arc Rose as well to blind after they trigger. This would have been a disaster, and it would have been weapons left on the floor that GX wouldn't have in the future. It was the right call.
That's the thing. I think even just naming the amount of utility that they put into that take is difficult on its own. But one of my favorite sort of pieces is you have the ult to clear them back. You have the close cleared by the Gecko Molly. Then you have the Razor Vines put to the back alongside the smoke. So if anybody like, oh, they're rushing the site, run into support. I'm just going to slowly walk in and take a crap load of damage while I do it. Like, there's just no way to actually get back into the site to support teammates. And it also works if you're trying to leave, because they put the Thrash through. So you're trying to run away from it, you can't.
Well, this has been at least not as bad of an ending to that round as it could have been. GX still walking out with their weapons. They weren't hunted down. They have a stinger on Runner. Runner's playing a close angle, and most of his job is just to pop that flash for Purpo over on B long. You can see it here. So that weak weapon won't really be challenging on range unless they do commit to the angle. And hopefully the utility will bridge the gap. We can see, though, KC are geared up for an A hit. All 5 players outside of it. Vice Wall left behind. That's going to be their little sensor to ensure that there's no flank coming through, at least no quick one. And with 55 seconds left on the clock, no ultis to entry. Martine 1 away, but still so much utility. GX may again be forced to take a step back out of that initial action.
I think quite a few of them might have been pinged there by, yeah, they all got hit by the haunt. So it's not a usual piece of utility that gets that much info when they're all standing around, but maybe just a bit of hesitation. The thing is, it has kind of sold a ruse. I'd be intrigued to know if that was intentional, because now you look at where Tomazi is, completely overwhelmed, but they've given up this site because of what happened last round. Looking to try and play that retake, but you feel like Tomazi has to get something, and he won't.
I mean, this has all come on the back of the double teleport play. It was heard, and the reaction was perfect. Clearly, B is going to be weaker with that many players on the other side of the map. They walk right in, doors open. The one player that was defending fades away at GX. It's a very unusual situation, such undamaged retake that we're about to see come through. So much utility still in play, bombarded by GX, but they run into that sonic sensor first time. That's really caused a problem for them, and look how big a problem it is in the seconds it takes for that stun to fade away. The reset is there, plenty of players ready to duel. Runner gets one even with the low economy that he had invested, but Aves cleans it up anyways. I did not think it was going to be that close. I'll give them the credit that they certainly did a good job of fighting their way back through all of that utility, through the numbers from KC, but it kind of felt like that's how it was going to go.
Well, I also think it kind of didn't matter. Like, the time was so far gone when it got into the late round that those kills were kind of just almost like a consolation prize from almost this point onwards. Like, you're looking at how long is left on that clock. That even if he'd got that final kill, I think it would have been incredibly close. It's going to be a pause taken from GX, and I don't mind it, because this is really the tough thing about playing against this composition. You try and play retake, they have so much delay. Like you said, they're walking into sensors. I think they even placed the vines late into the round, so that, okay, we didn't need it on the take this time because they backed off. So let's use it in the late round, so when they're walking back in, they're going to get hit by them. So then everybody's delayed. It's a lot easier to hit your shots, and they're taking damage. So you're basically playing against the clock by the time you get to that stage, and it is incredibly difficult. That's the thing I'll say that I'm most excited for, or have been most enjoying with Sadak being in the league, is that you put him and Eng together, you're going to come out with some of the most BS compositions you've ever seen in your life, and it's so difficult to play against, because I do feel like a lot of what GX almost are forced to do is push into these more aggressive setups and try and catch players early so that you're not having to retake, because staying on the site with that much util is really hard to do.
KC, look what they're up against now. Weaknesses for GX, low economy investment on the back of the previous. Now, they can try to bridge the gap with the ults, exactly. Showstopper, we can see, is on Purpo, and it's making its way down through middle. Viper's Pit there for Westside. But before these ults are thrown in, I mean, I could see maybe the Showstopper blind fired just to see what it gets. But the rest, I'm expecting that there has to be a reason that they use it. Seeing the numbers, seeing the chance to claim that round victory. The weaponry's not good if it comes down to head-to-head duels. I do like the proactive push down B, and they've waited a while. They pumped the brakes, but at 110 left on the clock, here comes the cavalry. The flank could be perfectly timed.
It depends if there's anybody left holding on the site. The delay has been very good so far. I wonder if they're going to actually get caught out by the wall. Yeah, only one player makes it past. The rest is still stuck behind it. So that flank is now very well telegraphed. It gives time for Elite to isolate the rest of these duels. There's also a secondary player wrapping in from behind who actually has the spike. This is a very weird scenario. Maybe having to escape because of that TP. And Purpo, well, it's unfortunate that he's going forward, because if he went back, he actually had a higher chance of winning the round. Not that he would know that.
No, he'd be crazy if he did it. But it would have worked out, as we could see. That's, look, it's one of those rounds the Showstopper ends up being invested because, like I said, you want to see something first. You want to see the chance. And that flash connecting, a couple of players blinded up close, that's what gets the Showstopper out of them. Unfortunately, it doesn't find its mark on Elite. He's able to take a second kill as well as the first and then set up for the late round. KC buying enough time with players alive for Aves to flank. But again, GX created some opportunities here. They didn't have a lot to work with. They went down mid. This could have ended up being a round in their pocket. I like that they gambled it.
Here they go again.
Didn't land. Another push, though.
Again, much more aggressive in their defense. Elite very much ready for it. And now Sugetsu is going to try and swing back in for the trades. It's Aves to finally find one, but look at the position of the spike. This is now no longer just, okay, we want to try and even up the playing field. This is, we have to battle to get our spike back.
Well, it is round 7 when we eventually see that annihilation from Sadek. Said it was online very early against Vitality. Right here, though, when it eventually comes into play, not as pivotal piece of utility as we had seen in that previous game. It doesn't land, it doesn't find its mark. Kind of what you'd expect a lot of the time when it's fired through a smoke. The spike is retrieved, though, thanks to Martine, but they've left a big gap to Mazzy. Well, he's just got a freebie, and that puts the man advantage into GX's corner.
Straight away. Thrash thrown in, wanting to try and get as much information as possible. Martine has managed to get ahead of all of the utility, though, realizing he needs to fight aggressively, but is cleared by Tomazi. Left all on to Sadak. The IGL to try and hold the line, but the Cosmic Divide is making things almost impossible. Escaping through this shouldn't be a possibility, and he's realized it. We'll just look to hold on to the gun, keep the economy, which, to be honest, he's low on credit, so that's not a bad idea.
Yeah, it's definitely the best call. Again, despite the fact that, you know, we went into that round at 5-1. It's not like GX have just been giving rounds away. They've made sure there's a battle for a lot of these. And then a couple pistols, putting it down to one player alive, and here's the reward. That player doesn't go for the clutch, saves the rifle instead.
The thing is, I want to see how much they can do this, because that's the problem. We've got to pause at least for his ice cam, but that's the thing. It's like, how many times can you go that aggressive without your opponent just then waiting for you every single time? Now, this round at least, they have themselves the Viper's Pit still. The rest of the ultimates have mostly been expended, but that should at least make things a little bit tougher to break into the A site. But more importantly, at least from my perspective, it means they can bolster up B, which is where those executions have been ripping them apart.
Well, this is it. GX's aggression not needed in this round thanks to the Viper's Pit. It's going to buy them a lot more space on that map, 2-player defensive A. But that's something that KC should be well aware of, that if they do decide to commit to this B site, there's going to be a lot more numbers that they have to take care of. For now, Arcro's thrown in, it's destroyed, so you're at least confirming a player inside of Hookah. Runner spotted on long as well. Quite a bit of information to work with here for KC. They're hungry for it. Sprinting after Runner. The attempt to take him down denied by a nade on the floor. The mosh pit buys a little bit of extra time, but KC not deterred. They are still looking to push forward into this B site. Spike has made it through. No control in any direction. I mean, this looks like a death trap that GX have sprung.
Tomazi kind of stuck in the mud, but he still manages to come out on top. 25 seconds, the spike now down on the ground. You feel like control needs to be garnered, and Tomasi is doing a fantastic job. He's been able to hold onto position. Their guns, though, might be about to disappear, but he jumps down to get the fight. Before that happens, it's down left all onto Elite, but he comes up big for a second. Purpo has to win the round with a classic, but he does it.
Ooh. Yeah, not even close. Not even close. Yeah, good attempt by Elite in the end, but GX, they had everything set up for them there. Control over spawn, elbow, and hookah. The only position they'd lost was long, and pushing out of that choke point with players fighting from every angle. Just look at how overwhelmed they are. Runner's able to walk up behind elbow, a position they knew he was in, but there's too many bodies. You have to focus on these other fights, on helping your teammates. That gives him the gap, the window, to step in and claim a kill for free. GX, 2 behind.
I love that they took hookah control. I think that was such a big part of being able to cling to that round. Purpo, I think, has actually found a gap around the back of the utility, so not clearing them out. And you can see in this round, KC, much more of a focal point to make sure hookah is clear. The problem is, GX have also reacted. Now they're fighting further towards long.
A great spam onto Sadik, and he's got those regenerating shields, so he's back up to 25 on those, but 68 health. They were stripped from him fully, or down to 4, I think. A wonderful spam, the setup from Runner that we talked about before. That Gecko flash over top on contact had pushed KC back with a minute on the clock. They're again gambling on this B site. No doubt it's a favorite for the squad, but this time it should be a little bit easier. Thrash is leading the charge, destroyed immediately. Mosh Pit to stop the push on the back of it. Runner picking off Martin. He's ahead of the pack thanks to that little bit of delay Runner put into play. It's beautiful from the side of GX as everybody falls, leaving Sugetsu to pick up the pieces. 1v5. Even going for this one doesn't seem too likely, but the 30-second save left against 5, not the easiest either.
He's still a player you have to be careful of. You don't want to give him too many fights where he can just sit and hold his crosshair placement. I still think he is right up the top of the board for that, at least, but
obscuring vision.
Nobody really giving him anything. I like this from GX. Very controlled. And I think this round in general, you can see already the adaptations that they're making to make sure that this B site isn't just a free pass for KC every single time. One of the focal points, I think, as well, is firstly Runner's utility, but also Tomasi's grab wall. They're trying to get out along, and each time he's putting a grab wall there, so it's like, okay, you can throw this utility down, but I'm not going to let you get anywhere near my teammate because that grab wall, because that smoke, because whatever other utility he has is going to slow you down.
Yeah, it just looks like they've got a traffic light system there, and the only LED working is red, stopping KC's push with this utility, fragmenting them, leaving Martin as the entry on the site with no one behind him. And not that anyone could be behind him at that point either. The strategy was called, it was executed, and it was interrupted with perfection. This leaves Carmine Core calling a timeout now, despite a lights-out start, 5-1 in the lead. GX are now just 1 round behind them, and that doesn't sit well with Zeiss.
Yeah, you can understand why. I think in the past we've seen this execution work incredibly well, and the fact that they've been trying it again and again, this time even having the Thrash, and you could tell the GX were ready for it. They had one player from afar watching to catch that Thrash, and then they had immediately delay utility so that nobody could try and execute off that player swinging. Like, this is just solid counter utility coming out from GX, and then just, yeah, some of the individuals stepping up to the plate. So KC want to try and find another gap, because other than those B-site executions, I feel like A hasn't been anywhere near as easy. I think trying to walk into West Side's utility setup has normally opted with them losing a player early on, which, well, you don't really want in those early takes of sites.
Well, with a round between them, ults burned up earlier on the side of GX. They still have one left to roll with, and this could be used for some early aggression. We've seen that, but more likely to be reactive. Let's see what the called play is. Haunt, this is another facet of the defense here on GX. You see the Viper wall on the minimap that's just outside of that A site. They have a Haunt up above it, so even if you're stood on the other side, they can reveal you and shoot you straight through it. Denied that opportunity for an early fight. Purple goes back, and he makes his own. On middle, Martin falls again. Early pick for the side of GX.
They still have that Nightfall as well, ready to try and make this a much more problematic. There you go, immediately. The second the Prowler gets contact, this is going to keep 2 players low. Def just trying to create some extra pressure. For now, it's not going great. They'll section off the back of the site, but they still need quite a lot more.
So many players here for GX. They're ready to surprise them with a big swing that Aves shuts down. Denial of any form of retake. Just go and save. Don't walk into Aves. He's on fire. I need to see that one slowed down, sped up, backwards and forwards. Give him the ace. Ah, Shigetsu stolen it. Nonetheless, I saw 3 players coming out of lamps. That looked like the easiest 3v1 fight of all time, and Aves knocked him down like dominoes.
He had a massively impressive
There we go.
debut and second game
Oh!
with his squad. I think he has been one of the... He's a player that came in, I think we'd seen him a while ago playing with it was the Egyptian team, right? That we saw playing
Shalabi, back in the
different
day.
Red Bull events as well,
Yeah.
playing regionally. He was fantastic,
grinding.
but it was whether or not... It's a jump, like coming into the VCT, how he's going to be able to perform. The last couple of games have been fantastic, and you're starting to see the reasons why.
Yeah, absolutely. You wouldn't put that man in a coach slot, would you? No, it's skills like that.
Maybe in like 15 years. You know?
Yeah.
15 years or so. Maybe it will cool down a little bit.
He'll be coaching elite. Well, Aves, great round from him in the previous. GX had a 4-man stack on A, and it still wasn't enough. Not with that man standing opposite them. Now we look to a 2-round advantage, to credits waning for GX, but they have put a big investment on the board as we are on board with that gun. Purpo, the big purple weapon, scope down on mid, and it looks like he'll get a chance. Again, though, with the comp that he's up against, you have to imagine before anyone's peeking that Aves is throwing in a flash. There's a smoke. There's something. They're not just going to dry peek it. Surely they're not. The flash was there, Tom. The flash was there. It was just a little bit too late.
We do love a Mitch man curse. It's forever surviving through the many years that Valorant has been around. Anniversary coming up soon. You'll still be there.
30 seconds left.
Again, though, with this advantage, already going to see the showstopper. Well, it actually just ends up as a little boost for Sugetsu to get the kill. 20 seconds, though. Spike down on the deck. I feel like this round is already done. It would have to be mass mistakes from the side of GX, and they have been tempered and controlled in a lot of these rounds, even when things haven't gone their way. Or saying that, though,
Last player
that one got a little
standing.
bit dicey. There was a chance, but with how little time, I think even then, it was never going to go their way. Elite will look to save, and GX are going to put that difference down to just 1.
Yeah, I think I might have boiled down to a little bit of economic damage in the very best case scenario. The spike was too far away and the time was too low. That's a mistake that they will not make again. Again, you see that Gecko flash. It's thrown out.
Thank you, replay team.
Yeah, indeed. A phenomenal job as per usual. But yeah, the idea was there. They just really didn't think there'd be an op up top. That's a mistake you make one time, and we won't see that one again. Well, at least I very much hope we won't.
Mitchman has said we will not see that again.
Yeah, and here we go. It's going to be back to back.
He just ego peeks him. That would be what I respect if he does.
To be fair, they are jump peeking the corner. They are going in dry, looking just to take that fight, but there's a reposition from Purpo. He's over towards bathroom, and he'll be completely out of this engagement.
Yeah, the only goal from Westside was to just delay. He's put that snake bite down onto the site, so the plant, at least, has taken a little bit more time. They also have Thrash for the retake, a Cosmic Divide of their own, but the attackers have the same ult in the form of Thrash.
This is the round to use it in. Not going to leave anything on the table. Thrash gone in, but it's caught by the wall. Blocked off completely. And now Thrash goes in on the other side. More aware, the wall broken. And it finds its mark. Aves now removed from the engagement. Sadik, though, up close, has to hold the line, buy them a bit more time, and he does just that already, denying it at every step of the way. KC emerged victorious. It is 7-5 at the halftime. It could have been much worse for GX.
Yeah, it was a bit of a slow start and a nice thrash that just didn't quite get executed on, but ultimately KC will be the ones coming in the lead.
Well, Tom, it looks like we're ready to jump back into the game. Half number 2 will be kicking off shortly. KC now on the defensive side. It might be fair to say that's where Sada could be even scarier. Look, it's not like he wasn't successful on the attack up against Vitality, but here, you're going to be running into that deadlock setup a lot more often.
Yeah, I will say though, I was impressed with GX's ability to adapt. Like, I think that with the way those first 6 rounds went, you could have easily just got choked out of the game, but they were still proactive, they were still happy to get in the face of their opponents, and they still had adaptations to put themselves into positions like when they took hookah control and get themselves back into the game. So I do think that probably winning the pistol will help them out quite a bit just with the start, and they're already going to be heading very directly in towards this B-long spot.
Elite has already caught wind of them. Sagetsu blinded as he was about to swing in for big damage. And so they will have to give up the position. GX claims space. Kickoff flashback online. Nade to clear back site. Pushes the lead into the open. Good pickup by Cloud. B site now thinned out a little bit. The herd of the defenders not posing quite the same threat. Purple up top deletes Avez, one of the big players in some of the last rounds. And with low HP on Sagetsu, the advantage clearly sits with the attackers.
Already being delayed by that Viper utility. Flash about to go in. They need to try and get something off the back of it, but the players just about wrapping in onto the site. Still a bit wary on the attack. The players could be coming from behind, and because of that, there's a gap that's been found and exploited. Now Runner is all that remains. HP still in his favor. He's got to try and find both, and he will get neither. It is going to be that pistol going the way of KC, and as you sort of said in the moment, Mitch, that was a tough one to break back in for.
It definitely looked like it. I think Sagetsu didn't take a lick of damage on the way back through. And the way this started out for GX, space seized, Avez picked up on the backside, Elite was pushed out into the open by a nade, but this here exploited. Martine making opportunities for the squad as their eyes are drawn towards him, wrap around the back. This is something we've seen KC do a bunch of times, just overwhelming their opponents. And with a pistol under their belt, the lead extends.
Honestly, I think a piece of content we need is just Avez versus Zeiss for who gets more excited. Like, they just seem like they've just got, like, I don't know, some sort of, like, golden retriever energy. Just like,
Vibes are good. Vibes are good.
Everything gets going.
You get players like that in the same team, or, well, I suppose members of staff and players like that in the same team. The vibes are just going to be fantastic. You feed off each other.
Not much to be played with here for GX, so it's going to be a fast-paced move. In fact, Cloud just leading the football. He's just going in and out of smokes, trying to find something. Even a bomb would be a few extra credits. It's not the end of the world when you literally invest into a singular pistol, and that pistol is in the hands of Westside. See if he can do some damage.
He's got some cavalry leading the way. The classics barreling forward. They're protecting the president. 16 HP. Left on Westside, a quick bullet in his direction. Should be quick to drop. I mean, realistically, the pressure, it's taking a while to come in. Now the clock starts to tick away. A few kills here for the side of GX would be fantastic. They're denied anything. I see the first come in so quickly. I'm thinking, oh, we're really in for something. But in the end, it's a relatively clean close-up by KC.
Yeah, and they had one play. I think it was Sadek was on a pistol, so they actually lose no weapons. So that's really not a bad round for them at all. And as I said, a few extra credits, a single kill when you only buy a Sheriff is also fine for GX. It's just one of those rounds that you kind of wait for it to end so that we can get back into the action. The only worry for me here is that KC come in with a very strong buy. Like having the Outlaw, okay, in this case, it's actually 4 shields on every single player, so it's not going to be as deadly. But you pair it, I was going to say with a Judge, maybe with a Stinger. Stinger works too, and that's a pretty nasty combo.
Yeah, it's just going to make it a little easier for your teammate to contribute to those battles in a meaningful way. Just the 10 HP taken off will be enough. GX, well, there's a flash just hit them. Big play through the TP. Elite and Avez Sadek even piping up, and the spike now dropped. Huge early fight for KC. This map just got a whole lot smaller. All they have to do is hold on to Bathroom. A deep wall as well, completely denying the walk-up from their opponents. Player inside the TP. Avez, I don't think will have his flash back online. I believe that one is gone. But still, the Arc Rose ready for Elite. Snake bite. Oh, the snake bite's got him at his feet. precision from Westside, good for another. This round looked to be locked down, and instead there's a challenger. Westside falls eventually, but he set Tamazi up for the 1v1.
It's Tamazi versus the man who replaced him. A chance for a little bit of revenge, or a chance to prove a point for Sugetsu. He's actually wrapping back around towards the B site. Maybe having the read that, okay, I've been seen on one side of the map, why would my opponent continue to push into that side of the map? And it just seems like a battle of mind games. Tamazi reading that, okay, he's probably tried to go back around behind me. Instead, it's ended as a bit of a stalemate. He's going to use that smoke to get his way back onto the site, even planting towards heaven if he wants to go that way. But there's a lot of unknowns that he has to check on, and has to be careful he's not caught in util.
Just missing 150 HP as well on Tamazi. It's the problem for Sugetsu. All those rifles are being gate kept as well. No free pickup for him. This is a very difficult fight to win. The smoke perhaps will give an advantage. There's a gap though, and Tamazi is holding it. The round falling into the hands of GX. A good attempt from KC though, nonetheless.
Oh yeah, it's an incredibly costly round. And this is the thing I love, again, you see these combinations. A gravity well pulls a player back, you have the grav net as well that's put into play to catch anybody close, and the flash to push them back. Because if you are close enough, the flash goes off, you run backwards, and you're in either of those two pieces of utility. That is about as good as a pinch is ever gonna get. The problem is what happened afterwards. Yes, I understand, because when you're in a 2 versus 4 scenario, it probably shouldn't slip away like that.
Well, that's it, and look when it's happened as well. That's put KC down to low credits. GX heating up into it, 3 rounds behind. Ult's coming online soon as well. It's a bad time for a slip up, because that may just have GX sliding right back into this game. Foot in the door for now. They need to convert this round, though, to really capitalize.
Martin maybe hoping that Aves will give him the contact. Their own utility out to try and escape, but maybe giving the game away instead. Hover's managed to, well, I was going to say dodge the majority of utility, but he ends up being caught. Pressure put onto Sadak left, completely blind. He just about gets around the corner, and the ult's going to be utilized instead. Even still, though, they're being pinched from the back. Tamazi again. He's been having a phenomenal game. Even still, they've lost runner. It still puts this down to just a one-man difference. But Tamazi, he wants a little bit more, seeming like he wants to punish KC for letting him go. And well, eventually, Sugetsu will take him out. But Tamazi should have done enough for the round.
Yeah, well, he has taken out the man he replaced, but a few more to drop, and it's Cloud wrapping that finds the bullet to the head, or body even. 9-7. 2 rounds in between them, and that's the round that GX needed. Like we said, winning the last one is nice, not just because it's a pivotal part of the economy game, a swing round, but also the fact that KC, 4v2, you lose that, you're tilted off the face of the earth. Now you lose this round, and you're left down to pistols. That's a devastating blow dealt by GX.
That's the thing. The last one was the bonus. So it's like, okay, if you take the bonus, you kill 4 people, and then you win the next round, it's fine. Like, you go, okay, we've now wrecked their economy. Instead, you lose the next round, and now you're the one that's in trouble. And that's the thing, as you said, the manner in which they lost it, plus now losing the next round, it doesn't put them in the best of spots. And I also like that we are seeing some of that individual brilliance we knew was there. Tamazi taking over rounds a couple of times now for this team. Here's someone that we've seen play the duelist back in the days of the Portuguese league and saw. I knew that was coming. I left space for it. But now again, execution in towards the combination of Sentinel utility. There's only one man here though.
Elite, time to prove yourself. Drop down, good shot, but he's out wide. Cloud will find him, and Tamazi picks up the flank. Knows there's another here. Saw him step past just moments ago, denying any damage past the first kill, and it's Martin, 65 HP. A classic in hand, not a gate crash to his name. Certainly not the round that you expect him to bounce back into. Take across the line and flying colors for GX, checking in with where they're at. 4 players surviving, economy stabilized. Ults are online. Runners got Thrash as well on the attack side. That could be a much more pointed attack. unless someone like Sadic's going to throw down a wall to stop them. Despite the fact that they were 5-1 down. And even here, just 2 rounds ago, KC set to decimate this squad. Nice little housekeeping. And a 4v2 that should have seen 10 on the board already, and KC running away with the end of this map. Instead, Bind is very much up for grabs. 3 ults each, rifles across the board, operator in play for Martin. All credits on the line here for the side of KC. This is it. Round 18 sees a timeout as KC, this is their last one, their second already burned up.
Yeah, you can understand it. They had opportunities in the last couple of rounds. I also think, again, like seeing Tomazi start to almost take over a little bit in some of these rounds is a great sign for GX, but maybe a bit of a panic sign, especially if you're KC, you kind of sit there and go, like, because there are certain players where, like Tomazi, I think, said in the interview earlier, where it's like, oh, I don't really think about playing against my old team. I think that's bollocks, because I think he is the sort of player that will like flex on this team, that will get pumped up by doing well against his old team. I think that will matter to him. Not that he has anything against Carmine Court, it's the fact that he wants to prove that, okay, you were wrong. And I genuinely, maybe I'm wrong, I could be wrong in that regard, but just seeing the way he plays, even seeing, like, I think he gets a 3K there and he's shaking his head at his opponents, the same as Aves was doing. He is pumped up in this match. And I think even just taking a pause to maybe try and calm the heaters on your opponent could be a big thing, but also just talking about some of those slip-ups, some of those mistakes. You're coming in with a big buy, you have some very good ultimates online, but so do your opponents. And just putting that awareness into the minds of your team, and you have someone like Eng, you give them a bit of time to talk.
Well, this is it, you know, on the side of GX as well, it's sort of valuable for them. Sure, they've got themselves the Showstopper and the Thrash, big ultimates, and close to getting the others online as well. Of course, I can see Tomazi has his, just the impact. Not going to be as in your face. For the side of KC, they need to be ready to pivot. If you hear Purpo popping the ultimate on the defensive side, you need to make sure you're not in positions he can easily pick you off. Should always be a get out of jail, well, if not free, for the low cost of utility.
Purpo's been isolated by the Vice Wall. It is just, looking at the map, it's just crazy how much of that Sentinel utility is just used to man the B site. The sensors, alongside the vines, can both delay, disrupt, and all out stall. And then they put more players over on the A site. The thing is, though, so have the attack.
Attempt to spam was close.
I think it's a TP.
I think they are. Spike is still here. And indeed, it's gone straight through the teleporter. They've seen that Deadlock is on the A side. They don't know that the utility is on the other. They don't know the operator is here and that Martin, well, he's left his teammate. Sold him down the river a little bit. But now the opportunity to claim an extra position, use that flash and pop out for another. Even going onto the shorty for a third. Martin takes a commanding grip of that round, and double digits are found for KC as a result.
Yeah, I think we've had a good showing from Martin, but I think those are the explosive rounds that he's almost known for. And again, I like the fact, okay, he maybe sold Elite down the river a little bit, but it was all in the goal of finding out information where the players are using the ult and repositioning into a new angle so he can get back in with the team. And I think, again, you just see the value of some of that supportive utility, the flashes that went in alongside the retake, a much better looking round from the side of KC. Still, though, there is going to be another purchase and an immediate push to try and fight for that control. Purpo almost even a little angry wanting to get that space so quickly.
Oh, despite being flashed up, the kill's not connected, but Martin still delivers. It's Tomazi that's dropped. Still, though, GX claiming a good foothold on the A site. There's not much else to say, you think, but Martin, an aggressive peek up top, grabs a kill as a result. Spike goes down nonetheless. A 3v3 retake. And look at KC. They're not making this complicated. Just one angle of approach. Steel guard used to steal away those weapons. This could be a big problem. It's classics across the board. The shorty denied off rip. A brave play to say the least. Elite catching West Side as GX realize they need to reset, fall back, and run this clock down further. They will not win in the open duels with those weaker weapons, but now the rifles are back online, and Runner not afraid to show it. It's Sagetsu. All he can do is save this weapon. The time too far gone. The op retrieved. Needs to run. He needs to run now. He'll get the kill, but that spike is hot on his heels. Not quite gonna make it out.
Yeah, that's a big round for GX. And like the thing is, there's one or two angles where I think like, okay, steel gun, you're gonna take away their weapons. They just move into lamps and go, I got a classic. This is probably better than my rifle anyway. Just being able to hold on and trade out some of those weapons. I also do really like the pace change though from GX. You know that a lot of their comp is about finding information and then, for example, using the wall from the deadlock to hold you back from pushing through. Well, if you're already past it, that wall then just becomes something that holds you back later into the round. So the pace change impactful. The economy of KC almost immediately destroyed. And while Purpo, I felt like last few rounds he's been on a mission. He wants to find those early fights. That's exactly what he gets. Again, within 20 seconds, a player on KC is dead.
Martin's absolutely fuming. I do cast my eye down the west side and see that he has his ultimate, the Viper's Pit, but also an Outlaw. I'm assuming there's some sort of a shorty.
This round.
Yeah, no, well, certainly shouldn't need to by the looks of things right now. The bookie on Sadik attempting to find a couple tags up, but GX are being very wise to this. They haven't taken any of that super close control. I think Purpo's the one with the biggest risk. Actually, risk of being wallbanged. Decent nade, that's got him. Good night, Sadik. No more danger of the bookie, although it might be recovered. Elite's on his way in, so too is Aves. Low HP across the board, though. Shots to the body will be enough for the first, but Aves is the one to connect it. Bunny hopping out with a bookie. Quite a clean kill. Still, the numbers on GX left to 3. This round is not going anywhere, and neither are the remaining weapons.
10 to 10. The climb back again from GX. I am, again, just seeing them play this contact style, they're not giving away the game. And that's been one of the major issues, I feel, is they're not, you could see on the other side that they're not expecting anybody to just walk dry into these angles. So a lot of the utility, like the grab net, well, you're not going to throw a grab net randomly. Maybe you have a set play in certain aspects of the round. The pace of which we saw them take the showers in the previous round would have bypassed a lot of that utility. They are realizing that if they're going to use everything to stagger us, let's not give them anything. Let's just go straight through, go for these aggressive pushes, and make sure they can't delay us at all.
Well, GX, aggressive, direct, and successful. Purpo completely decimating the B-long hold, despite the utility that is waiting for them. And the dropout of Hookah on the play to the backside. Well, that Arc Rose isn't going to be activated anytime soon without a lead around. That stun isn't going to be capitalized on without a player there to fight. And even then, the flank is being watched. Tamazi's about to get a kill in the spawn. He's caught Sadik, who seemed to be quite aware of his position. Connecting the kill is a different story altogether. Well done by Aves. That's one pickup. But is that going to spur you forward? 2v4, 10-10 on the scoreline. A game that you were once 5-1 in the lead. And now GX set to take the lead 11-10 right in the home stretch of the game. This is not a comfortable position for KC, and losing these weapons would make it even more uncomfortable. They've decided to save. They've fallen back. They've given some space. But Tamazi has taken some. He's stepping up through A main, through A for the fight, and the question is, does Aves, I don't care about the spike, I want to see Aves. He's got a duel on his hands and he's won it. That should be the weapons retrieved.
Yeah, they'll be able to hold on to those for the next round, but again, it's exactly the same. They're going for much more sort of risky plays, running through the smokes, running through utility, but Purpo is just hitting every shot that's put in front of him. I think that is the thing again with this team, where you talk about some of the individual brilliance they have, you can go back to basics. Play these more pacey, direct. That was basically what? A Prowler and Purpo. Was there anything else involved in that tank? Maybe I missed one smoke or something that was put behind them. I don't know.
Just wrecked them
but
on that
was
fight,
just, okay, Prowler, yep, there's someone there. Purpo, go and kill them.
Efficient strategy from what we've seen so far, even more so in this round where the showstopper is online. Take a look who's on the podium. It is Purpo, ready to fire himself into the back of the site. Second blast pack used now. Still, nobody spotted. There is one to claim, and he has fired into the dark. A game of battleships. It's Purpo to sink Sugetsu. GX, man advantage. Thrash and Viper's Pit online for the post blind. Cloud online with a kill onto Elite. It goes from bad to worse.
They're looking to try and find something. With the Annihilation, the spam through onto the ult has worked. Put them into a 3v3 scenario. The attack, though, still have ults of their own. The Viper spit down, the Thrash is hunting within it.
It caught Aves.
And actually, it's gone a little bit more problematic. That Viper spit now down. 2 players remaining, but that time is ticking. They need to move on the other side. It's from Runner and Tomazi holding that line, and Martin is desperately low. They will hold on. They will get to 12, and now they have a chance to take their opponent's map.
There was a time here where this looked like KC cleaning up. Aves has had some incredible rounds. Individuals have been active. Sadic's setup has been dealt with. You can see there's certainly a deep level of preparation there from GX and what they're coming up against. They're not being caught off guard quite as much. But what a recovery this has been. 2 chances now to close this map out.
I'm thinking as well, all the way back. I'm going to say a team name that will get some people excited.
Here we go.
I think at the time they were known as Mech.
I've heard of them.
Also called as Gambit. Purpo was subbed in for a final map by a coach, and a lot of us thought, damn, that's a harsh debut. He's back against him right now. He's looking pretty good.
It's fair to say. He has been active.
There has to be the active. Eng clearly had faith in Purpo as an individual. I don't think there's any doubt about that, to bring him in at such a crucial time, but he's now looking very good in this map right now. Tomazi also on the hunt for revenge. He is up there at the top of the board as well. Maybe in one of the weirdest spots you're ever going to see. He's currently trapped, but they're shooting the smaller of the orbs, I believe. No, okay. I thought maybe they were going to allow him to try and jump over the corner. But instead, allowing him a safety net.
Well, Garden's all clear towards that B side. It looks like it could be a fake, though, trying to bring that spike. Oh, well, perhaps to the A side. There's 4 players here. If they get the picks, that may set their mind for them. In goes the grab, well, but Sagetsu's on the side. Unseen, the damage done. Sadic and Martin following with him.
30 seconds left.
And now GX. And they've got credits. Not like they have to save, but it's 20 seconds on the clock. They have 5 opponents to take down. They're not close to ultimates themselves, and some of KCR, I think avoiding the fight might be the better call. I just assumed that because that's what it seemed they were going for. But Purpo, well, he went forward for the fight.
Yeah, I guess maybe hoping to do a little bit of extra damage here and there.
They're all low on credits, yeah.
But for the side of GX, they have plenty to play with. But yeah, a big round from KC. I like the idea of having 4 players stacked up. You then have Elite on the other side of the map, basically holding the line ready for the retake. And then you put Thrash through just for information, see if you can find anything. And if you catch the players in towards Hookah, which is one of the spots you don't have cleared, you catch them all. And if you don't, and they do what they did, you basically just walk into a stack and you have the stack side up.
I'm guessing the idea was flash out of the smoke. The player that's close on the corner hides. They give you that bit of space. They call for the rotate. You TP and you're with your teammates on B. And instead, they dove out of that smoke. This fell flat in their face.
Early stack up. 3 players here from the defense, 3 players here from the attack. This could end the round here, and now Martin, snappy aim.
Oh, you're done.
This is Cloud absolutely screwed. I thought for a second maybe he'd escape, but it isn't to be. Already dropped by Mosh. And well, OT is almost looking likely at this stage. A 2 versus 4, the way we kicked off this map.
Do you think they have enough util to stop Westside?
Toxin screen down.
Honestly, maybe not. I've seen this man get hit by a Rolling Thunder and simultaneously a stun and clutch a 1 versus 2. So, utility, everybody knows. Stuns are just cosmetic.
Jumping out of Hookah, stunned and flashed.
Yeah, it's cosmetic.
All right, well, I know.
Wow.
They're going to have someone claiming it is Elite. Won't have the chance to take that fight, though. The utility is canceled out. The players make it to site. Spike, drop down. It's going to be picked up by Westside. 30 seconds on the clock.
30 seconds left. Covering it.
KC have got all the angles, though. Spawn, elbow.
Where does he
into
go?
Hookah, good stun, but Tomazi can't capitalize. They need kills. Someone has to take a risk and deliver a little bit more than they should. Tomazi's been spotted. He's boxed in, stuck in a corner, scared of the utility coming, and he should be. The stun is perfect. Westside surrounded, and it's Aves. The deal, the death blow. 12 to 12. We're going to OT.
It's been a back and forth game all the way through. I've really enjoyed seeing sort of like the tacticians on either side make these adaptations, in some cases going back to basics, in some cases having these set plays. And in a lot of cases, someone hitting some crazy headshots. Martin and Purpo definitely up there, but this was gorgeous, just to make sure there was no escape from Cloud. And then just how safe they were in playing out these retakes. Like, making sure that there was no way you could get trapped out in hookah because of solid utility usage. He does that a lot, though. The fact he's still impressed with how good he is surprises me a little bit.
At some stage, you got to get desensitized to the lunacy, you'd imagine. KC called a timeout. They said that they were out of them, but obviously we hop into OT, you get a little extra to work with. This is where they're going to need to reflect coming into their attacking side. 5K on the board, 3 away from any ultis. And what I mentioned starting this out was it seemed like there was a decent focus in their last game for Sadek on the attack, building up those orbs early, having the annihilation. But as we come into overtime, there's plenty of strong ultimates that they could decide to fight for instead.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the time they were really looking at Thrash. I feel like it was mostly because Aves was getting so many kills.
That's the thing, the guy's 22 and 13.
You had it online quite often. Well, you know, technically Martin's get more orbs because he's dying more. There you go. So, do you want to talk about
I do
the
think
map?
chances are Thrash is going to win you a round before Dimensional Drift does. Although Martin...
They were using it to clear Viper's pits and stuff. I think they could do it with both. But the point I'm making is I do think a lot of their executions were helped out by Thrash until GX adapted. I think that's the big thing, is throughout this map, the way that we started to now, we've been looking at a very different game. And I think especially when GX go back onto the attack, are they going to keep just going for those fast-paced fights in the early round? Because we've even seen KC start to really match them. For now, though, it is looking like an A-site execution immediately in towards that site.
Direct Purpo choosing another angle to fight on. He's gone into heavy traffic unknowingly. Elite quick on the trade through the smoke. And now the backside of A becomes the new target. Utility is faded. The Toxin's no longer there. The flash forces Cloud off the angle. They're dealing well with some of the fights that GX are looking for being denied early on. Plant coming through, big fight! And it's one on the side of KC. Aves and Sadek maintaining control over Lamps and leaving GX with no foot to stand on. It's only runner, 1v4. And KC would need a serious stumble to give him the opportunities here. At least one, catching Aves off guard. So little time, in fact, sitting on the board. So many opponents now down to just 2, though. It's looking more and more doable. And I did start to get a little bit worried.
He had taken like no damage after those first 2 fights. I was expected to look and him be on like 10 HP.
No, and he was just ready to go.
Somehow he was fine. Again, we talk about pace changes all the way through this match. This was another one coming out from the side of KC, because look at how GX have been playing. A lot of it was B-side aggression with the hold on A. Let's just run it down A. If they do go aggressive or they try and stack up what was a B-side hold, where we saw the majority of executions, that's not going to work anymore. And I think that was why they took the pause. Let's do something different from the norm. Now we look at GX. Did they have the same sort of talk? I have to wait and see Purpo again.
In a round like this, you know, you look back, Purpo was the very man just stood up on top of the van, taking a free kill with the operator.
That must have been a jump peak. I'm just looking on the map where Sugetsu died.
It had to be.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe he was just ADing it. Probably he was jump peeking it. Either way, his head's been ripped off. He's out of the round, and so is Martin. KC with a vacuum of information and the expectation of an A hit. They pushed B long. They tried to fill in the blanks.
An off angle.
Instead, they have been left in the dirt. It's Sadek under pressure. Will at least buy himself a little bit of extra time. A good fight onto Purpo, having fragmented the rest of the squad. It's done well to give him a second breath of life, but there's just too many members coming through that choke point.
Chance for Elite. He found a gap. He's done some damage. The swing is isolated. Kyle goes alone. And now it's down to that 1 versus 1, and Elite takes it at the end. A Red Bull clutch to close it. And maybe mistakes right at the last moment for GX. That's not the way they wanted to lose that map.
Not at all. This is a map they started out behind. KC looked like they were slipping, but in the end, it's a clean OT to put it across the line. 1-0. We'll be back with map 2 after the break.
Azem. Oh, yo. What happened? Azem. What happened, bro? Bro, Azem. Insane. I just saw. Kill.
Good job, Azem. Good up.
Bro, they use every build, bro. This shit. And guess what? We still won, bro. I didn't sign for this shit.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I know you're stressing, right? You need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe. No time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind. Take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side. Let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retrieve. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, the only one I want, be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe. 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it, girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retrieve. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy.
It's another overtime for KC, but this time around, they managed to close it out and come out on top. I'm your host, Yingson. I'm back here with Kukuka and Billy. It's gotta feel great if you're on the side of KC, but we don't usually do this, but that was Giant X's. That was their map. They had such a good chance.
And in so many occasions, we've seen like teams so close to win or so close to take it to another one and loosen that 5v3 to close out the map. I hope that it doesn't hunt them for the rest of the match, because in the end, it was an overtime. It was a very close matchup in what we assume to be the home ground for KC. So even though they took the win, Giant X put up a very good fight, Billy.
Yeah, definitely. I was really concerned for Giant X's attack, right? I was bigging up KC's defense and the protocols that they have in place, but I think Purple managed to, you know, just kind of take the game in his own hands at time on those attack rounds. You know, he was just flying through Carmine Core's utility with only really Fade Prowlers to back him up. So it was still a good effort nonetheless from GX.
We gotta mention, you know, the showers shenanigans that managed to send KC into OT.
We speak a lot about the amount of utility that this composition has, and I think that KC is just brilliant time and time again onto how to use it, the way that they play in pairs, like Here how they use the arc throws combined with the grab net, like everything, and they do this pinch, trying to convert the bonus, even though this didn't end up with them actually converting it. It's a very, very nice idea to have, and it's so proactive to see from them. And we also saw it in the round that took us to this overtime.
So I can't look at you because when we come back to the studio, you guys are going to see what I'm looking at. I'm sorry. Yes, Billy, talk me through this. The round
I want to echo everything that Kukuka said. You know, it was just really nice to see those micro plays with the deadlock and the gecko. You see it right here, that grab net, the molly right into it, right? And even the bonus round too, it's just nice that they have these bonus round defensive protocols in place.
And I think this is a trial by fire. They've been playing so many long matches, and that was a very good example of how they take things to overtime, because Cloud was only one orb away from his ultimate, and with his and Astra's ultimate and Tomasi's ultimate, they would have had a very clear execute, so they knew that they had to protect those orbs from falling into GX's hands.
Not the banana! Not the banana! Put it away, Aves. I'm sorry, but like, how am I supposed to keep a straight face when every time I look over there, I see that beautiful face? I can't. But let's talk about Sui and Tomasi as well, because the last time Tomasi played Astra wasn't the best. He didn't really look comfortable at all. But Billy, this time around, he really looked great. The Yuta was on point as well. I know the stats don't really show that for Sui, but he had a great map as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think Tomasi as well, I mentioned purple, but he is another player that kind of took rounds in his own hands, right? And I think that's a lot of what we've seen from Giant X so far throughout Kickoff is individual moments from players having their hero plays. Unfortunately, you can't always rely on that though.
I love the fact that Sui gets to speak in the Outlaw so much. I think it fits him a lot, and it fits a lot into the plan that KC has. And on the side of Tomasi and Giant X, the way that him and Runner were defending on that B side, how well they were challenging every single piece of utility that KC was putting onto the map, we understand all the homework that they put into this.
Yeah, and looking ahead to the next map, Aves, the last time they played Lotus, he was incredible. Felt like he was shooting and somehow using his Yuto at the same time, Billy. Had a great performance on Bind as well, so it should be a pretty nice day for KC if he can replicate this.
Yeah, definitely. Of course, we'll be seeing Aves kind of jump over onto that fade when we get to Lotus, but the Gecko in particular, I cannot hype up this guy's Gecko enough on Bind. I think the first time we seen him play it, he was very great with the flashes, taking a lot of power into his own hands and peeking off of his own flashes, not always using it in a supportive way, but I just think for someone that's having their VCT debut, he's been absolutely phenomenal. And on this map in particular, we've seen so many multi-frags. Like, there's just confidence absolutely oozing from him at the moment.
Now, in the pre-show, we heard some opinions from both Pips and an N about Lotus, how they feel about the other team's comp. Now, Kukuka, which one do you buy into more? Who convinced you a little bit more?
I'm actually not a big fan of the Harbor. I understand the reasoning and everything, and we cannot put in doubt what KZ is able to do with this kind of compositions, but I do think that he is the kind of agent where if you miss by 1 pixel, you might be leaving a gap or something that your opponent can take advantage of. I do, however, like the Yoru. We were here, and as you were mentioning, Pipson saying they have double TP with the Omen and the Yoru. That is a lot of map covered. And as we know, my team's been picking up the operator. He's going to be a menace no matter where he is.
I have a proposition here for the side of GX, a win condition.
Okay.
Now, when Tomasi was on KC, he was Harbor jailed. They made him play the Harbor, so surely he knows a little bit about their plan. Maybe he might know maybe what N wants to do, some reactive things, maybe some reads as well. A little spy, I feel like, on the side of GX. But the thing is, it's Sadak Harbor, and you know the stuff that he's bringing from Loud is not going to be exactly what Tomasi was doing. But still, Billy, there's a bit of a cope.
Yeah, I mean, there's no changes here from either side, so this is kind of what we expected going into it. I think Lotus for me, though, like, I don't know. Giant X have picked into this, but Carmine Core literally beat Navi on it the other day, or last week, sorry. I mean, the weeks are just flying by at the moment. So they've obviously seen something that they think that they can actually abuse going up against Carmine Core.
I think that the other day when we saw this map, I love the fact that Purpo is showing up today because he did not have a good Lotus at all, and he's going to obviously need it for today. But again, my eyes just go to the Vice and how they're going to defend the sides after the chat that we had at the beginning of the day.
Yeah, and I'm really hoping maybe Tomasi has the read here and is able, Mitch and Tom, to bring us to a map 3.
Well, we could be going all the way to Fracture, but Lotus has to be played out first for GX. This is their map pick, Tom. We go to Comfort, and after an overtime display on the first map, where I probably would have had the most questions for how GX could match up against KC, I'm feeling pretty confident that we could be going all the way to Fracture here today.
Yeah, I wouldn't be overly surprised. The thing is, I think they had a good idea of how to beat out the comp on the last map, and it came down to very tight individual rounds rather than anything in terms of overall structure. They lost to BBL, will have learned from that defeat. They've watched their opponents play this map versus Na'Vi, and they've opted to pick it. So there has to be a reason for that. There has to be a level of comfort for the attack. Already, we're going to see a lot of early space taken towards B, but it seems like C could be the target. And the defense have gone walking.
The only danger here is that wall could split them up, slow down that play. They'll trigger it, and indeed, the two are going to be caught behind it. It's going to cost some time and leave Purpo isolated for this fight. He picked up Aves there. Sure, lost a lot of HP himself and goes down in the end, but it didn't look like it'd be that bad. There were so many players there with him. But somehow, KC have come out on top in every duel, now sitting in a 4v2. A difficult situation to lose around from, Tom, but we'll put it past KC. We saw it in the last map.
How far forward can Westside get? Okay, the immediate teleport out of there. Oh, Sugetsu watching from afar. Nice shots from Runner, though. And you can immediately see the pushback, wanting to try and make sure they can fight this one together. Sanak doesn't want an individual duel. He doesn't want a 1 versus 1. While Runner is looking for those sort of fights, an opportunity almost given to him, but now needs to try and find both and won't get either. It's Sanak to close out the pistol round, and it will be KC in the lead.
Well, it got a little spooky again, but they're able to get it across the line. It's this here that's quite a surprise. The first, sure, the guy has 1 HP, a bullet to the body, it's whatever. The adjustment to up top, immediate. 2 bullets, and he's got that second kill locked down. 1-0 for KC. Pistol round win, and we've seen them do this a couple times as well, Tom. Second rounds, typically minimal investment onto 1 or 2 players. They've got a pretty wide margin for error. If GX want to have any sort of impact in this round, they're going to have to kill a lot of KC's players before that economic damage is felt. That's a good start from Westside. How much more? Well, there's at least 1 more, because now Sadic's gone. And now I'm getting scared. Even now, there's a weapon left on the floor.
That's the thing, like, they seem to be so confident in investing credits into Westside Sheriff every single second round after they've lost the pistol. Because he is so good with this gun that he just causes them issues. And now with all 3 players making their way towards A, the defense is now doing the same. They have made the realization of where this push is going to be coming from. I think they also have the wall down on C in case anybody tries to walk into that spot. So their idea really is spot on.
It's only the second round, but these teams playing with elimination in the back of their mind. Purpo has got his rifle out already, the man advantage to play with. He'll be shut down, but damage done. 1 left down to 5 and quickly dispatched up close. The fight's not looking better. KC only have a lead. An Outlaw, definitely not the ideal weapon for this. And the flash good, but the time gone. 1-1 already on the board. And it's GX to come through with the win. A surprising turn of events, Tom. This was a round we come into talking about, oh, they shouldn't really be able to even hurt their economy. They take the money.
I was about to say, can we get the audio of Mitch starting this round?
Yeah, it's my bad. It's my bad again.
It was so instant as well. I was like, yeah, no, there shouldn't really be that much of a chance, but damn it. And then it's just like instantly 2 kills.
2 kills, rifle recovered, 5v3. My bad, guys. No, I'll apologize to Zeiss for that one. That could have been the curse.
Yeah, this is the pain. You're watching the pain you've put that bad.
Come on, it's all superstition. There's no proof out there. KC looking to bounce back. 1-1 on the board. A rifle in Sugetsu's hands. A stinger found its way into Martin's possession, and he has already crept his way up into their spawn. At this point, they might consider just pumping the brakes. Sugetsu can get out, or just buy some time for that wrap. Look where Martin is already.
This paranoia could get 3 players. There's going to be so many blinded already. Sugetsu picked off. Elite the same. Looking like a clean retake with a little bit of extra damage, but stopping this diffuser is now impossible. They're going to try and bypass it. Really solid hold from the side of GX. And although Cloud was a little bit low, they're going to come through with the majority of the weapons here.
Cloud was key as well. He turned to watch the back, caught that flank coming around, and I think the Spidey sense is tingling. They saw that decoy coming in from deep on B site early on, before the rest of the squad had already breached through, and just figured Martin was up to some shenanigans. There you go, it is. Literally, that timing was perfect.
One enemy
If one more second was given to Martin there, that could have been 2 kills, rifle on the floor to be retrieved safely, and a very difficult situation stemming from it. Instead, 2-1. No worries for that defensive side. They lost the pistol, now they've got the lead.
And they've got a huge economic advantage for it as well. Being able to retrieve some of those guns as they do it. Martin, already with ult. He's going to look to try and wrap in behind them. Westside, though, just with spam, has been able to do a large amount of damage. And although Martin is here, he is definitely noted. Immediately dealt with. Good trades out from Sadak, but that's left the spike on the deck. And the other 2 were trapped by the wall. And Tamazi isn't just sitting there. They're even going to use the Nightfall to push them back. Still, Sugetsu wins that fight. How much more can he get here? Please don't peek him 1v1.
He's also 1 away from that ultimate. Retrieving the spike might get a little bit easier. Opening the door here, causing problems. GX know he can take that orb and take the TP. They'll push up to take the fight and almost throw it away. Sugetsu had time to reset, just couldn't pull the trigger quick enough.
It makes me nervous. I feel like some of these clutch situations from GX have been a little bit looser than I would like them to be. But they get this one over the line, and again, you're seeing the core damage. I also think that this is one of the hot topics with this Harbor utility. This is what I mean. That is where it's like you go through and you get slowed. It's like, can you show me the moment where Runner was slowed? Because he didn't look slowed. He looked like he ran through it and just did immeasurable damage.
It's even, you talk about the utility and what it does. Right there, Purpo just ran through the wall knowing where one player was. He didn't know about anyone else. Ran in to take the fight. That is a crazy risk to take in this round. I thought they would take fights and back off. Reset, create distance. They're doing that now. They're winning against the pistols now, but 1 rifle's being retrieved. The potential for damage is there. Aves is the one with the big weapon in his hand, but for now, that Viper wall was denying them any chance to take those duels. Still, a reset in this situation gives them a chance to dent the GX economy.
Aves has been clean with it. I think he's got to be up there with the headshot percentage, but well, that's going to be quite easy in the end for GX. Solid work. And again, they've never shied away from the fight. I do get what you're saying. When you're up against weaker weaponry, getting up in their face is always going to have that risk about it.
Especially when it's not a full, like we've seen them push here before as 3. This time it was a much more fragmented one.
But the thing I'll say is I do quite like the, especially you go back to the last map, they were never shying away from taking away map control from their opponent. And I think that's something important when you play up against a Sadak team. Never let him get comfortable, because the second he is, you've lost.
Well, that's it. And also just keeping this in their mind that there is no such thing as free space. So they always use utility. They're always burning something to check those angles. At least limiting what they have later on in the round.
These 2
or at that point. Big ultis indeed. Space clearers.
Wait, it's so much info as well. Like that's the thing you find with both of them, is being able to sort of get you all the information, move people out of tough positions, and especially when you have someone like Martin to take that space from them, I'll be intrigued to see where they're put into play.
Well, they've certainly got the read that Westside with an Outlaw is towards the C side. He's been spamming through a smoke with it, trying to pick players up. No connection just yet, but you have to applaud the guy for trying. It's not a usual strategy you'll see deployed. The KC have spread quite wide on this, really putting the net out there for maximum return. And the idea was to push Tamazi back from this position, deny some of that map control, maybe even cause a rotation. That has not worked. They are steadfast in their denial of rubble control, and GX's reward for that, as they now send 1 player to B, 1 player sitting outside A. They are ready with 3 on C for this push.
30 seconds
Already
left.
looking a little troublesome, having to dance and dodge. The flash is good, but still alive is Westside, and he's got support from Runner. Runner's the one to do the majority of damage, but Sugetsu's caught him. Now the weaponry gets removed, and Purpo is trying to execute on it, but it hasn't caught, hasn't been able to be found. This is now much more of a problem
10 seconds left.
for this defensive side, as that spike will be planted.
They heard the shrouded step too. They're worried about Sugetsu. He could be in the spawn. They've cleared at least closed boxes. Now they found him. But he's got 2 teammates with him. No easy fight for the side of GX. Just one round on the board for KC, and they're looking to double up here and now. Nice fight by Purpo, though. He drops a lead. There's still a chance. They know exactly where Tamazi is. A brave attempt to jump up top. Both players staring at him. This is a death-defying stunt if he gets away with it. With time ticking down, he has to make a move. The swing into heavy traffic results in him being flattened. 4-2. KC trailing, but closing the distance.
Yeah, they had to commit a fair bit into getting into the site. The Reckoning utilized, and the thing is, up until that point, I felt like the trades went quite effectively. It was this spam through the smoke that ended up doing the work, and then the weaponry being removed at a similar time. They still do have themselves the Nightfall, but I'm looking at the other side of GX, still having credits available because they've kept not only winning the second round, but also getting themselves quite a few clean rounds here and there. And again, we're going to see this early control fought for out towards Rubble. But after seeing nothing, they retreat back immediately. And this is much more patient from KC. They're not fighting it early. They waited just a moment.
Smoke out, leaves Purpo behind it, but he's going to step forward to help his teammate Cloud under a lot of pressure. Purpo emerges and comes out a second time. Every time he's missing the cavalry until he's trapped behind that wall. KC, a little bit of an unpredictable pace that they took towards it. I thought maybe Westside had an angle to catch them, but they've just made it through the door. He won't get there with it still open. So the nice little safe haven for KC with plenty of numbers to their back, but Westside behind them and a big flank around from Runner. That timing was perfect. But a good adaptation from those players remaining to put a third on the board.
Yeah, just that little bit of extra time that KC took, I think they probably realized that, okay, they're going to challenge for that map control, but if they don't see any contact, they've been immediately falling away to bolster up the rest of the map. It's quite a common thing to do. I think that's the moment where I question whether or not for GX it's better to re-aggress through one angle or try and play a retake or try and reposition back towards the A site in another way. I think that might have been the better call in that moment, but it was a little bit more like guns-ho, like let's just run in, try and fight, and it hasn't worked out for them. Interestingly, it looks like, though, this is a KC pause, so maybe getting a little bit ahead of themselves, Eng spotting one or two things that he does or doesn't like, and they're going to be the ones to slow this down after bouncing back with 2 rounds.
Well, yeah, I mean, it is interesting. You never know whether that's going to be comms, overhype, or, like you said, just that small little mistake, even a course correction of what they're about to come up against. GX coming into a round with a couple of ultimates. The Viper's Pit could be key. The Nightfall is there as well. Mazzy has his ult. And I think the idea that as well their credits are in this hit or miss spot. There's going to be a big investment coming in from Tamazi, putting most of his credits on the line, not for the reward of a strong rifle. If they take this, they can steamroll.
It's a crunch round. They could just be the way that Eng's looking at it. Like, we win this round, we get a couple for it.
Exactly.
We're in the lead, we get the half back. We lose this round, our own economy's in bits, and they could take the lead further. And so just pointing out what they have, how to maybe avoid or adapt, or what they're going to do from the research. It seems like both teams have had the same idea. An early battle towards that C site. A lot of utility put into play. Nightfall expended. Tamazi shoots the one thing he doesn't want to, but because the players are blinded, it doesn't matter. He's been able to hold back in that corner, and even with the wraparound from Sugetsu, it's only going to be the one.
Yeah, it was a good attempt to use these players deafened up to TP in behind, but not gonna work out with low HP on Sadek.
Ace.
Should be a formality just to take this one down. It's Clouds, 5th on the board. The ace to secure the round.
He had an ace in the first series as well.
Yeah.
At that time it was on Pearl, but it just seems like there's a few things right now in the season that are inevitable, and one of them is that Cloud is going to get himself an ace. 14-4. Definitely had a quieter first map individually, but I do think those sort of games are going to be expected when you're taking over that mantle as IGL, but there's no doubt the individual brilliance of this man.
Bro,
I love how the only word he was allowed to say was bro. What was the rest of the sentence?
Well, KC call a pause after winning 2 rounds in a row, putting themselves 4-3, lose to Cloud acing, and GX call a pause. Now, if you can track
Gibson's
what's
like,
going on here.
Don't kill everybody. Share the kills. Come on.
You almost have ult. Just get 3. Let the others clean up. I mean, yeah, it is. I like this, though, from teams. Proactive pauses early on. Steady the ship before you're in a disastrous situation. Tie everything down before the storm comes.
I think it's also got to be frustrating from a KC perspective. I think that they'd probably somewhat want to pause now, but somewhat not. You've just spoken about what you wanted to do in a crunch round. Evidently, whatever it was didn't work. You've lost that crunch round dominantly to a player acing you off the back of his own ult and almost having that ult again. And even still, if they had killed Cloud, Tamazi was still in the corner, someone else they had to deal with. So it was not. It was looking like GX came out of that with the right read. And now you look at, wow, it is a stinker of a buy coming through for Carmine Corp. They have got 1 ultimate. They have got themselves pistols and a single stinger. If they win this one, I'll be impressed.
Onta's there for good information. So KC getting a little ahead of themselves, though. Caught lined up inside the smoke by Tamazi. GX have a huge advantage with players already rotated in. The pistols in play for KC, not finding their mark. It's only Purple who's gone down. Cloud, we talked about his ultimate. Doesn't quite get it online. The 3-piece instead is Tamazi's, but 1 away from another ulti. GX 6-3 in the lead. Ult economy activated. Credits galore. This is a beautiful spot to be in for the defenders.
Yeah, and the thing as well is they've been keeping a lot of their anti-eco rounds quite clean.
Ridiculous.
So just the fact that they have had 4 players surviving in this round, any worry about credits is immediately gone. We go back into the buy. I'm looking at that Reckoning again. I feel like it has been impactful, the 1 round they used it to sort of take over that C control, although they did have some problems dealing with Elite even while that was going on. Looking like we're back to, again, some of this early control taken outside this B site. Although it does seem like Cloud wants the challenge.
Well, I mean, that's hardly a surprise. Cloud playing aggressive. What is a surprise is Tamazi going down early on, picked off on the door. The A site now looking a little weaker as a result. KC haven't set their sights on it just yet, though. This is a very patient play from that attacking side, perhaps expecting as this round goes on, you're either going to see a Viper's Pit put down somewhere to give them that little bit of extra control, or you'll see aggression. And if they get aggression, they'll be ready for it. But they've just moved out of position as Purpo stepped up. Luckily for them, they went back to check it just in time. A shift to the A site, although despite the fact Tamazi's gone down, Rubble is still under GX's control.
Well, they're not clearing him.
They've
wouldn't.
Seen this player
run away. This is a chance for him to just go absolutely ham. He's been having an insane game so far, waiting for another player, but they finally dealt with him. Westside, though, he's got to be careful. He still gets the kill while completely blinded. And Purpo then comes in as backup. It looked like this round, at least from the start, was going to be dangerous for the side of GX. But again, they come out with a few losses and the remaining players unscathed.
That's got to hurt for KC as well. You can see they had the right ideas. For most of this round, there were 2 players sat in spawn holding the B aggression. And I swear, if you watch that back, there is less than 5 seconds of a gap between when they start to shift towards C, eventually they go back to A, but when they move off of that position, and when Purple rounds the corner, that could have been him shut down. A quick opening kill probably would have been a change of direction, and it certainly would have stopped him from picking up the 3-piece to close the round. 7-3 nonetheless. GX with a big advantage. 4 ultimates as well coming into this round. And already damage done, yeah.
That's insane. It's literally almost just taken out the man who's meant to be on the entry. And the man also, most of the time, will be following up on this Reckoning. And that's the other thing, is there was, in the last round, the ultimate economy was slightly in favor of KC. Now it definitely is not. Like having the showstopper, Nightfall, they could opt to play retake, but they are taking a face-up fight. And that's gone quite well.
Yeah, Reckoning is used as salt in the wounds, keeping these players back from any form of re-aggression on the C site and giving KC full control over this backside push. Even the Cove put down, that's going to block a couple of bullets had they have tried to spam Sagetsu from the connector. Now Steel Garden comes into play. You're going to be robbed of any of your weapons if you stay close, and if you go far back, that clock becomes an even bigger opposition. With the showstopper, the gap, that's nasty! Elite, Believe pops the Arc Rose, swings in and takes him down just as the rocket's being primed. Cloud left to do it all. Well, not gonna have a chance.
He's been doing a lot. 17 and 5 right now.
Too late.
But yeah, that time is ticking. And it's ticking way too far. Maybe hoping he can take a couple on the exit. The problem is he's being watched. There is another player behind him that he has to be wary of. Sugetsu is lurking in the darkness, and he will take down Cloud, dropping every single gun. That would be a problem for GX, at least going into the next round. But again, I love that round from Elite. Like, it's the fact that not only do you see the Steel Garden perfectly timed, like he removed all their weapons as they use Nightfall. So his teammates are under pressure, that pressure is gone. They're not gonna push off that with no guns. But then the second the showstopper is popped, he goes, okay, I know it's here, pops the flash, instant kill. Like, that's just a confident player playing around his own utility map.
Really, really nice round. A much needed timing for KC as well. Remember, unless I'm greatly mistaken, this is the team that won the pistol. Now they're 7-4 down with big rounds in the last couple. Opening pick, recovered by Martin. Huge play, but he's got players behind him. Sugetsu's covering. The door will close. The opportunity no longer there for GX. 2 versus 4. We talked about a lot of ultimates that this squad had. They used their showstopper last round. Still, well, Tamazi is just now using the From the Shadows and a Viper's Pit online for Westside. The last round of the half, you're going to put it into play, but with a minute 5, even putting the pit in now, they could just go the other direction. But once it's planted, then it's a different game.
So just finding a spot to use it.
Nightfall online.
Nightfall used, that was gamed by the plant. He's going to use it to try and cover the spike, but even still, there's so much delay. Doesn't have the sound at the moment to really play off anything whatsoever. Teammate in Tomazi trying to wrap back around and just wants to try and bait some of these players into the fight, but they are just not playing within that pit. A little bit worried about the spam, but it doesn't matter when Martin's about. That's going to be a 5th round and at least a decent recovery towards the end for KC.
Oh yeah, this game is still very much within their grasp, but after a very hot start from GX, looks like a map 3 still possible. Seeing players like Martin step up towards the end, though, you know the KC have got one hell of a fight primed and ready once they swap sides. But of course, before... Welcome back, folks. We're coming into half 2 of map 2, and Tom, this is where things get serious. So far, it's been Valorant played out, some exciting rounds, but the stakes, they haven't been quite as high as coming into this. We could leave this half with one less team in Kickoff, or we could be going all the way to Fracture. The choice, well, it's up to GX. They need to win this map to keep the series alive.
Yeah, and to take a little bit of a look back, obviously we don't have much data, but last time out, it was a bit of a rougher defense for the side of GX, only managing, I think, 3 rounds, but a very good defense for KC. So potentially both teams going onto their better side of the map. Martin already in an incredibly aggressive position. The reveal gave him the info, but at least for now he hasn't been able to capitalize.
And no follow through. Purpa down and out. I think that was a spam straight through as Sees KC concede some space. Sonic falls as a result, and B site seems to be a little bit more open, but that wall has bought a little bit more time, and with the flank coming in of Sagetsu and knowledge of players towards that B site, he walks straight into them, but they're returning, looking the right way. GX claim the advantage, and they're gambling towards the C site. It's a blind pick, but it's the right pick up.
Cover going out.
Not really much in regards to stopping them. I'm sure that's going to slow them down a little bit and maybe put some doubt in the minds of the players on this side of the map. Those doubts will only last so long. They are going to make their way in for the plant, and the thing is, they can still look to use some of that extra utility in the post plant. Tamazi still having himself that paranoia could be massive. Also still having the arc rows, and I believe the wall has just been put into play as well.
It's down that little laneway in the water. At least getting the info if the push comes down that way. KC cautious of the flank. They've cleared it out. Martin picking up west side as well. Some utility removed. Tamazi steps it up, and he'll have to do a little bit more. Both players significantly tagged up, but two guns facing him. Up top is the next, and Aves is whipping it all. Tamazi gets the reload off, and time ticking away. It's a disaster for KC. Tamazi clutching out with the Red Bull clutch and the three-piece pickup.
Done. Replay team. I know what you're building.
There's a slow-mo from Aves.
I know what you're building.
But
I don't want to see it.
Accept it here and now.
I just edit all of the whips out and just put it like a headshot montage.
It's not going to happen.
That's all I want. Look at this. Beautiful. Headshot after headshot. Oh, they did cut it out. Thank you very much. Lovely.
Our EVS team are feeling forgiving today. That is a first.
So we just cut back to
super slow-mo. We've actually called a pause just to watch Aves with.
That's a rough one, but a huge round for Tamazi. Had a lot of them in the first half. Definitely been a little bit, or first map I should say, a little bit more quiet when it comes to this map in particular, but we did see a lot of the best from GX when it came to this attack side. I won't lie, there are still moments in my mind where I see him win a clutch and I go, and that's a round for Case. No, it's not. No, it's not. There's... And Saw! Not quite that far back.
That's again the situation where you just cut the map in half, essentially. Sadix just stepped across the line to ruin that perfect graph. But the gamble from GX is directly into the wide open site now. A little easier to do, and there's 3 to play with. But KC, they've gotten unlucky. Every time they stack it up, their opponents go the opposite way. And with the weaponry in play, the weaponry is just baseline. Just the classics, El Clasicos. You really think at this point, if someone pushes them, they get a kill. Fantastic. And if they don't, then you just go down to the spike. And that's sort of the expected result here will be most of these players. Of course, yeah, Cloud's
They got a ghost.
Light shields, but...
Yeah, he's dead. Oh, maybe not. Now he's going to die. Next one. He'll get one more.
Ace. Okay.
See, there we go. Counter curse.
Could have been the second ace of the map, but yeah, this is the expected result. Of course, these players just don't want to go down in a fight that they know they're not going to win. Everybody on GX can take a battle bar Cloud with a huge advantage. You're diving into them, they're going to get orbs. There's no point. Better off just go down, reset the round. They jump off the map if they could. 9 to 5. The gap, still significant.
Yeah, I'm definitely a little bit more worried for KC in this scenario. Like how they're going to turn this back from this point onwards. I think Martin would definitely be one of the pinnacle points, and I'm looking at where this defense is currently building up. You've already got majority of players sat towards this A side, wanting that early control. And in fact, it's Elite now under some serious pressure. Now he can sort of sit back behind this wall and hope that he only gets a 1v1 instead. Well, he's already down. And in fact, the players looking to come in through B have been wrecked in the meantime. This is looking like an incredibly clean round, not one where your opponents are having their first buy.
Yeah, just so you know at home, KC did have rifles coming into this round. This was not their eco. They have ramped up economically. That's about the only sense that they've ramped up. This is a disaster. Giving double digits to GX, giving a flawless round as well. I mean, we're not looking at a very easy comeback to say the least. An uphill battle, and I hope they've brought their hiking shoes.
The thing as well, you look at the ults that can be built up, it becomes very difficult. Like you throw in a Nightfall, you use yourself the Vice ult to remove everybody's weapons, like, and you talk about Showstopper as well. Like these are all ultimates that can easily take over rounds, and then if you get that far, you'd have a Viper's Pit or something. So getting into those later rounds is going to be difficult, but you're also going to have a break of what will be more of a half buy into this one. And again, I feel like it has just been those sort of counter reads. Oh, he's just seen a pixel, and cool, full cheese. We love that.
Yeah, I mean, I pity KC calling a timeout here because they're going to sit down. I mean, what, like, yeah. Now, but what else is I supposed to do? You put all this effort into the game, and a guy just sees a pixel of your guy. It's minute timing. We're down to nanoseconds. Kills him, and then just goes, another few bullets. Oh, I got another one. Fantastic. Yeah. Like, you can't account for that. And at such a pivotal round as well. This was it. That was a swing round. KC now left with 2 players with low economy, and this pause is not a pause to go, how do we stop that from happening again? No, you look back at that round and go, unlucky, move on. Now it's a question of how the hell do we recover before GX get to a 3rd map?
Luckily for KC, they are very good at playing long games. They've been doing that throughout the last week, so we know that if it goes to a 3rd map, unlikely that they'll teeter out towards the end. They'll look to still fight tooth and nail, and on the other side of things, I think GX are going to be riding high, especially after it was a gamble. Like, you lose your opponent's best map in a very close fashion, definitely could have won it. You come into your own map choice, a map that you lost last week versus BBL, and you pick it again. You go, okay, we're giving this another bite of the cherry. It seems like this team knows where their strengths lie, have made those adaptations, even if it's just more on an individual basis. I feel like a lot of the mistakes they were making have diminished.
Cutting through.
But more importantly, some of those individuals are just popping up. Same again. Early aggression over on this A side of the map, no resistance, and well, GX have gone, you know what? We really enjoyed how the last round went. We also think we might do it again.
With some movement back. Viper wall towards A, always going to be a pain. You'll see this put down most rounds just to rob you of the information. But KC, they had left this side very open. It was only going to be Martin here. Now, reinforcements come through. Aves is ahead of the wall. He's playing point of contact as well. He sees them. That gets the gate crash down, which luckily will get Martin out and away from that nade.
I think that was a nade seize as well. So he's one of the only people who could get away from that. Nonetheless, the attack still very much homed in. Defensive side looking like they're setting up almost entirely for a retake. Martin, if he can garner an orb, it would set them up wonderfully to get all the information on the retake. Instead, for now, it's looking like a 5v5 post plant.
Cloud's going to be a key player. They're all looking at the site as that wall goes down. This will be Cloud's opportunity, but he's already fired. He's given away his position. No element of surprise, hoping to help out, but hasn't been the herd. Aves onto Purpo, site thinning more and more by the second. Tamazi won't get anything. His foothold now removed. And it's all onto Cloud with nothing to say. The fade on the other side. Aves with another big round. And that's put KC on the board in a very key moment.
Yeah, I think you witnessed some slight adaptations in this round in general. Firstly, Runner was playing much more passive on C. He wasn't gambling on those early fights as he was in the first. But this is what happens when they don't get caught on the rotations. They're able to gather up together. I think even going back to last year, something we talked about a lot with Carmine Corp was a team that was very good at their set retakes. Yep. If you could disrupt them, I think Foot destroyed them once by disrupting their retakes. It was tough. So when they can get into these scenarios, they've always been, I think it's an Eng thing, always been a very good team. Now we get to see how GX adapt, because again, that was what I loved about last map. A much more aggressive take once again, stuck in the mud, but not much to capitalize on, although saying that Sugetsu does find the opener.
Seeing this confident face, Sadik stepping up as well to double up and shut down the A push. Looking elsewhere, Elite knows he's got a fight brewing with Westside. Doesn't want to overcommit. If he goes down now, they lose all control. Not only on B, but even that little bit of extra info on C. Spotting that nobody's pushed through just yet with the wall in play. He doesn't want to give that up. Instead, backing off to the spawn, creating more of a barrier, more space between him and his opponent. Now Cloud, oh, he fakes it out. West side almost got a kill there. That would have made this round much more palatable. Instead, he's walkabouts, and Elite is still waiting. Not quite quick enough on the trigger, though, and that's going to allow the side of GX to regroup, get the plant, and in fact, I'm wrong, not regrouping, staying aggressive.
Well, that's the thing, Cloud's earned up that Nightfall. Already the Reckoning is going to reveal the position, or not quite at least, no. Just about managed to dodge a big kill from Westside, putting things back into a 2v2 and just looking to try and keep the distance between these two defensive players. Sugetsu's battle versus Cloud is everything. He takes this kill and maybe there's a chance. Instead, he's TPing into the smoke and the spray's not landed. He's still on that site, but the sprint is coming through from Elite to try and support. Sugetsu might not need it, but that time is still ticking. It's all Sugetsu. We thought the battle might go through on the other side of the map, but it turns out he will do it all and just about enough time to get it over the line.
What a big play. We've had Aves step it up, and now Sugetsu micro-clutching. He's been around for a little while, part of the first fight, rotating back in. To be honest, remarkable that he's made that much space. Even the shrouded step that he went for into his own smoke, they heard it. The spam was there, and it was so close to connecting, but off by a pixel, and that's all it took. A small opportunity, and KC blow this game wide open. 3 rounds in between them. Credits on the breadline for GX. This could be where KC take it from a foot in the door to a door off the hinges. It could be anyone's game.
Here we go again. This time not caught by the C's. And actually the rest of the team going much more direct. This was something again on the last map, just running it down in these early stages of the round. And a little bit of luck that's gone a long way. Tamazi finds the opener.
It's a big pick. That's an even bigger one. Sadik put to bed. B site open for the plant as well. Sugetsu having to take risks, and this is something GX are ready for with all these numbers still in play. West side. Oh, he's been spotted. What a shot by Sugetsu. A beautiful correction. And the ult's used to reposition. He'll go to his teammate. Now look for this. 2 players on one angle and one coming in up top. It's not going to be the easiest because GX have already taken this into group setup. Pushed in together. 4 players now on site. Big swings coming through, and trades not even needed. A clean close to the round. GX just a couple steps away from bringing us to fracture.
Yeah, I like that. More proactive. It was something I mentioned in the retakes. You allow them to retake, you can end up in trouble. You continue to be proactive, it becomes much harder for KC to get in. And that's exactly what they do here. Sure, they had the advantage anyway. That's always going to make it a little bit easier. But they don't allow Aves to do anything. Then they can isolate that second battle from one angle together. And they all swing it at once.
Insane.
Good round from them. 11-7. Lead extended again. And look at the economy already.
The ult economy as well, stacked up so heavily in GX's favor. They have all these safety nets to fall back in, and they don't need any of them. Dominance in the opening fight, a big stack up from KC, an attempt to take the fight to GX. Well, they took it to them, and then they gave it to them as well, as the round seems to be set in stone for 12-7 for 5 consecutive rounds, for KC being the only chance to get back in. And look at their economy, Tom. It is in the bin. Elite wants to save this weapon.
I'll say as well, one major adaptation in this round was, you have to bear in mind, there isn't the same damage of the Raze nade. So you can't just seize nade, it has to be seize and someone peeks. They see the seize, they pre-fire Sugetsu on top of that wall. Like, he is dead within an instant second. I can only assume that is someone going, he killed me last time, he's not killing me again. Yeah. So it kind of becomes a little bit more telegraphed when you don't have something as simplistic as, I'm going to nade that with a seize, which will get a kill if there's somebody there.
All liter and lots of steps, but that spike's about to explode. Still, there are some players close enough. In fact,
Runner?
Just about to round the corner. Runner's going to get... Oh, what?
Okay.
You know, I'm thinking he gets the info and the other 3 are close enough. You know, maybe he opens the door and Elite slips away. Nope, just domes him in the head immediately.
This is what happens when your team is made up of all ex-duelists.
Yeah, that's the thing.
It's like Runner goes, yeah, I think I've done this before. And there you go. They are so prepared for that exact peak that, again, it kind of comes down to KC doing the same thing again, maybe hoping that someone else acts as a distraction, but you have to feel like I would be saying the opposite.
Insane.
If GX had died to that again, I would have gone, guys, come on, like, you're dying to the same thing.
Well, this is a big problem now. Just look as we get into this round, before the barriers even go up, 4 ultimates in play for the side of GX. They only need 1 round, and a lot of big impact ones as well. This is somewhere that KC are going to have to try to be ever vigilant, round in, round out. They can always spin back into the favor of GX now. A slow approach to this attack. They have claimed Rubble successfully. KC not looking to get aggressive there. And the assumption from GX, and I like this, is that there'll be aggression elsewhere. They look for it on C. There it is. But Sugetsu's landing the shot and made it out. And yeah, 5 HP on West side.
That's actually, that's ridiculous. That was almost, I was looking at it on the map like they might line up, but it's unusual. You see that much damage done from a single shot of a Sheriff. One of the only ways they were going to come back into this round was off individual brilliance. Aves having that ult, but there's still plenty to play with for the side of GX. Also looking at the position of Sadak. This close corner, a judge, it could be deadly.
Oh, this could be massive, especially with the first player isolated by that wall. Here comes the step up, the walk through, and primed and ready is Sadak, all 3, baby! Looking for the full house. There were plenty more to pick up, but okay, Cloud survives a moment longer. And that is all he gets. 12-8. KC not letting it slip just yet, but like we said, it is a long road to redemption. Starting out this way, though, doesn't look too bad.
It's just so nasty. One of those players desperately low already from the shot of Sugetsu. And then, yeah, if they go a little bit further, if he holds back, he gets 1, because the wall's going to block it. So he just plays a little bit more aggressive. I think it's also going to be way more frustrating. You look across the stage and you know that Sadak's going to be laughing at you. Because he's always having fun.
Having a good time.
Then it's going to get worse. Same setup again. We've seen this many a time from the defense, but
great angle.
You don't see Sugetsu jumping up on that wall anymore. Instead, it's a slow walk.
Shout out the Obs. Makes this chaotic situation look that little bit more tangible, understandable. Martine's already been spotted. In goes the paranoia, but no chance to capitalize on it. The nade forcing him out of position. Sugetsu lucky to survive that. Could have had his head ripped off with a bit of a shallow TP. Nice stuff from Sadak.
Regen shield as well.
Right back up to 25, 125 that is, with 4 rounds left to go. An opening pick like that. This might force an ult out of GX to try to bridge the gap. Maybe the showstopper's on its way.
That's the thing, they've had them a while now. I've been waiting for the moment where they're finally going to be utilized. Maybe just used for the late round instead. Steel Garden, taking away the weapons, throwing a showstopper. But Reckoning could be perfect here. Chance to clear out a lot of those backlines, reveal every single player in their tracks. That's exactly what he's going to do. But there is Purpo just trying to delay them while this ult is active.
Yeah, it's the crowd control from this showstopper. They can't push forward while the rocket hasn't been fired or until it fades away. Eventually, they decide to make a move. Steel Garden activated after runner's kill. Ready for the fight up close and delivering every step of the way. Elite at least recovers a single kill, and Sugetsu will group up with him. But the time is ticking and they need to move fast. It's already too late, especially with 3 players left. GX have bought themselves a 3rd map. Elimination will come down to Fracture. And I have to say, the delivery here, some of these plays seeing Cloud activated like this, it's not going to be an easy closer for KC.
Yeah, we haven't seen either of these play this map just yet, so it is a perfect way to end it on a 3rd. I can't wait. We'll see after the break.
Bro, they died to smoke.
Yeah, but bro, I did it so smart, you cannot even imagine.
Because you are the smartest guy here, bro. Nah, I'm joking, bro. I'm joking. Don't get that confidence, bro. I'm joking, bro.
What do you mean don't get to this confidence, bro? He needs that, bro. What do you mean, bro?
Yeah, now you're sorry.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. Know what it is, you know what I mean? Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't made top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the win. Gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot. I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on wet, yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion.
It's nice to see Pipson have a good time. Was my ears working or did he laugh?
Yeah,
there was
he
some
actually
laughs
laughed.
and smiles?
Yeah, we should go back and take a look at that round. We need to see exactly what is that was making him so happy. But he had a lot of reasons to be so cheerful, especially after the way that we all know that first map ended.
Yeah, he looked pretty happy. I mean, you can't not be happy when your team's managing to put up that performance against KC.
Yeah, and you got to be happy with your IGL as well. You know,
Absolutely.
we talk about these fragging IGLs. You know, we theorize whether IGLs need to frag in this state of the game. And the answer from Cloud is, yeah, he can do it. And it wasn't just the frags, it was the importance of his kills.
Yeah, exactly. Like the way that he was playing around the map, how he was guiding the team, how they wanted to show that opposition against KC from the beginning of the round. Even when they were executing onto sides, not leaving them the room that they needed to plant. I think that it's massive calling and massive performance from him.
Yeah, like Bea said, like he was just able to be around the map and help control the map, both on attack and defense. And we talk about fragging IGLs and, you know, their capabilities of being able to lift the team spirits and yeah, pop off when they need to. And that's exactly what Cloud did in this map.
Yeah, and as Pipson would say, insane.
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 Just insane. Insane. Love the Leo Phantom even as well. I want to shout that out. But of course, this is the thing, right? They had a pretty horrific way to end map 1, and the fact that they're able to come out and mentally do this, Billy, I think is incredibly impressive, because this could have just easily been a 2-0 to KC.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I don't think that KC were doing anything particularly bad. I think that they kind of just didn't have an answer to what Giant X were doing. You know, the Giant X, like, I feel as though they really found the momentum in the last of that bind map. They were really starting to pick things up and break through whatever KC was showing them.
They were various similarities, right, in the way that they wanted to challenge them when they were unbind, and also what we were seeing on Lotus, for example, with the rubble control. We understand, and of course we were hearing from Pipson, how having different compositions is going to affect the way that you have a control over that part of the map. And what we saw Giant X doing time after time was Cloud actually just using that, and as I'm saying, put in all the utility to make sure that this was going to be advantageous for them. Did they win every single time? No, but they have their various different ideas that gave them some very good wins in different times of the round, understanding the different waves that KC were using.
Yeah, and I think something that I was complaining about in the last map was the fact that they had so many hero plays, but in that A-Rubble, like you say, you were really actually seeing the synergy come through from the team, which was nice.
And Tomazzi, the spy, against his old team. I bet it felt really nice for him to hit the final shot. We won't talk about the other, like, 12.
I just want to say it again.
Yeah,
I'm so happy because this didn't make the replay, so we cut it for you guys because
No.
The best on the other side.
Wait, my monitor's gone off. I don't know what's happening. I can't see this. I'm not watching. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna feel nice though. It's gonna feel nice. The side swap, and kind of from there they managed to get the momentum and close it out.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that from the beginning, when they were able to not allow KC to convert that pistol round, you win that second one. We understand that he's so happy because that means we're most likely going to be going to Fracture, as you're saying. It helps continue that momentum.
Here's the thing though, for KC, they're used to this. They always play map 3. Even last year, they love an overtime. They love being in the studio for as long as humanly possible. So this is not new for them. If anything, I feel like it's almost a comfort zone. But how does GX handle this? Because for some of these players, they've never been in a situation as high pressure as this before.
I mean, we saw it last week. It didn't end up going their way, and probably it's that is the pressure, is the long hours, and of course, even though they've won that Lotus, I think it's very difficult to let go of your mind how close you were to closing that bind. This could have been a 2-0, but you know, do not think about that. It doesn't matter. Fracture is fresh. It is new. Even though KC has played a lot, we still have not seen what they have cooked for this map. Same goes for GX. So, you know, any theories? Anything we would like to see?
Real quick, I need Tomazzi to chill out. Like, my girlfriend watches this stream, all right? You need to relax. You need to relax. But Billy, what do you think about Fracture? Because can I convince you a cheeky little Sadak raise, perhaps?
Sadak raise? Yeah. You know what? I've been complaining at him playing the Harbor the whole time, so I'm not going to complain if we get to see a Sadak on the raise. I'd be pleasantly... Yeah, I'd be happy to watch that.
Yeah, I remember watching it in Brazil. It was not the best, but it was fun. Yeah.
I want to see some chamber. Like, I feel like we're missing some chamber action on Fracture. I want to see if both the teams are going to continue playing with that Vice. Maybe we're gonna see some Tejo. We still haven't seen it today. We still, you know, I'm down for some surprises here.
I think we're about to find out whether we are gonna get those surprises.
Oh,
we're gonna get the Tejo. There you go.
Oh, we're not gonna get the chamber, but you know, I'm going to take this. Martin, who is on that Euro almost like permanently now. Elite moving to something that he has to be very, very comfortable with on that cipher.
Yeah, I mean, we've not seen Martin on any other duelist so far, so that's interesting that he's just filling the boots of doing a Yoru. But looking over at Giant X, I really like the crunch potential of the composition that they've got. You've got that Fade, that Breach that you can pair up with that Raze utility, and I think if they continue on in the way that they've been playing with that aggressive sort of play style, I think this could genuinely work for them.
Two things really quickly. Westside, unsung hero from last map. I think he can have a lot of impact and just massive combo potential on the side of KC.
Well, talk about West Side. How about I give you North Side and South Side? It's Fracture. I'm so sorry, Mitch and Tom. Feel free to steal that one if you want to.
You're definitely South Side because you're nice and low.
Would you steal it, Tom?
That?
Yeah.
No.
No. Okay. We'll leave that one on the shelf.
Thankfully not. Yeah,
leave it there.
Yeah, I actually prefer the one from yesterday. I think she should bring that one back.
Yeah, I look forward to it.
I think it went really well. But moving on, moving swiftly on. In fact, we're going to be getting into Fracture. I love this map. I'm excited to see the sort of different ideas. I'm looking at the sort of, I would say, more comfort picks for the side of GX, and then what is likely to be a fairly wacky sort of post-plant, ratty, disgusting comp potential for KC. But I want to see how proactive they're going to be with that Teo. I think that was the main takeaway. For now, Martin, hello.
He snuck himself into a nice spot, and he's out scot-free. Flash to try and re-engage by the looks of things, and that's exactly what Martin does. A confident start to the game. And for KC, Their game plan is going to be something that we study as these rounds go on. Problem is, you get to anti-strat them on a lot of other maps, Tom. When it comes to Fracture, you're showing what Aang's been cooking behind the scenes, and with a Tejo already on the board, I'm terrified for what GX are going to be coming up against, because they were ready on Bind. They knew what they were going to be facing. Yeah. They had adaptations, a little bit more difficult to do when you come in blind. Nice kill by Tamazi, though. Pistol's not gone just yet.
No, he's done well. And definitely had high impact rounds. This won't be one of them, though. Immediately reduced to ashes, trying to be proactive of those remaining players, and they are being picked apart all onto Runner, and he is stuck on the site with utility coming his way. It will be the pistol round again coming up for KC. And I kind of want to touch on what you were saying, because I think that when you look at where KC thrived last year, again, going back to a team that had a lot of similar traits. Okay, maybe you had a much newer IGL, but you had a lot of young blood, some exciting transfers, people being brought in. When it came to Kickoff, well, in case you forgot, they won the entire thing. Pretty well. And that was because there was a lot of time for Eng and Zeish to build what they had prepared. Now throw Sadak into the mix, you have some of the, well, the biggest brains in all of Valorant working together, and they had the time to do so. Now, obviously, that could change if they make it to the first event. Maybe things are looking a little bit different. But as you said, like going into a map with no data, you have to adapt on the fly. Credit where it's due, though. GX were able to do that in both maps. So I'm not going to count them out just because compositionally it looks like KC have come up with something that will be hard to play against.
Well, that's it. It is just that we have this automatic faith. When you look at a KC lineup, when you look at a team led by Aang, they bring out a new comp, a new agent that's on the board. You just immediately, you don't think, will it work? You go, how will it work? Because it will work in some way, shape, or form. And it's GX's obligation, I suppose, to put a wrench in those plans. Make a couple bumps in the road. Looks like for now, the orbs will be taken in the early round. No real rush to dive in with these lighter pistols. But when they do come to trading blows, Cloud and Tamazi having Sheriffs West Side on the Ghost as well, it's going to give them a couple chances to at least take weapons out of the hands of KC. Again, though, KC have 2 pistols, so you really need a lot of damage before it starts to add up.
Well, stun connects onto one. Elite just wanting to try and hold on to the tower as they look to pressure. Again, Plant looking inevitable, but anything else seemingly unlikely. Post-plant utility doesn't really exist, but the shots are connecting. 2 kills, honestly not bad. A third as well. Purpo's found one more. This is starting to get a little bit dangerous, but he has to get in onto that spike, look to try and deny, and he will not be able to. Still, an incredibly costly round for the side of KC. Only one man standing.
Yeah, well, we came into that talking about setting the expectation that it wouldn't be very easy to do that damage, but 1 player left alive, 2 rifles, all the shields stripped off these players as well, and what was a real chance to take this across the line. That's got to be a round that GX are over the moon about. And now it comes down to capitalizing on it. Their bonus round, where we've seen KC come into these rounds with 4 Vandals and a Bulldog, well, instead, they have 3 pistols.
They're fighting for the orb in more ways than one. If they can get it, great. If not, if Martin can get a kill, that is the dimensional drift online, and that could be one of the ways that they manage to pad the gap in this round. Also, we're seeing that sort of top side push at the same time to at least garner a little bit of extra control while being pressured. But I like the fact that GX have sort of grouped up. They're taking it nice and slow. You know that there's some weaknesses here, so you don't want to get too over-aggressive.
Sadak, there's a chance there. The player in the air, a little too hard to pick out. The 2 rifles rotating in, caught behind the smokes for now, or 1 caught down below. It is going to be a slower approach. In goes the decoy. In goes the flash. Westside's pushed back. Rifle is the one leading the charge here. It's Martin up close, but he's caught. Tamazi had a perfect spot. That rifle down in the open, no longer a concern. And the only man who was armed to the teeth, other than Martin, was Elite. He's not quite in the fight, and at this point, he's thinking about not joining it at all, bailing out and saving this weapon for the next round.
Yeah, I think, again, another solid round out from GX. Obviously, mass weaknesses for KC, but I think they had that realization, like, okay, we did so much damage that we've got to make sure that we're patient for any sort of early aggression, and then from that point onwards, we just capitalize off trading and making sure that we're in the right place. Good round from them, but this is sort of where we expect this game to get going a little bit.
Well, exactly. This is where the pace picks up. We get back into things. I like the ideas, though. Still some dueling possibilities for KC. No connections means this round, ult online for Martin. More direct approach is definitely possible for this defensive side early in clearing out a lot of this control, maybe spotting where these fights are coming in. And I'm assuming that's what we're going to see. This is a full buy round, and just take a look over at this A site. They're all stacked up. It's only one man that's left on the other side of the map. Probably going to be just popping this Yoru ult and looking for some control early on, for some information. Not even needed. They're coming straight to him with early presence.
Yeah, this is now more of a problem. If they decide to go direct in and not just fight for the orb, this could be a troublesome round. But you can already see hightailing it all the way back from the other side of the map, in the middle right now, is going to be that defensive side. A wraparound to the other, as they have that Rolling Thunder equipped. The question will be, is it immediate TP out? I wonder if it might be... Oh, not quick enough! Martin thought he could get ahead of it. He did have a gate crash, but it doesn't matter now.
They've rotated so quickly because of this Cypher setup over on the A side. Has full control. 4 players there early. It's a good job they got that util down because they're still present on this side of the map. Oh, Purpo lucky to be alive, 15 HP, recovered the spike, but he's back out in the south side. He's in B main now. So there's no way to get on site, there's no way to plant it, and this guy doesn't want to go dry swinging, no utility, and just hope that one stray bullet doesn't take him down. But instead, he's sending it in the other direction, where he'll either have to open the door, alerting them early, walk through the tripwire, which could even lead to his death. He's walked straight into it, or at least destroyed it. The player on top caught off guard. They didn't go all the way. 2 quick picks for GX, and all of a sudden, this difficult round is looking beyond doable with Purpo so low. If Sadik can get him taken down, there is a real chance, but Purpo's not giving him an opportunity. Just hiding, waiting for Cloud's contact. Perfectly played so far, and it's Sadik who needs to force the issue. Finds a rocket to the face. That's an insurance policy the GX were keen to cash in.
I don't know what happened with that kill from Cloud. Like, it looked like, because we cut away just at the moment that the swing came in to sort of check things. I don't know how he didn't see Cloud. Maybe he just paused at the exact right moment not to get seen around that corner. Yeah, like, that's what I mean. It looks like he should have seen something, right? Or maybe that's just like...
peeking as well. Maybe he was a little closer to the wall. Yeah. I don't think so, though.
That was just weird. It was almost like I can't see him, he can't see me sort of vibe. Like, nope, you are not here. I'm now facing the other way, but that's a blunder that has massively cost them, especially with the player on site being so low. Back to pistols, and again, that solitary rifle for Elite. They do have a stack in the right place at the right time, but Purpo, I was about to say, he's very good at getting entry kills.
Yeah, it's not like they're up against a massive buy. The only one, again, with the rifle in play is going to be Elite, but still a clean shot nonetheless. That also gets added to that tally. Sadik dropped. We see less and less opportunity for KC to overwhelm GX. The numbers heavily favoring the other side, and really the question is, can Elite make this costly? He drops 1, but that's not quite going to do it. So we're left to Martin, 1v4. See how many he could drop. The answer is none. And this is a dominant resurgence from the side of GX. They get to build a huge credit advantage coming out of this one.
That's the thing, again, that you go back to the previous map. Although a lot of the buy rounds were incredibly close, the anti-ecos GX were fantastic. Like, I think most rounds, they probably had 3-4 players surviving in them. So when they do lose a round, they always had a repurchase. I don't think that was necessarily the case. Okay, so he did genuinely see him, and it was just like a blip. Like, it didn't...
Lapse in judgment.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for the replay, but yeah, it just proves almost...
I mean, it looks silly for us, but, you know, it's one of those things where he's cleared most of it, probably glances at the mini-map real quick.
And also, he probably has, like, I don't know, someone in his ear going, oh, we need your util in it.
It happens. It happens. It's just the chaos of a live game. Oh, I like this idea. A lot of these players stuck. The nade's gone through, but...
That's denied the orbital strike as well. Like, that was just used to try and clear deep control, and they can't capitalize on it because of the salvo.
It's a nice early strat. It's kept them way back. bought some time. They re-clear it with the stealth drone, knowing A main is still occupied. No need to move. Trap covering north side as well. Satellite unapproachable at the moment for GX. Well, this is one of those rounds where, I mean, look, we're going to look at west side. If he can break that trap, draw their eyes up there, that's going to thin them out. But then it's the fight, probably onto Martin from deep down. If he can land that, they go sand. They actually have a position to fight from. But with 4 players on A, they need picks inside of GX.
Salvo came back on. Already early trades, and well, Avez maybe caught in no man's land. There's been a couple of moments where I wonder if his own kit is becoming a burden. Sugetsu so close to hitting all of the shots, and Elite is coming in from behind as well. That's the spike down on the deck. Now Tomazi left with just 7 HP. Info of where he is, and he has to go sprinting. He's trying to bait. He's going towards the other side of the map, but with 15 seconds left, he would almost have to try and catch out Sadak, who's just waiting with the Rolling Thunder. His only goal to delay, and that's exactly what he does. The kill to close. KC level things up.
Neck and neck to start things out. Again, as the game goes on, I'm always going to be worried about what KC bring, attack side, what Aang's being cooking. But GX, those 3 rounds in a row, they start to look more and more dominant as it goes on. We're seeing early aggro.
Something I've noticed is our setup of calling it north side and south side is utterly perfect until there's a player called west side. And then it, because for a second,
very true.
You said west side, and I was like, on the, oh no, that's his name.
East side.
He's ruined it after a couple of years of being able to do that.
Damn it, man. I thought
where is east side? Let's just...
Well, that's the A side, Tom, obviously. Well, yeah, that's a fair call. Luckily, it's not a player called north side or south side, and then we'd really have some trouble brewing for us. KC, 3-3. Operator in the hands of Martin, and well, he's gonna have the gate crash out. Leaves him up close on the site, and the shorty is deployed. They weren't ready for the op to be right down below them, and he stepped through the smoke for more. Now that's a bridge too far, and he is punished. Putting it back to an even scenario. Purpo looks for more, isolating the fights. It's getting a little bit spooky, but the Cosmic Divide will stop them. And with the spike on the other side, it's GX that have to push through that.
Can't use that yet.
Gonna wait, at least for the moment. Cloud may opt to try and reclaim a little bit of control, but the worry as well is that he's just lost his Haunt. It's just been utilized. Doesn't have any Prowlers, so it just had to be this swing. Door open. Purpo's been given the space to take the peek, and actually Cloud ends up winning it. And then Sugetsu, facing the wrong way, goes down. It's left onto the leader himself, but with 8 HP, there is no hope. Purpo is hitting today. Another triple to add to his growing collection, and another round for GX.
Well, that's going to be 4 out of the last 5. You wonder when did KC come in with that pause. 12-3 start for Purpo, like you say, Tom. He is lights out at the moment, and thinking back on the last map as well, one of the big factors in a lot of those round wins was this guy stepping up.
And opening jewels. His opening jewels
they were
nuts
as
right?
well. We were looking at them earlier, and even going back to Bind, he was 9-4 in opening duels there. Raze was certainly working out. Last map, it wasn't as bad. It was 3-2. Wasn't as strong a statement. Tomazi. Oh, he's got something to recover from because Westside's been taken down immediately. The rifle's being recovered as well. So KC man advantage. They are up against an op. They are up against a showstopper.
The Brim op.
The Brim op, indeed.
The Brim op. This is something, again, that seems to work better when you just have a duelist in every single position. You can have the Brim op. Or if you're Boaster, then you can do it too. He's a duelist at heart. Nonetheless, still the advantage. Looking at the ultimate online as well for Teo. Potential to just nuke the site completely. They tried to combine it with a stun and with the salvo. Hasn't done too much damage, and again, they've missed the boat on Purpo. They keep missing players in sand.
Yeah, it's a blind side, and it has come back to haunt them. Still, those 2 rifles are alive and putting in the work. Martin doubles up on the impact of Purpo's ultimate. 2 kills And the site cleared, both players spotted. Massive information to play with. Decoy ready, fired out, but they know he's still in the zone, waiting for him to make the play. He's up top, he's being spotted. Cloud's looking for the kill, but this player's on their way straight forward. That runner is concerned with Cloud picking up the top player, leaves Sugetsu alone. This was looking winnable. They had the info, they had the numbers, but they will not find the kills as time ticks away. Sugetsu is just caught spinning back and forth between the angles, hoping to catch a kill, and it's a classic that takes him down in the end. Another wonderful round from the side of GX.
Yeah, I think they do really well, or at least they have done in this match with some of the synergy. I remember thinking back to their first game, and it was a lot more messy. I do think a lot of that was the, well, Loon is a madman, so to have crossfires where Loon was attacking you kind of wasn't possible, and it became a little bit tougher for them. But I think, like, you look at the interplay between Runner and Cloud there, you have the aftershock, there's only one gap where the player can be, Prowler's in it immediately. And they managed to make that work after, again, what was some decent early round play from KC. Now, something we've seen throughout this match is proactive pauses. This is not a proactive pause. This is a reactive pause. You have lost 5 of the last 6 rounds. Things are starting to look dangerous, and we could be seeing a team, or an org more so, go from Kickoff champions one year to out first the next.
First place to first out. It's a tough reality check. Again, so many teams have been caught off by the level increase across the board. It used to be you go into Kickoff, you see a close game to start it out, and you go, well, that team probably going to struggle as time goes on, unless they were the Goliaths, the big boys. But now, it's not even like upsets that we're calling. We're just seeing close games, good games. From the side of GX, they're surprising me here today. For me, KC, Aang, and again, looking back at last year, like you said, Tom, the whole point of they've had so much time to cook. This is a map they haven't shown yet as well. That is where KC are at their strongest. GX with a commanding lead. As you said, 2 rounds doesn't seem like that much, but 5 out of the last 6, now that's a big deal.
As well, credits in a good spot. Again, they seem fairly confident in taking that A-side control. A lot of stars placed to try and slow things down, and got Aves holding as well to potentially do more. But look how far they've pushed up already. They're going to force him back into position, but he still hits the shot.
That's against Purpo as well. He was 14-4, now 14-5. Extra death to the tally. Lockdown comes into play though, and that puts too much pressure on. They have to try to back out. Sugetsu gets caught in the process, and a couple more get detained. 3, in fact, the push is on. It's only Aves to defend. If he went down this round, was done. There could be a chance, even still.
That could be their undoing. The fact that Tomazi doesn't find anything here, and that this could be 2 players. No, only the one spotted, but the stun goes through nonetheless. Cloud holding the line, and the trades go in their favor. Keeps them even for now.
Hello, Aves is. The guided salvo is good, but Runner hasn't moved. He already had that ideal position. Beautiful stance, great execution, despite a good try by Martin, even if he hits that shot. Time there for Runner, the swing as well. Could have closed it out. 6 on the board for GX. 6 out of the last 7. This is KC running out of answers. We'll need to see a solution very, very soon.
Yeah, I love the initial setup. Like, even though it didn't work, the Rolling Thunder pushing the player out of main into the players coming through from Dish, it's beautiful. But then they also have the second layer of, okay, if we can then get Dish, I can now put my lockdown into play, and it covers so much of the site. We've already cleared the one angle they can fall back into. Just a nice setup off the back of ultimates, and especially after your opponent's just taken a pause, just got a buyback on the board, that's a perfect round to go, okay, let's throw 2 ults in and just guarantee a round for us.
They knew the ults they were up against. It was going to be a difficult round. This one here, just pistols that they're left to. It's sheriffs across the board. One we don't expect to have much to say about, but it started out with KC's opening pick. The rifle was even retrieved by Martin, who now stands as the sole A-site defender. Spikes outside. It can go either way for GX. Right now, they're looking for somebody to make a mistake.
Definitely a patient stance from GX, not wanting to overplay their hand, and all online in the form of Cloud. One very, very close for Tomazi. They won't want to use them in a round like this, but if it keeps them extending their lead, could be everything. Now, they completely abandoned this A site, almost just looking to play that retake, and, well, Cloud has more than capitalized. He's walked all the way up into the site.
30 seconds left.
Oh, that plan's been heard. They know they're on site. Martin
Spike planted.
has a friend with him. Sadik, one flash, ready to be deployed. They've lost Avez. The op now spotted. Flash. It's gone through. Sadik's fired. A big swing comes in, but Sadik is caught off. The flash not enough to get past that orbital strike. Later on, Martin steps in. His HP slowly coming back to him. Good damage done, but they need that little bit more. The low HP player slips away. In fact, both do. Resetting. They have all the time in the world. There's no way that KC can get on that spike in time, not without major misplays. They've made that read. Martin might just want to save this rifle. Goes out to look for the punish and gets it. Okay, one extra kill, one extra orb, while his teammates go down to the spike.
Yeah, that's the thing. All in all, it's not an awful round for KC. Like, you look at the scoreline, you look at how the way is going, and you go, okay, they're going to want to get a little bit more from that, but you bait out 2 ultimates, you take down 2 players. When you only have pistols, it's really not bad. It sets them up nicely going forward, as there are 0 ultimates that are even close to the side of GX, and yours are all starting to build up online. The problem, though, is just that scoreline. 7-3 in the lead. We've seen much closer halves throughout the majority of this game, and if GX come in with a 9-3 half, I am definitely fearful that KC are going to be able to do it on the attack.
Well, 7 rounds so far. GX looking to add to that tally. Operator in play for Purpo was a backup. That's how much credit the side of GX has. They've swapped it back over, as now he'll look to entry with the rifle. Well, he stopped for a moment. Cage will be destroyed. No one's there to capitalize on it, having to give up all control over the site. GX are 1 man down with Westside out of the round, but they have claimed the A site as a result of their hard labor. KC going to be a little late as well, with Martin coming to dish. He has the ult to re-clear this, and I think he's going to use it.
That's the thing. There is very, very little control currently available for GX. They almost feel like they have to go proactive, and they already should have an idea what. It's eventually that spin to take down the close man, Amor Tamazi. He might want to try and take this one off his opponents, but it would have to be an utter miracle. In fact, he is completely trapped with the entirety of KC on that site. There is that resurgence. There is that response. Can they bring this back to just 2-round difference?
That great ultimate from Martin. Calls were fantastic as well after opening pick. No need to overextend or give them picks back. We've seen that happen in so many of the last rounds where often they had a disadvantage and people were overextending. Not going to happen here in the buy round. And then once the ult goes in, everyone's scrambling. Guided salvo causing problems. There was already a flash down. It's just a disaster if you're sat on that side being surrounded and overwhelmed by that utility. The kills that come in. The round that's in it, Sadik ends up coming out with a Rolling Thunder. Last round as well. So you'd expect to see that ult put to good use.
There's a chance maybe. You get the Armageddon. You can retrieve an orb or 2. Fact is, though, GX being that little bit more patient. Now, we've seen Westside, his attempts at lurking, I think, have failed fairly miserably. A lot of what he has to do is just try and hold on to one portion of the map. After what has been A hit after A hit, both teams now set up with a solid attempt at B.
Yeah, big rotation from KC. Avez used his stealth drone to clear a main. Now he's here, ready to help out with the B hit. And it's a good thing, too, because it starts with Elite going down. Avez, though, the extra numbers not quite expected. He's going up into heavy traffic. They're stunned up, but he's the one that's gunned up. Yeah, well, the shorty doesn't quite need accuracy, Tom, especially not when there's 2 of them up that close. Sadik and Martin. Sadik make that all by his lonesome. 3 players to drop. Spike planted safe. No chance to take them down on the way across. Rolling Thunder already used. From this point, it is looking a bit unwinnable. It's looking like an 8-4 half. Not a death sentence for KC.
It's so passive. How do you even get past this corner? And pop, okay, Tamazi with the ego peak to close things out. A fantastic end to what has been a great half for GX. Lose pistol, come out 8-4. You're not going to shake your head at that one.
Absolutely a streak of rounds for them. We'll see how half 2 fares after the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, folks. 8-4 to GX. When we get back into things, we're going to see this final half of the series. We've already been through Bind and Lotus. Bind, quite a close affair, and it could have already been 2-0. No doubt, that's what GX were thinking coming into this map. But now, with 8 rounds on the board coming into the next half, Tom, it's fair to say, KC, they're going to need that second pistol round if we're going to have hope for the comeback.
Well, I would say more so, let's hope that this was built for the attack, because
absolutely,
otherwise they really are in trouble. Because a lot of what we've seen so far is, you'd think back to the likes of Foot and the way Mr. Fallen was using it fantastically on defensive setups and delay and denial. We didn't really see too much of that.
No.
And now coming in with a comp that has a real chance to make things awkward on takes, it needs to be exactly that.
Oh, Tamazi's got a little gap. They think it's clear because of the guided salvo, and now they've found out a little bit more occupied than they thought. Down go the smokes either side, and the spike in the open. Flank underway, big north side push. I think it might have been spotted just seconds ago. Sagetsu went in for the peek, and indeed, they've got the info. The execution not quite there though. Cloud maintains north side control. Spike still down, but we're into a 2v2.
Yeah, Runners there to try and hold on to some sort of semblance of control, has Cloud alongside him. These were the two that had that interplay a few rounds ago to close out another for this squad. On the other side, Martin, he definitely has been the sort of pinnacle for this squad so far. 45 seconds left on the clock, plenty of time to play with, but it's about isolating one of those duels, and Elite is clean with it. Always good for a headshot, but the man they face off against was the superstar of the last map. Cloud, the IGL, trying to hold that line, trying to force him into an awkward battle. And, well, it might become that little bit more awkward because they've stolen the spike.
Gate crash from Martin brings him straight to the site for a quick attempt at a plant. It's a fake. They want the fight, but in fact, eventually it's stuck and they swing to a 2v1 after. Couldn't have worked out much better. 8-5. And with the side of KC picking up that pistol, faith may be restored. And as you said, Tom, it's not just about that early injection. They went up 2-0, and, well, we all saw it 8-4 at the halftime. So there's plenty more to be done. But like you said, like we were talking about earlier, you have to think KC with plenty of time to craft how this map was going to look. To me, their attack side is where they will be scariest. As you said, you certainly have to hope so.
Well, that is now every single pistol bar one that has gone the way of KC, which if you look at the series as a whole, really does show GX have been better in the buy rounds. Obviously, they lost the second round in one of those, but the point still stands. An aggressive pinch attempted, but a quick retreat from the side of KC, not wanting to get caught by that aggression, will now look to wrap back around. They do have to be a little bit careful. I'm looking at Tamazi with that shorty up close. So it seems like maybe they're gonna think better of it. It looks like they have a solid idea that somebody is up there, and now they're running back the other way.
Yeah, this was all just a ruse, noise being made so that the rotation could find a much more open site. In these rounds, typically on that defense with classics, you're gonna be much more willing to rotate early off minimal information. So they just killed Martin and took a rifle. This does get a little bit more spooky. Sagetsu misses the shot. He's got one bullet left. He's stunned up and on his way back to site. That outlaw not going to be as dangerous from those close corners. Classic thankfully shut down. If Cloud finds that kill, this round unravels very quickly. Instead, all they have to be cautious of is the Heaven play. Flash is even a little early, and a lot of the players aren't blinded by it, so easy cleanup.
Yeah. From a very dangerous scenario to one where they get their guns back, only lose a pistol, that's absolutely fine for the side of KC. So they've got their conversion. That's now both pistols, both conversions, and they're currently sat on 6 rounds. This is where we see if that attack is something that we should be excited for, or if GX might just be, again, just looking better at this point.
Well, that's it. Like you said, the rifle rounds they've been picking up. You look back, even the pistol round in the second map on Lotus, we opened up. KC win, it's an immediate fight back. GX have just looked like such a brawly team so far. And now KC, 2 rounds behind, rifles in hand. You're going to try to make this one work. It is a bonus, but it's effectively just a buy round with a fallback and another buy coming right afterwards. Decoy's going to be destroyed, but Cloud stays close. Martine, though, still blinded, and that's a 3rd kill for Martine. The A site overrun, and it's just one man leading the charge.
Yeah, well, he's got those regenerating shields, maybe expecting to take some damage, but no, there was nothing. He just went sprinting into the site. Decoy sent through, and the second man that came out was Martine. And that is as quick as you like. Round already over. And that's the thing. I think that this composition does have opportunities to sort of make some of those battles, for A especially, a bit more awkward. Like, you're either going to have the stun put through to force you off angles. You could have the same with like an aftershock or a stun or whatever you like in terms of Sugetsu's utility. But the main thing is you could just put that guided salvo in and force anybody out of those positions. And when you pick up the pace like they just did, you could tell the players on site were not ready for it.
Oh, absolutely not. This man was a little bit too aggressive for their liking. Round falls to KC as a result. Those 2 rifles still will be brought through, at least for GX. But like we said, this right here was a bonus round, if you want to call it that. It's one where they still came in with plenty of ability to fight. But it wasn't needed. Just this one guy. Decoy, flash out of the smoke, and then...
Nice, Bobby!
Frankly, just blind fire.
This is my
bullets. Yeah, you heard the bullets fired right back, and it was wonderfully connected. Now, as these barriers go up one more time, Tom, GX, they still have a bye, but if they lose this one, it's 8-8 with economy in the bin.
Oh, well, that's one hell of a spot.
My potter broke.
3 players already seen, pushing that south side of the map. As you mentioned, this is an investment for GX. There's a couple of guns held through, but they've completely lost the B side of the map, and afterplant guaranteed, and with so many deep positions already being held, this could be a tough one.
For a 5v5, seeing this many players in B main and their defenders is a very weird flavor of the round. Sadaka stayed on site, and he's gonna have a bit of a crossfire with Martine, who's just swung out wide. He hasn't hit his shots this time. It's Sugetsu who's picking up the pieces. That's 3 already. He'll be put to bed, but damage done to Cloud, and Aves and Elite have got time. Guided salvos online as well, and there it goes. Buying even more for this squad, and with 5 health and a 1v2, there is no way for Cloud to pull this across the line. It confirmed he's not defusing. They've confirmed he won't be defusing anymore. 8-8. GX's economy in the bin.
And that one does just feel like maybe Westside was a little bit too late to the party. Like, you had the full team making their move back through B main, and he is sort of sat there almost waiting to get the response, but if you've lost half your team, that response is no longer value.
Nice spot.
Is that Con?
Not sure who he was imitating,
yeah. Oh, we've got Con at home.
Again, guided salvo to claim the space, but Sugetsu's the one to claim the kill. This is a very light investment from GX, so that Outlaw just needs to connect 1 bullet onto anybody on the defensive side, and they will be out of the round. GX. Yeah, they get aggressive and then pump the brakes. Move back in the other direction and gamble. I like this play. We saw it a couple times not work in the first half and in the previous map, but they have made the right call.
I think as KC have been very happy to go back and forth across the map if they run into too much resistance. I also wonder if maybe Sugetsu's Cosmic Divide will be used to just section off a lot of this cross, make things a little bit safer as they look to get into the site. Said tower is cleared by the salvo. Pressure put onto Westside. You have to feel like he's in a little bit of trouble here, but yet to really have that proper move onto him with all the utility just spamming him out. And while it is an in-zone flawless in the end, what looked like it could be dangerous turns out to be incredibly easy for KC.
Big kills for Sadik as well, just 2 away from Rolling Thunder being online. KC have claimed the lead back after oh so long being in the dust of GX. 5 rounds in a row. Confidence has to be sky high, and for GX, you've got to start to feel a bit deflated. Not because of this round, they didn't have much invested. Sadik building up some kills, it's whatever. You can look past that, but it's the 4 before. It's how we've ended up here. It's the lead slipping out of your hands, and it's Zeiss sitting up in his chair again. He's not lying down, he's not reclined, and that's how you know the game plan starting to look a little sharper.
I genuinely think you could make a graph of KC's success just with where he sat in the chair. Like, the further up he sits.
Angle of success.
How high are his hands on his head. That's how frustrated. But yeah, from basically being dominated in the first half, like you win pistol and you only get 2 rounds. Other than that, everything else was dominant. To in the lead within a matter of seconds, blink and you miss it. This is now the real danger zone for GX. We were talking about the fact that KC could go from being the winners of Kickoff one year to eliminated first in the next. Well, now GX are the ones on that chopping block once again.
Well, there's a reason that KC were champs before, and sure, we might not be talking about the exact same roster, but it's the coaching staff. It's the plans behind the scenes, and well, they've only gotten more dangerous with time, you'd imagine.
The one man's doing pretty well.
And this is the thing though, Tom, look, you look at Martin right now, and sure, you're gonna win rounds where this guy runs into a site, puts a decoy in a flash and kills 3 people, half of them through smoke. 1.5 people through smoke. But the other thing is that we've seen what happens when that doesn't work. Just a round or 2 ago, 2 rounds ago, Martin goes into B, dies, immediately Sagex is there with a triple. We've got a deep talent pool here for KC. The A plant, the B plant, the C plant. GX need to break it all. And they're running out of time to do it. The lead now in their opponent's hand, the defense tested. Some utility, but a slow approach from KC as they farm orbs.
This is orbs, yeah. Just taking that early control, using the stuns, using the salvo. Like, these are all things they're going to get back. So they basically commit something that costs them nothing. They then get it back later in the round, and they have an orb for it. And if Sadak can get another one, that's going to be the Rolling Thunder available to him. Still, presence is held on that side of the map, and GX do have the majority of players there, with nothing else really being spotted elsewhere to drag them away.
Well, Sadak currently spike holder. We're looking at a likely play to the A site through this heavy traffic, and then the Rolling Thunder online afterwards for the post plant. They need to get there first. 5 rounds in a row. GX have had time to sit back and find a solution, a much more passive play. No picks being given away. 35 seconds when KC make their intentions known, and it's towards the site that's stacked up. Cloud still here up top, west side under threat. Drop. Cloud gets 2 though, and with Martin taken down by Runner, Cloud gets a bit more time to reset, to take another fight, and to win it. 3 kills for him, and Runner, well, you can't understate the impact he had in that bit of covering fire. A beautiful defense of the site, and neck as a result.
Yeah, it's a big round from Cloud. And that's the thing. Like, you always look at this man to be able to take it into his own hands. They do well to clear the bottom of the site with the salvo, but he's able to just stay alive on top. Maybe a little bit of an oversight as the rest of the team are able to rotate in, especially with how isolated they were. A little bit troublesome.
Well, it's just the fact that Runner took this crazy risk he realized my teammate's in trouble, my teammate's fighting. I can stand here and say, well, dude, there was a wall. I was smoked out. What am I supposed to do? Or you can step in, get involved. He does that, and he dropped Martin. We didn't see it from Martin's perspective. Would be kind of a weird replay to show, but I think he was just about to dome Cloud. He gets that kill. I have no doubt he resets, gets Runner when he comes through the wall, and it's a different game, but it's the fact that Runner was on the ball, ready for that trade. That's why we love the guy, played his role, got his 2, and that allowed Cloud to get his 3.
This is an immediate response, though. Like, that's the thing. We talked about proactive and reactive. Losing 1 round is enough for Eng to go, okay, I don't even want to let it get close to what we saw on the last map, where streaks of rounds started to go, even in the last half, the same. I want to make sure that we get right back on the horse. Because, again, your economy is in a fantastic spot right now. You're looking at every single player going into this round having close to max cash. You don't want to allow GX to get ramping again, because we've already seen that. Purpo and Tamazi are still up there in terms of the kills. Cloud coming online, it's always a scary prospect. So if they can use those couple of ultimates that they currently have, because the second that changes, it's about to flip. There are 4 ultimates that are 1 or 2 away for the side of GX.
This is it, the momentum. Very much swap over to the other side. KC quite quickly putting the pressure on. Rolling Thunder comes through on B, but this is the round that GX have pushed main. So they avoid the Rolling Thunder, even pick up Elite, and now have that rotation from the A main push. This was a full south side push. The perfect round for KC to try something like this, at least from the GX perspective. And with late flank coming in from Cloud, way up north side, they seem to have this one tied up in a bow. KC need to find some space of their own. That's what the Armageddon comes through to do. Not going to land much, but they're hoping for the main fight. Still a little staggered. And when GX emerge, it's Martin to fall. It's everyone to fall, in fact. 3 for Tamazi. The op showing up, and everyone on GX getting a bite of the pie.
Yeah, what a big round from them. And it seemed like from start to finish, all the way to the in zone flawless, this squad was on top. Like, they had the read of the Rolling Thunder. That's also the thing I'll say with the pauses that are coming through for KC. You get the chance to pick what you want to do in the round. And Pipson, I think, is also sat there going, well, now I get the chance to think of what you're going to do. They avoid the Rolling Thunder, they push, they clear one player, and you can see the reaction is, okay, we need to take control of the middle of the map. There's 3 players, or no, 4 players, 1 north side, 3 south side. It's only Purpo that's under pressure. He tucks in, plays it safe, and makes sure that there's nothing they can do from that point onwards. Great reactive play from the side of GX. Perfect read. And again, now the ultimate economy is in their favor. Last round was sort of the last point, at least for a round or 2, where it's going to be the other way around.
Well, Armageddon put in by Aves as well, right? You know,
and Rolling Thunder.
Sadek at the start of the round, Rolling Thunder that doesn't hit, that's always a gamble, but usually one you'll find at least some reward for.
They use Rolling Thunder and the defense got a kill.
Yeah, immediately. Before the Thunder was even finished roaring and rolling. For KC, they have quite a lot to contend with. You can see that with Tamazi. He's been very keen to fire out these ultimates. Sees
Focus
contact and he's immediately on it.
He's a duelist.
Ready to quickly flick it on the map. We'll see if he can manage this one.
Okay.
As soon as they see that north side play, that orbital strike seems to be coming down.
Martin was on orb collection duty, gone all across the map to get this one online. Stunned through to give him that opportunity, and while that is Cloud completely isolated, orbital strike though, he's just going to die to it. He didn't want to peek back in, he knew that they'd be watching, and now the lockdown is going to make things really awkward. 30 seconds left, they can plant just at the back of that site. Well, in fact, it's going to be denied anyway. Sadek has just come up with 2 huge kills. This is starting to fall apart a little bit for the side of GX as the IGL looks to do it all. He has done it by himself.
Well, to say that's an unexpected conclusion is an understatement. 4 kills? He was walking around that site on his own. And a little bit of cover and fire from here, there, and everywhere, but Martin, I think he might have been hit by a stun as well. Here's Sadek, 1 up close. Flash up behind, big swing for more. He's in a death match.
And it felt like he had the stun initially. Okay, we didn't get to hear what he said. But he had the stun initially to set up Martin. Martin dies and he goes, I am the duelist now.
I got this. I got this. Oh, Purpo. Now this is an annoying thing to run into at all. Oh, okay. He got Aves. Thought it was Purpo. Yeah, it was Runner that took down Aves. Although I think that off shot was on him anyways. Runner for another. That's Sadek shut down.
Finally.
This is it. Not only shutting down Sadek, but for Runner, he's had a couple of rounds. Quiet, silent hero. This time it's more direct, and it gets the Rolling Thunder online and ready. KC do manage to set foot on that site. Might be the beginning of the end for them.
So much reliance here on Martin. He's trying to find a safe spot. Stun will go in.
Spike planted.
It's not anything to do with denying that plant. And now the Rolling Thunder. Yeah, it seems almost a little bit irrelevant when you don't know where these players currently are. Maybe trying to force them back off the site, but they are already off the site.
Yeah, the gate crash got them that quick reposition, but Elite has been caught. The speedy approach working out with runners triple on the board. It's Sagetsu who has to clutch it out again. The defuse underway, and too many players between him and the diffuser. It's 11 for the defensive side as GX claim the lead back. Very close to the finish line.
That's the thing. It almost feels harsh that one of these teams has to go home. We've had a back and forth throughout this series. The minds behind the scenes working wonders with the pauses. The minds in the game making on-the-fly adaptations, and then so many big individual plays with incredibly cool combos. Completely different ideas. The fact is, though, one of these teams goes marching on in the hunt for Masters, even just the hunt for points. The other team, they get nothing.
You got more time to work on stage one, I suppose. Not
Very
much of an
long
upside. Yeah. There'll be a few meta shifts before then, perhaps.
That'll be a
This
map
is it.
change.
You look at how things have gone for GX, currently in the lead, and they have to feel a bit salty. The opening matchup against BBL, one they no doubt thought would be a slightly easier matchup than what they ended up facing. BBL go on to defeat Fnatic. So for GX, they kind of feel like they don't deserve to be here. Maybe they could have done better against some of the other teams. For KC, well, they've had some closer games. And that Vitality one ran the distance.
This one looking like it's going to do the same.
It is. It is. And for KC being the former champions of Kickoff, they took top spot. They don't want to go out in the bottom.
They might be in trouble here. Rolling Thunder this time. He is not in the right place at the right time. So much utility putting, completely stunned up on the site, just trying to hold on with the shorty, but they haven't been able to get towards him.
Tries again with smoke. He's safe. Inside his teammates smoke. They don't know what's going on. They're going to step into this unaware that the shorty is waiting. And they certainly don't know he's got an up to back it up. Beautiful play from GX. Purple was under such heavy threat. And Tamazi, he was quick with the orbital strike, quicker with the smoke. And that may just have gotten them the round. 12 on the board for GX. Purple with a big triple. And now KC, 2 in a row to bring us to overtime. A third map OT, something they're more than familiar with, and failing that. Last year's first will be this year's first out.
That's the thing. You mentioned Tamazi, the man who started in Tier 2 as a duelist, played some Sentinel for a bit, has now gone over to the smokes, and it seems like there is no role this young man can't play. 19 and 14 on the Brimmy. But as you said, that round was not about the kills. It was about the support that he laid down. 12 to 10. Sadak stunned. But there isn't going to be any pressure put off it. Just the control held. But it is a much more patient hold in this round from the side of KC, waiting to see if there is any level of aggression. Ultimates in this round may not even play a part. Martine pretty close. Purpo the closest for his squad. But none of them actually ready. And that's the thing. I feel like a lot of the time we've seen ults used to pad the gap and it hasn't worked. It's been the other team's adaptations that have taken them home.
I have the spike.
They've picked their poison. The A site, west side. The player.
East side of the map
is where they are going to play.
The pressure is most certainly on. Not so much for the defensive players. They have 2 chances, but KC have to be flawless. Pace change, 40 seconds left, and they're making the push. Blind, that TP hasn't worked out. Martine, big player for the side. Someone else has to step it up to keep KC's dreams alive, and it's a nightmare for this attacking side. Sagetsu and Elite left alone. West side falls, damage on Cloud, damage on Tamazi, but the spike is in the open. They have 20 seconds left to get onto that site, and the gamble, the dice need to be rolled now. The drop down from Sagetsu, the star is there. 10 seconds left. Elite's gone. And with him, the hopes of this round have fallen. 13 to 10, 2 to 1. GX carry on in the lower bracket. KC, they started at the top, and now they're here. Tamazi sending his former team out.
The man at the beginning of the day who said, you know, I don't know if there's much when it comes to playing against KC. No bad blood, no looking to try and take them down. That reaction says, otherwise. He was dropped at the beginning of this year, or I guess the end of last year, picked back up by GX, and he is one of the main reasons, top of the board, as to why they are sent out of this competition. It is a rough one for the side of Carmine Corp, a team with high expectations, a team with a lot of experience, but there were definitely positives. They took a win home earlier in the tournament. They went toe-to-toe with the brand new super team, and they have proven themselves fighting tooth and nail. Kickoff is always brutal. There is always casualties, but I'm excited for this team going into stage 1.
Kickoff ends early for KC, and it's a tragic sight, but someone like GX showing us the improvements that they've made, this roster looking promising. Sure, Tamazi, top of the scoreboard, a big factor in this. You have to look across the stage. Someone like Martin, big numbers put through, big plays. We like what we've seen from KC, but it wasn't enough this time.
It's always brutal. Still smiles. I think they know that although this is a first falter, there is still a long way to go in this year, but this is the team that have taken them down. A rough start in this tournament, but we see the response, we see the resilience, and I think that's the thing I've enjoyed most about watching GX so far, is the fact that at times they've gone down, at times, like, I think they lost 5 out of 6 pistols in this game. There's always been responses, reactions, adaptations, and they are looking like a force to be reckoned with. And honestly, they are now another hat thrown into the ring. I don't know who is going to come out on top at Kickoff. And with that victory, and with KC going out, I think Giant X are starting to make a name for themselves.
Absolutely. And, you know, it's going to be a long run for them to make it back up to the top of the teams. They're down in that lower bracket. It's a grueling run.
It's just a long run.
Yeah, with teams being very close to each other in terms of level of what's brought to this stage, but defeating a squad like KC, especially on that final map, something they hadn't shown before with Aang leading the charge, it's an impressive feat, and one that no doubt a player like Tamazi is happy to have claimed. It seems we've got Tamazi standing by down on the stage with Yinsu. Let's get his thoughts.
Thank you very much. That is right. I am now joined by Tomazi from GX. Now, Tomazi, there is something about this Kickoff tournament. You're always good individually here. We saw you last year as well. I got to ask, it's got to feel very, very good to beat your former team, right?
I mean, first of all, I feel really happy because I think we showed how we play in scrims for the first time. And I think we showed that we have a lot of potential and value in our team. And I will not lie, of course, I'm happy to beating KC because, I mean, they didn't want me for next season, and of course means a lot for me. But I don't really care because when I was playing, I was not thinking about that. I just want to win with my team because I really love them. And yeah, let's see what will happen now.
Yeah, you deserve it, you know. You guys have worked really hard. You deserve it. Now, it does feel like when you first came into Tier 1, we thought maybe we see the duelist side of Tomazi. Obviously, that didn't really happen that often on KC. And coming onto GX, you keep innovating. You know, we see the Astra. Maybe the first time you played it didn't look super comfortable, but now you look very, very comfortable on your new role. How would you compare having to do these things compared to what you did on KC?
I think for me, when I played in KC, I think I kind of learned because of Aang and Zeish, all the stuff. I learned how to play all roles in the game. And for me, when I started playing with Giants as Smoker, in the beginning, literally like first 2 days, it was kind of weird for me. But then it was like, I love this role. I want to play this role because I really feel comfortable. So yeah, I think I will keep to playing this role.
You got a particular Smoker agent that you like the most?
I think I'll say I really like Omen because I can show my aggressive part a lot. So I think I'll say Omen, yeah.
I don't want to traumatize you, but I want to ask you about Bind, because this could have been a 2-0, right? There was a world, this was a 2-0. So in that last round, before we went to overtime, you know, it felt like maybe you were fighting for a Cloud's ultimate in Bath. Was that the plan? Is that something that threw you off? And why did you think that you lost that map?
I mean, I think we lost that map because we couldn't close the game, of course. But the last round, I remember we wanted to kind of bait them to take TP and fight them because they did like 5 rounds ago that they took TP and fight them. And I think I was kind of too far away. I couldn't help my team. And they just died on showers, and then yeah, it was like 4v2. It was kind of unwinnable. But yeah, we're just trying to bait TP and fight them, but they fight only from showers. So yeah, it doesn't like it.
And of course, you know, sometimes when you're on this stage, sometimes it's very quick, it's a 2-0. Sometimes you have to be here for a long, long time. It felt like you did that on KC as well. You had a lot of experience of playing overtimes. Do you think maybe that, alongside, you know, players like Purple and Cloud, helps your team, that you can grind the games out? You know what to do when it goes to map 3.
I mean, I think, for example, me, for me, Runner, Purpo and Cloud, I think we played a lot of overtimes already here in this stage. So I think it's fine. And when you come back to overtime, it's even better feeling. But I think Kirill Cloud, it's a really good leader, and he can pass the experience, for example, to West Side and for everyone, and I'm really happy about that. So yeah, I think he helps a lot.
And very last question. I believe you played the winner of Apex versus Liquid next, and I've heard you say some pretty nice things about Floor in the past. You've never played against her before, so if you do end up facing Apex, what do you think about potentially playing against Floor?
My honest opinion about Florcent is I think she can be easily one of the highest ratings because I saw like the way she shoots in like highlights in ranks, and I played like some pracs against her, and I think she's really good individually. So I actually want to play against her. So let's see.
Oh, I love that answer. Thank you very much, Tomazi. Congratulations. Enjoy. We'll see you back here next week. But that is not all the Valorant we're going to see today. There is another elimination coming out right after this, and it is between Na'Vi and Fnatic. We'll see you in a bit.
Runner, my goat! Bro, I'm dancing around the side, bro. Bro, Runner, I swear, bro, if I could, I will literally slap your ass, bro, right now.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Let's do something crazy, get a bit wild today, cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm.
Welcome back once again to VCT EMEA. I'm your host, Yingsu. I got Billy here with me, and we're joined by the IGL of Giant X. It is Cloud. Now, Cloud, massive congratulations. That was a crazy game out there. And I just had a chat with your teammate Tomazi on stage, and he gave a lot of credit to you. He said you're a great leader, being able to help your team through times like this. And of course, you've been in a lot of overtimes. This is not new for you. You've been in a lot of maps where it goes a very, very long time. So do you feel like your experience and your your role as a leader does help your team to make sure that you win in those situations?
Yeah, first of all, thank you. But yeah, actually, like the more official you play, the more experience you grow, and yeah, that's it. I'm just thankful that I have great teammates that they're working even harder when they're losing, and they're not giving up. And that's it.
We also saw Pipson laugh a lot today, like in a nice way. Usually, you know, we see him on the camera, he's quite stressed. He was really chill today. He was laughing, he was smiling. Was he like that behind the stage?
I mean, we had problems with playing the same as Prax on officials, so, and that's why Pipson was like a lot of time stressed because of that. And we had a talk after the last game, and I think this talk actually helped us a lot, going through the like emotions and mental part. It was mostly about our mental part, that we couldn't like cross this border on officials, you know. And today we actually crossed it, and it was great, I think.
Yeah. You look great. You look great. I don't want to again like bring up any old wounds because it just happened. But on Bind, could have been a 2-0 today. It feels like. And yeah, Tomazi kind of tried to explain a little bit on stage already, some context. But I want to hear from you, considering it felt like your team was trying to get you the orb in showers towards the end of that map, and then it ended up going overtime because you got bombarded and completely destroyed by all the util, the gecko molly, and then the deadlock grab. And then it ended up being overtime. What was the plan in that round? Was the goal to just get you ult?
Yeah, it was planned like to get a shower, but it was pretty safe because we started 4 and it was like against TP and stuff. So basically, I think we didn't spend util how we should spend them, like in showers, because they broke our flash, and I think our people just didn't expect that they're gonna actually commit till the end to the fight, and that's it.
They did it a couple of times. I felt like they were kind of liking. Just
they did it once.
Stuff in there.
Yeah, they did it once on our first buy round. Actually, game was close, but they won both pistols, which is like kind of 4 rounds. So I think in that case, I can say like we kind of dominated buy rounds from them, and that's it.
I mean, once you watch it back as well, I'm sure you're gonna, you know, have a lot of things. But it was a great match. We were very, very entertained. The next game is also gonna be an elimination match, and this one is between Na'Vi and Fnatic. Now, Cloud, I'm sure you've watched a lot of Na'Vi versus Fnatic. I feel like this is a mainstay in Valorant in general. But the interesting thing is, this game usually happens a bit later. You know, like maybe a lower final, maybe a semi or some point, and this is the first time ever we're going to see these two teams actually try and eliminate each other in round 1. I'm going to ask you the $1 million question, Cloud. Why do you think we're seeing them so early on? Why do you think they were both kind of not doing great on their opening games?
I think like for Na'Vi, it's mostly like they have a couple of rookies guys for the first time on VCT in Tier 1, and they couldn't show themselves. But for Fnatic, I think for Fnatic it's just teams that are surprising a lot, and actually a lot of good pickups from Tier 2 that players are skilled. They're just going, no strats, no util, you can just go kill 3 and you won the round. You know, in the end of the day, it's a game about mechanics, you know, and if you're not shooting good, you lost. No matter which strats you have.
The cracked aimers, you feel like. Yeah. You think maybe Fnatic don't have enough aimers right now?
Right now, maybe.
Oh,
I mean, yeah, you have to think back to, you guys got put down to the lower bracket by BBL, and it's the same situation for Fnatic as well. So I hear you when you're saying it is just cracked aimers at that point.
Yeah, there's no scenario where Bosa should be top fragging. Let's be honest. Like, I'm just going to say it.
I agree.
Yeah, I'm going to say it how it is. Earlier, I did actually get a chance to talk to one of the newer members of Na'Vi. Here's Hero. Take a look at this. I'm now joined by a returning face here at VCT EMEA. It's Hero from Na'Vi. Now, the last time we saw you in this arena, as in before this tournament started, of course, you were a winner. You lifted a trophy on the stage. So tell me what's been different since, you know, what's it been like in the off-season and also joining Na'Vi as well?
I mean, it was a good feeling, like winning trophies, obviously. It makes me happy. Like, how has it been? Like, off-season was, like, relaxing, I would say. Just like taking a break, like focusing on like other things, like hanging out with family, and then coming back is like, I mean, the first game was like a little bit of like a reality check, I would say, like learning phase, I would say. It like set like the standards of like what we need to do and like what is like actually expected and like what is expected from us.
I mean, of course, you just came in here and started playing Omen and Vice. So is it true what they say that when you join Na'Vi, you know, under an IGL like Angel, you're expected to just do new things?
Yeah, I mean, a few things. Like, other than that, like, mostly the same, I would say. But a few things that will be, like, new.
Has it been a challenge for you at all? Or you just feel comfortable doing this?
It's been a little bit of a challenge. Like, I think it was the first time I played Omen, like, in general. Like, I played it in, like, ranked, obviously, but in, like, scrims and, like, officials, like, it was my first time, so it was a little bit of a challenge, but it went well.
Yeah, and how does this team, I guess, compare to what it was like on Fnatic? Because I'm not sure if you've seen, Alpha said in a tier list, he was like, I got to put Na'Vi a bit higher because, you know, my ex-teammate plays on Na'Vi, and it feels like they still think of you very fondly. So, yeah, well, how different are the vibes?
I mean, the vibes are, I would say, like, similar. Like, there's definitely, like, similarities between the vibes. And, like, I'd say, like, both teams are, like good teams. Like, they have good energy. Like, you learn a lot from them. Like, in Fnatic, I had, like, Boaster, like, Chronicle, Alpha, like, Derka, all those people to, like, learn from. Now I have, like, my coach, like, Happy, like, Angel, like, Shao, like, all these, like, experienced people again to, like, learn from. And, I mean, it's a good feeling.
You're just currently surrounded by great people, I feel like. And very quick, lastly, I mean, you want to win today, right? It is still your old team. But it's a friendly. Is it friendly? It's not like a super toxic rivalry, right? It's like a nice, wholesome one.
It's a wholesome one.
That's how you feel? Okay, I can't wait to see some wholesomeness on stage, and good luck in your game.
Thank you.
I mean, we just saw Tommazi take down his former team, so maybe a bit of a theme when it comes to Hero. But yeah, as we remember, Hero, he came to Fnatic as a sub, and then instantly Billy just win the trophy here in EMEA. I think some people might even be confused as to why they didn't keep him.
Yeah, I mean, Hero as a player, he has a lot to be proud of, right? He was only playing in Challengers up until 2023 and then joined Fnatic as a stand-in, but was such a main pinnacle point of their road to champs, right? Like, we can't forget about that. So yeah, I think given the fact that he's only 18 as well, he has so many accomplishments to be proud of.
Well, what are your thoughts on Hero? What do you make of him?
I mean, when you are joining the best team back then, of course you're gonna be the fifth one, the best player, and that's it. That's all what I can say. Like, when you are sitting with the friends and they're all rich, you're gonna become a sixth guy who is gonna be rich. So it kind of happened to him, I think, to be honest. Because when you're joining the best team, you're getting the best experience. You're like, you have confidence that you're in the best team and you're becoming a great player.
Built up for success, right?
Yeah.
Built up for success. However, when it comes to successes of this year so far, Billy, it wasn't great for Fnatic, and they had a very good opportunity last week to take a win if it weren't for the fact that another team made a comeback against them on Split. Who would have thought? What era are we living in?
I know we talk about the 9-3 curse, but the 9-3 curse actually going against Fnatic. I mean, I do want to say Crashies did have a great debut in that series. You know, his support of utility was really, really good, but often uses to delay BBL rather than set someone else up, I want to note. But yeah, no, I think that BBL, they were just able to find gaps in Fnatic's defense, which allowed them to get kind of back into that split map. It was just, I mean, that closing round as well, it was kind of poetic for Vax to kind of be the stand-in to end up closing out. So yeah, tough one for Fnatic.
Yeah, and Vag, for me that day, probably the best player on the server. He had a great performance too. Let's talk about Na'Vi on this other side. We also saw some stuff from them as well. You're familiar with Lotus. If you want to turn around super quick, what do you make of this, Cloud?
I don't have the turnaround. I know their comp.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I have like so many different thoughts about their comp because mostly on this map you want to fight for the area and their comp is pretty weak for the fighting. So I don't like. Me personally, I don't like this comp, but however, they have some good ideas which they want to execute, and it's needed to be executed.
You would expect a team like Fnatic to be able to exploit this, right? If they go to Lotus, if they see this, they might have some ideas.
Yeah, of course. If Na'Vi, for example, will keep the comp, I think they will find something for sure.
Okay, for me, I just feel like when it comes to the comms, we'll talk about it a little bit later with Mavitos, is that it will be the first time that Na'Vi don't have that Ascent. Historically, whenever Fnatic play Na'Vi, the Ascent just always always goes to Na'Vi. They have a nice time. They can actually be able to push it to map 3. They win. I think they've won every single one of their ascents. That's not in the pool today, so it'll be very interesting to see what maps we're going to get out of them. But also there's 2, of course, new duelists in this head-to-head. We've seen so many crazy duelists on both of these teams in the past, and we're currently living in the Koala versus Kayak era. Cloud, what do you make of this head-to-head?
To be honest, both great players, but I've seen how Koala Noob played, and he's kind of from the first game. I really like how he played. He performed good. He didn't feel like a lot of pressure on him, and I see from him insane potential in the future, to be honest. So I'll give my point to him, to be honest. From the other side, I don't see Kayak like doing the same great things which he did in Tier 2, for example. Like, I think he has some pressure on him right now, and he cannot unleash himself.
Also, you're filling in Dirk's shoes, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's the hardest job in the world.
It's
Hardest
super hard,
job in the world.
Course, yes. Because Dirk as a player, I think he's like doing a massive job for his team, you know? He's doing a lot of things. So losing player as a Derke, it's pretty hard to replace him.
Yeah, no, I have to agree. I think that the Kayak that we've seen in Challengers last year, I mean, granted it was Apex, they were dominating absolutely everyone. Yeah, we've just not really seen him come alive just yet, and he is that player that is known to have landers. We've seen it at Ascension Grand Finals against Pacific. We're seeing it now in his VCT debut, and I just really hope that he can warm up to the stage. As for Koala Noob, get him off the stage, please, for the love of God. Get my guy off the stage. I want to see him on Duelist. I want to see him running it down. He was so explosive.
Yeah, one thing that probably we won't see him on, which is the Tejo, because Angel has, you know, decided that he will be the one playing it, which is not super surprised, you know, given what Shao was doing as well. And Alpha on the other side, it's not Chronicle or Crashies playing. So, Cloud, do you think this is a good idea? You think this is the right players to play Tejo on their teams?
To be honest, yeah, I think for Angel it's good. He just throw missiles, throw drone, and go in, you know? For him it's pretty simple. For Fnatic, I don't remember who played.
Alpha. Yeah,
I think, to be honest, that's weird for me, because I'm pretty sure like Chronicle or Crashes could play like super good, and Alpha just play Duelist.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I want to also agree with that. I think the way in which Alpha was using Tail, don't get me wrong, it was good. He was able to kind of delay plants that the other team were trying to put down, but I just think that like he's not able to follow up off the back of Tejo's utility, right? So like he's not being able to go in and take those aim duels, which is what we know Alpha for, his aim duels.
Yeah, I can't believe it's been a week and we haven't seen him play ISO. You know, out of all the things Fnatic should be doing, I think I'm with you too here. But this is the thing, just like the first match we saw, elimination is on the line here. If they want to make it to Masters Bangkok, they got to survive another day. So let's bring the teams out onto stage. Here is Na'Vi and Fnatic.
With me.
It is the 11th time in the history of Valorant that we're getting treated to a Na'Vi versus Fnatic. If you weren't there for the first 10 times, what were you doing? But you're here for the 11th, and let's take a look at the map vetoes and see what these teams want to ban and take away and select, because like I said, these teams have played against each other a lot of times, so we've pretty much seen them play every single map in the pool at this point. And Billy, Fnatic are gonna ban the Abyss?
Yeah, I mean, obviously not too happy with their performance against BBL the other day. Perhaps it is Alpha being on that Tejo and not being able to set Kai up in the way in which they wanted to. that they're just going to decide to completely take that out the pool. Fracture picking into that one is no surprise for me, but Haven leaving that as a decider, that could get tasty if we do get to that point.
I am absolutely floored that Na'Vi has given Fnatic both Fracture and Haven. Surely, Cloud, you ban one, right? And then you give him the other. You don't give them both.
To be honest, for me, Vita looks like an Navi.
Oh, okay. Explain why.
Navi have been pretty good on Fracture back then. They were playing pretty good, and so I do believe that they are still understanding how the map works. Pearl for Navi, I think is pretty good because Kala Noob is gonna unleash his op finally, and then Haven, yeah, it's debatable, but I still do believe that. I mean, it's 50-50. Let's say like the decider map is 50-50.
I agree with you on Pearl. I think Pearl, fantastic pick from Na'Vi. I think Fnatic should anticipate that if they ban Abyss, a team like Na'Vi is going to pick Pearl. Give you a bit of stat, Na'Vi has never beaten Fnatic on Fracture. So that's why I feel like it's a little bit skewed.
I like it, but I feel as though the Fracture that we've seen from Fnatic the other day, it's just nothing new from what we've seen from them in the past, which can be easy to combat.
Okay, and we are getting another Tejo on Alpha. I guess we're not going to see him on the duel list. It's just not happening. On the other side, Shao on the KO as well. What do you guys make of this?
I am happy to see Boaster back onto the Astra and the fact that they've moved Chronicle onto that Killjoy. Chronicle on Killjoy, though, I'm intrigued to see how it works. And I know that we were just kind of having a little bit of, oh, was Alpha really the right person to play Tejo? For me, it really just depends on how they're going to be able to set Kayak up on that attack side.
I think it's a crime that we have Shao on the server not playing Sova. But Cloud, we got a Pansy and Mini casting. Would you like to toss it over to them? They're waiting for you.
Good luck, guys. Make casting really good. Like, I will watch.
I like that. That feels very motivating. If Cloud's watching, then the pressure is on. Thank you so much. And we've got to say it, this is a high-stakes game. One of the pillars of EMEA will crumble today. Now, looking at that map, Vito, surface level, I feel as though if there was a time for Fnatic to look good, it's got to be now.
Yeah, I mean, Cloud coming in with what I presume is some scrimbucks on Na'Vi, but from my point of view as an outsider, letting Fracture and Haven, which look like Fnatic's best maps.
Yes.
I mean, Haven last year was, you know, they were the best in the world at it. Let's not beat around the bush. Fracture's been a historically amazing map for them, so Na'Vi need to prove to us that they've built in a trap. They've got something prepared for Fnatic today.
Neither team can be happy about how things started. Obviously, Fnatic against BBL and Na'Vi against Carmine Corp, but time to pick up the pieces, right? These two teams came into this year with high hopes, big roster changes, and new looks. Now they got to stick the landing. Fnatic, of course, on the attacking side, Na'Vi on the defense. We are seeing that agent swap coming in as well, the addition of Tejo. Got to see how that looks. I'll be touching base with you and your thoughts towards it, seeing Alpha in that sort of role.
I've seen a very scripted pistol round from Fnatic here. Both are kind of special. We got some pressure towards B and then some pressure towards R. I'm not sure where the eventual end is coming from. Looks like it's going to be a B split, which is not bad on the pistol round going through that tiny choke point because you don't get sprayed down. Big kill from Chronicle.
Yeah,
Traded
lovely. Chronicle's been a bit of a star as well as of late.
It's all down to Hero.
Yeah, and he's just been swept aside. There's not much you can do. You're hoping for silver linings at the best. But Plant's going to be in. Down to 3, make it 2. Koala Noob and Shao going to have to try and suffer through this. Can they cause some problems? Or is this post-plant simply too strong? We've talked about post-plant utility. It's deadly here, especially with Tejo coming in. Everything else on top. That's not even mentioning Crashy's involved into this. Boaster involved. You can just leave, you know, your Yoru just kind of posted forward, take a bit of contact, kind of play off the back of it, and they have no idea, really. They have to get past the first hurdle. They're trying to eye up the second or the third, but yeah, this is looking clean from Fnatic, looking prepared here. And Shao, well, he can make a go of it, but you can already see the stall is there. Shao's options, after getting 2 kills, looking 0 to none. Gets a third for himself, so not bad, but Fnatic with the first.
Yeah, that post plant, I know he's in the crowd today, Mr. Durka. That reminded me of a Durka-style post plant where we'd always leave him deep into a site and then everyone else is just, let Durka do what he wants. And then we just play for post plant, so shout out to Mr. Durka for that one.
Go one game without mentioning Durka. Impossible.
Oh, no,
Mini.
I gotta bring him in, you know.
Yeah, it is true. He is his.
It was a good pistol, though. I liked the layers coming in from,
Sorry.
We'll leave that one for
even the crowd's jeering at them. Right.
It's going to start a riot.
Yeah, they're getting a little bit rowdy. Bloody hell, Tech pause this early. It's Fnatic. See, now you get to enjoy the other side of Fnatic.
Yeah.
They've spilt
I hate
something.
them.
Yeah, knew it. Knew it all along, Mini.
Who was it? Who's getting fined?
I'm trying to see which admin's like closing in. I don't see anything yet. Angel.
Locked
stunning. Has he blinked yet?
No.
There's still no blink. Absolutely no blinking. Hopefully we can get an update as to what the issues are. But let's kind of talk about this then, because, you know, we do have the beauty of having Fnatic's ex-coach in here getting to witness this in an elimination game, right? Yep. The highest stakes possible. Obviously, if you're Fnatic, losing out to BBL was not the start you were looking for, but I think it was the fashion in which they lost that worried people. And I think it's a fair worry. Do you think they are quick fixes? Are these things that are going to take time? Where is your mind going? Put yourself in a position now. You're coming into an elimination game. Are the things that you saw in that first series still a worry for you now? Or do you think they are things that you could have fixed during that time?
I mean, the things I saw, I would be able to fix.
So happy you said it.
I don't know if they're going to spot the same weaknesses. I think that they did. I spoke to them after the game. Sure. We saw each other in the lobby. It seemed like they did have a pretty good clue as to what went wrong. They were like, what, 9-3 up on a defensive split. We probably having a bit of a different conversation if they didn't just absolutely int their defense on a new level. So one thing that does worry me a little bit is the kind of standard approach. Like, they haven't rolled the dice on many of these comps. And
hold on, let's talk about the meta change then, because it feels like if you roll your minds back, I always thought of Fnatic as one of those kind of like mad geniuses when it came to these compositions, right? They'd come up with something super quirky, roll the dice, and it actually looked quite good with them, very creative and taking risks, and it landed. We didn't see them instantly go to the Tejo. They kind of stayed on that sort of ISO idea that they had, a little bit of a different look. What do you make of that? What's that kind of say to you, bigger picture, that they don't believe in the new meta? I mean, they're running something pretty meta-y right now.
Yeah, I mean, I quite enjoy this. Pearl is one of those maps where I personally don't have the hardest read on how I'd surround the Teo, but I still like the Teo enough that I'm happy with what they're doing. I think it's just they are kind of risk-adverse in a way that, like, the way I approached 2023 with the super team is that we needed to win as much as possible, as low variance as possible.
Okay.
So we wanted a consistent strategy, and that meant playing very kind of standard-ish kind of comps that had lots of breadth. Whereas I think that things have changed a little bit, especially after last year not hitting the same heights. And then now we've got, like, Leo's not on the team, Dirk is not on the team. It's a very different look. So I would be more happy if they did roll the dice a bit more on the Teo and lean into that. And I think Bosa's the perfect IGL for it. Like, he enjoys making those kind of big XX that the Teo kind of thrives in.
And it seems that someone was listening. Production here going to give us a little out while the tech pause is being resolved. We're going to hear from Boaster's thoughts on how Fnatic are preparing for 2025.
The lessons from last year that we're applying to this new season is the lesson of having fun. I think we put way too much stress on ourselves, and we started quite late. We started in January, so we were a bit behind, and then when it came to kickoff, we weren't playing as well as we'd hoped we would be. So this year we've already prepped in 2024, and now going into 2025, we're feeling pretty good. You know, I don't feel like I have so much work to do. This year I feel like I'm already kind of cleaning and tidying up what we already have, which is always a nice feeling because it allows me to focus on myself as well.
Well, having fun's a nice idea. How do you feel about fun? Are you a fun haver in your losses? You're like, don't worry, guys, we had a good time. Oh, who's that? It's your favourite player? And you're like, oh, Minnie's yapping about him again.
Boaster was clapping too.
True. But let's kind of also flip the script a little bit. We've kind of spent a lot of time for Fnatic because obviously you're here. It's very easy to break into that. But on the other side for Na'Vi, I think there's a lot of question marks around them as well. That Carmine Core performance, they were willing to roll the dice a little more, right? We saw Tejo coming out. We saw them being the first people in EMEA to take that risk. Now, did we like it? Was it the best application? But Na'Vi is still one of those teams that demand a lot of respect, considering the roster here and that potential. But where did that fall short in your mind, at least in game one? Was there something clear enough for you? or is it still just a bit debatable? First game coming in, too many unknowns.
I thought, to be honest, it was the defense sides that really let them down. Okay. I tried to watch back because that was my first cast, I think, trying to keep up with what Na'Vi were doing, and I think they used a different setup for 12 different rounds. So, and it wasn't like beautiful, well-tailored kind of. It was just like, oh, KO is going to be with A this round, next round B. We'll play 3A this round, 3B. Like, it didn't seem like they had the kind of structured defense that many of the other teams do. And that's a bit of a worry for a team like this, where you've got rookies coming into the team who need that structure. Yeah. And they're not the same team they were, where they have the experience to play a bit looser in those moments. So that's the biggest takeaway from me. I think the other thing is they're still maybe burning the cooking a little bit sometimes.
Okay. Yeah, a little overcooking here and there.
Yeah, I like the Teo, but they surrounded it with Koala Noob Sage and was it a Vice 2? And then double smokes. It was many different themes going on. I didn't quite understand what was happening.
Didn't see the method to the madness.
No.
No. But, we've got signs out. I do like a sign. Oh, they've gone away from the signs. Apparently, though, the players are almost ready to get back underway, so thank you very much. Are they asking for a gun, buddy? Come on. Come on.
You can do that, can't you?
No, that's you.
When will Mini play? Was that the question?
I don't think that's the question.
That's a good one.
I don't think that's the question at all, actually. But it does seem as though the players are ready. Thank you for your patience and the little Q&A session we had going on. Hold on, you're only here for Yinzu. Oh. Fair point. Fair point. Yeah, well, it's hurt my feelings a touch, but it's cool. Just scribble my name at the bottom, please. 13 seconds, we're back underway. Thank you for waiting around. Hopefully that's the only one that we get here as we dive into the second round. And we want to see a bit of stability from Na'Vi, right? We want to see them maybe not cook a little too much.
Yeah, I mean, this is the perfect composition when we talk about boring standard Valorant. This is the map that they've always loved to do this on. I think Na'Vi historically are about maybe like 14 wins and 1 loss, something around that. I don't have the exact stats, but they're very good on this map and very good at playing it standard. The only interesting thing I'll note is that Angel on the Sova and Shao on the KO.
Would you prefer it flipped?
I don't think so. I don't like Angel and KO, to be honest with you. But Shao on Sova is hard to not,
not enjoy. Yeah, you're right. How do you bring that in? Now, we did see the stack coming out from Na'Vi. Predominantly over towards that B site. There was 4 players. You've already seen one of them start to lean away, that being Shao. And Fnatic are playing very slow here. This is a very slow approach to that.
It's interesting how they're going to use these double drones. A bit of inefficiency here using the Teo drone and the Sova drone in the same spot, but I'm interested to see how that works on Pro.
Revealing area.
Okay, let's see. There shouldn't be much resistance here. It is just Shao kind of chilling. And only with classics, it should be par for the course. And for Fnatic, you want to see 5 standing. Yeah, well, good luck, Shao. There was just the Armageddon just being thrown at him towards pit, but not the ult, just the amount of util. But the other 4 feels formality-wise. Boaster gets put to his seat. Looks like they're going to get him down.
Only the Ghost to pick up, though.
Yeah, again, you could afford to lose another. Alpha could go down, it wouldn't be the end of the world, but you do want to keep, at bare minimum, the 2 Vandals. Chronicle doing his best Durka impression. Skin-wise, at least.
Not gun buddy-wise, though.
No.
Riot gun buddy. Maybe Chronicle doesn't have one.
You reckon?
Oh, no, they get them all unlocked, I think.
Now we're getting into a little bit of a worrying time. We don't want to see anyone else lose these weapons here. Chronicle has gone down. Rook 6 cost them a great deal. Na'Vi chipping away at Fnatic's finances. That's a huge round for Na'Vi, even in a loss.
Yeah, I mean, that's the almost best thing that they could hope for in that round. Without a win. I want to see how much damage it's actually caused, but that's a rough... Like, there was no need for Fnatic to lose members in that post plant, really. Like, they were set up in a position where they don't need to.
Yeah, that's a little bit worrying for me. Being punished in that sort of position.
Just some overpeaks, to be honest with you.
It's still fine. We won the round. It's fine.
That's some hope.
That's the player mentality right there. Don't worry, guys.
I mean, Chronicle's good at keeping the mood good, He's good at stabilizing the mood. But yeah, as we see, 3 Vandals, 2 Sheriffs. It looks like they can buy next round, so it's not the worst, but not ideal.
Eric's got the ult as well, so could be the emergency button if they don't have something pre-built for it. But I'm looking at Koala Noob here. His aggression was pretty impressive before, and even Cloud alluding to it, that operator that could come out to play, something to add into the mix, especially on a map like this, could be lovely. For now, it's Hero actually with the Outlaw on the other side of things. But Fnatic kind of taking their time around the map.
Yeah, it's interesting to me. We've seen so much of the slow A main defaults from teams. To see a team actually come out and explore B at the start it's an interesting sign for me. I'm quite optimistic. We saw it both in the pistol as well. Trying to push up. The goal would be to try and push off the Jet player that is there, Koala, or even kill the turret that would be spotting, and then create kind of a question mark towards that space, forcing out Angel to keep these re-clears.
I would say there's that litter of utility. Yeah, the front line's going to be a little bit rough because for Kayak, he can just skip past it. But beyond that, you can see them trying to isolate Ruxic here, but Kayak's going to have his work cut out. It is almost a fair fight, and this Ruxic should be out of that flash, trying to pre-fire a little on the corner. Kayak's got him. Okay, so they've got pit control, but the rotations are here. 3 players from the Na'Vi side make it towards the side. Kayak again gets a line up for himself. Angel and Koala both being punished from this, and it feels like this one's a wrap. Shao still sticking around here, but I don't know what you're meant to be able to achieve. And there's even a bit of a lurk on that too. If Boaster did decide to gap close, he does only have the Sheriff. Could have gone for a bit more here. Hero trying to live up to the title, but it's going to be hard. And he cost them much. I don't know if he can. Chow starts to get closer. It's certainly not over yet. Chronicle's got a Sheriff, so does Boaster, but the time, I think, has eluded them. So Na'Vi deciding to try and keep what they have. Boaster's going to hear this. Can they recover weapons or not? I'm looking to see if Crashies can grab something. Not Crashies, I'm absolutely lying to you. That'd be Chronicle. And he does get the Guardian, I guess. I mean, it's not the ideal outcome. Boaster, can you cost him much? Nice try. He did try and get the 2 weapons at the end. Shao catches him, but economy-wise, I guess they keep this moving, so that round 2, even though it was costly, they kind of get away with.
Yeah, I mean, a big round from Fnatic. You're taking that every single day. At the end, couldn't damage the economy enough, but I liked the exec. The ults, using the kind of tail salvos to give space for the Yoru to kind of come out of that space. I was really worried until he did that, like what was going to happen, because they were stuck in the A main choke, Kayak had no support, and just that little kind of bit of creativity I thought was quite nice.
And we have a really early timeout, round 4 timeout. Happy's yapping away as well. What are you checking in with on round 4? Maybe tendencies you've seen or something?
He's noticed something that he doesn't like. I don't know what it is, but...
I mean, either, because this is so early.
It could be something to do with the fact that Fnatic are defaulting towards B in a way that many teams that we see right now on Pro aren't. And it could be to do with that. Like, Na'Vi did have a 3-person fight ready, and they kind of backed away from it a little bit, so it could be, it could be something to do with that. Otherwise, I have no idea. Sometimes these timeouts could be a player is not having a great time, or someone's getting frustrated, and just time out and just, calm everyone down again.
Yeah, it's all theory crafting now, but if we're looking at the board as well, got to say it, Kayak's having an absolute map so far. 7-3 for him. What a start here. And a lot of pressure on that man's shoulders. If you talk about the sort of shoes he's trying to fill, that is a very difficult role to walk into. So we'll see if he keeps that level of performance up throughout this, doing very well early on here in the first 3 rounds. Obviously for Na'Vi here, the 2 rifles that were kept, still in check. That's with Hero and Shao. It looks like they want to try and apply this as early as possible. And no, I mean, big takeaway, a little bit of a tag on towards it, but dismantling it very quickly.
And Fnatic have just switched to the kind of classic A main default. I do like the fact that Boaster is getting a bit cheeky towards the B long. Like, I think he used that smoke to kind of create pressure, like you might see a Cypher do. So I like that aggression from him.
And I like the Na'Vi, though, in response, are trying to take space. You've got to take a little bit of a risk in these sort of rounds. You have the 2 Vandals to try and bring in to make some sort of impact happen. So playing as a bit of a pack here, leaving pretty much Angel to his own devices, the rest trying to stay together, the buddy system coming into effect.
It feels like they're making the right read. It looks like Fnatic are going to group up for this BXEC, and Na'Vi are reading into it quite well.
But it's still going to be really hard to hold the site or even play retake, depending on how they want to approach it, considering that discrepancy in the economy. That's going to be a big factor. Now for Fnatic, you're arguing again. Keep it clean, keep it simple on the Exec. You've got a couple of lurks potentially coming in, so don't forget about that. But Fnatic need to win the site out. It's getting a little late now. 25 seconds, I start to get worried. But luckily, you got Teho there, clearing out the corners. Alpha gonna find Hero. Angel does catch one. Koala Noob with another. This is not out of the woods just yet. Plant should be in. Nothing to deny that, but Xiao still has that rifle. He has a good kit as well. Util's still in place. They're going to know Crashies is towards the back of the site. That's 100% information on that. Rooksik is going to be holding this down for a second longer. Flash to the left. They're going to have to deal with one of these two sides. Difficult here now. Want to try and get this defuse started. Who moves first? The double swing from Long. It's Chronicle to close it out. And Fnatic, even though it got a little close, keep 3 standing and another round for themselves.
Yeah, as you highlighted, I think that the gun disparity really kind of showed there. I think Alpha had a round and we didn't see... Yeah, big trades from Alpha, really. Like, that is what won them the round, in my opinion.
The URE is back. Now, got to bring attention to it. The big green is out and about. The operator in the hands of Koala Noob. This could give them a lot more pressure.
On Boaster as well.
Huh?
I thought you were highlighting Boaster there.
No. No, I'm not a believer in the Boaster op, but I've seen it before. I don't... Do you encourage that?
No. But the way to coach Boaster is you got to give him that little bit of like disrespect, and then he's got to kind of prove it. You know what I mean?
Right.
So it's a kind of like game you play with him. So deep down, I kind of don't mind it, but you got to pretend. I have to pretend that I.
Got you. We'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Psychological warfare.
Yeah,
I put on my players. But again, it's that B-long pressure that he's creating with that off is like interesting. Beautiful reclear from Xiao though.
Yeah, Kayak just completely unaware of the possibility that could even come his way. The fact that Xiao just pushes out like that.
Yeah, signature Na'Vi really. We were talking about it earlier about like the idea that Na'Vi as a team, they're always going to be reclearing. Angel was born and bred from Counter-Strike, and it's a kind of Counter-Strike approach in these defense rounds.
Ooh, lockdown though.
It's a nice one. It's a deep one. I hate the one people use in A main. I like this. And you see that the Teho sub was designed to try and stop the players surviving in that space. It's quite interesting.
That's a lovely adaptation there. And
a little bit early maybe, Alpha.
Sure. But you know what, we take this scenario. Now, they are committing on this retake, however, Na'Vi. They want to build back in. Alpha is now in trouble. He eats that flash like he hadn't had his dinner, and Xiao tearing him down. That's 3 this round. Not going to get much more. Boaster, oh my god, have I spoken too soon? Is there something to this? One more bullet to bring into play, and I mean, what are you meant to do here? Time to back away, he knows it. He made a good go of it, but it doesn't matter. Round is Na'Vi's. Lovely from them.
Yeah, good retake. I like the fact that they use the KO ult to facilitate the retake. I keep seeing these teams with the KO use it in situations where they just end up trying to hold, but using it to facilitate a set retake is very nice. What I didn't like from Fnatic was pushing through the pit. I think that they have the Sova ult to work with, they have the Astra Suck to work with, they got the Teo Salvos to work with. They don't need to get too aggressive in these post plants. Do the Durka post plant, get a Euro in deep, and then everyone else just baits.
Yeah.
Let Kayak work. He's having a good game. Just let
him in. Yeah, and I do want to kind of look at that as how much do they get given that sort of freedom? Is that, hold on, mid-war, Chronicle punishes Angel. Now, do they expect Koala Noob behind him? We haven't really seen Koala having too much impact yet. We were kind of complimenting his aggression in those previous series, even though it did obviously amount to a loss in the end, but Kayak's got that ult back in. I think that's the 2nd cycle already.
I love that Angel is the one pushing it first, not the operator, not the 3 aim stars around him.
No, look.
I gotta call him out.
He leads from the back lines.
He made my first cast a bit rough.
Yeah, welcome to Na'Vi. It is a trial by fire. So you can kind of see this. There is a lot of the space given over here. Now, Koala Noob wants to keep an eye on it, and Boaster seemed very unaware that that was available. That space was there to be had. And Koala Noob is finding these little pockets to play from, these little angles. Now, they shouldn't fall foul to it again. They should be very aware there's an operator up towards heaven. Now, Hero's going to try and work behind this, but they're playing very close towards sight here. Chronicle does get down Xiao. Now, again, Chronicle's impact is really kicking up a gear. Rooksik is flank, finds nothing, and now Hero, you might as well back away from this. Now, as it stands, got to say for me, as much as we have seen a couple of these players having good games, overall, Chronicle to me has been the standout. It feels like there's a fire lit underneath him. Now, I don't know what it is. Yeah. You roll your mind back even to their game against BBL. He was their impact player in my mind. And it feels like Chronicle is now, you know, really picking up his impact. But we are seeing Kayak in that kind of 1-2 spot with him a little bit here, but still, 5-1, I just feel that was an Angel round.
Well, yeah. Yeah, 4v5. The B site is so difficult to retake, especially when you got the operator. Alpha had his Armageddon, we had the server ult as an
just pushed
there was too much.
a crazy tank, bro.
A crazy tank. But yeah, what you're saying about Chronicle is interesting. I was here for GCC with the big man Sliggy, and I did get to catch Chronicle and talk to him about the team a little bit, and he said that it was going to be the old players he thought that was going to be the defining factor in the team. That him, Alpha, and Boaster were going to have to kind of, you know, keep up a high level. I don't think he meant that in a way as disrespectful to the other players, but more like...
They have to step up. We're seeing at least in his regard. And we do start putting question marks towards Na'Vi. This is their choice. And if you looked at the map veto, you'd imagine Pearl would go Na'Vi's way, and if you're going off historical stats, Fracture, Fnatic, and maybe even Fnatic as well. But as it stands, Fnatic have a point to prove, really.
Yeah, it seems like Na'Vi don't have an answer for this B-long default that Fnatic have thrown out.
No, the only thing that's been working so far is Chow, it feels like. This time around, Chow's still in the feed, but it's Angel joining him. So a bit of a fight towards the B site. But the map control is still in the hands of Fnatic. They have so much space towards middle. They can pivot. They can leave Alpha to be that one to kind of split right down the middle, these two sides. How much space can he take, though?
Yeah, we'll have to see. I'm not too sure what the call is for Fnatic here. It's not an easy one to solve.
No, this is just mid-rounding, kind of pull away what you have, get that information.
I always cringe a little bit going through B-Link, but
well,
down to Angel.
It's Angel. Oh. It's Rooksik. And they're fine, making it through the choke point, apparently. They've got to know there was another here, yeah. I think they're very aware of Rooksik. But that second is nuts. Alpha just got beamed down. Beautiful in the end. Seemingly took Rooksik a little too lightly and got punished for it. Second for Na'Vi.
Yeah, I mean, Rooksik is a player, like, initially in Na'Vi, I don't think he's shown his full potential. I had him down as potentially the best smokes player in EMEA when he came into the league.
That's high praise for him.
Yeah, he's a very solid player. He's made me mold in many practices that we've had with his former team. I think that once he gets comfortable, he's going to be someone later in the season that I think is going to keep popping off. Hopefully it's now, and we can see some more brilliance. But maybe not fully comfortable yet.
Ooh, Rooksik. We talked about him just a moment ago. So scary, and Boaster's being pushed here too. He's got to have heard those steps. There's no way, and especially with
the adaptation from Na'Vi is they're saying we don't want you to take B-long. We're going to take it from you.
And look at the util dump though, littering the ground towards A. There's a lot for them to try and get through. Fnatic maybe looking to try and expand through art or find a little bit more information. Alpha trying to maybe pave that way.
I would have liked to have seen Fnatic accelerate off of that. Like, I think Boaster was smart enough there to realize that Na'Vi were putting a lot of pressure towards B-long, probably 2 or 3 people potentially, and we could have got a split coming in quicker.
Timing. Hold on. It's not Angel this time.
Obscuring vision.
A bit of a setup between the two here. Okay, that's one of them forced away. That's Koala Noob having to dip out because he got tagged by, I think there's the Owl drone there, but hey, he's still got Shao close enough by.
The turret in mid was preventing them from doing anything through the doors though, so that'll be it for the aggression.
So we're looking back towards the site itself. A little bit of later presence probably from Angel coming in, but Hero's happy to take contact towards the site. He's got Rooksik towards Pit. He could get overwhelmed here. Dart's going to get at least a ping on it. Angel does find Alpha. That's going to deny the support system. He could take steps forward. Shao might fill that space, but Kayak's one on the site. Fnatic starting to try and build some security here. They don't have pit control, and they don't have art control either. The site starts to feel smaller as Kayak gets spotted by Koala Noob, and it's all on Crashies. That's just too much to deal with. Na'Vi winning all of those extremity fights.
Yeah, they kind of double lurk through art there. The first attack came through and then a little bait, and they go again. They caught Fnatic completely off guard. I do think that, like I said earlier, they were a bit too slow towards that A site, and then even their exit itself was a bit too slow in my opinion.
That's going to shatter the cache of Fnatic. It's just Sheriff's out and about for them. That's going to be rough. A little bit of light shield, but
10 seconds left.
I wouldn't have hated a timeout right now, just because the momentum, you can feel the momentum has shifted.
see if that costs them much. You got to feel this does go Na'Vi's way just because of the purchase, but quite a lot of bravado in approach too. Happy to go for the orb. Take the space already. A main control
just
as
denying
well.
some of these orbs that are coming up for Fnatic. Like Chronicle will get it this round.
Yep.
But Alpha and Kayak, those are big ults in this series.
Oh, Angel does have the smoke to dip into, but I think he's got to respect this. There's a lot of pressure there. Now he's got Shao by his side. Maybe they could have a little glance back towards it.
Yeah, Fnatic just using the fact that they've got the weaker economy, so getting kind of into these close spaces towards the center of the map sometimes can be a good way to kind of pick up a gun, but Na'Vi aren't going to be there to be found.
Okay, so they spot one. Do they figure out the rest? Feels like a puzzle they're just trying to piece together, but they are picking the right side of things, but they don't have Haruksik. This is madness. Look how far Haruksik's got. Oh! Kron with a stunner, leaving Koala Noob in a lot of trouble here. He can try and... Oh, there's no real safety. This is really nice.
That
this
recon was
timing.
beautiful.
Yeah, that was
from
real.
art.
Okay, Crashies. All right, let's get a little more of that, please. Angel, Hero, and Chao are probably baffled that this has occurred. This was never the round that was meant to be a threat. But now, they're on the chopping block. Kayak, the one to push forward towards Pit this time.
Big post-plant Itzo as well. We can see the servo ult and even the Killjoy ult if we need it, but Fnatic aren't going to need it.
Oh. Let's see. Shao get invested. Does he go for it even? Yeah, I think he's not fancying the odds. Boaster does have the Vandal. It's Crashies who's still down on the Sheriff, so that's going to be Vandal taken away, at least from Boaster, but the round will be Fnatic's. And that feels like a compliment towards Fnatic to find the space, but Na'Vi allowing maybe a little too much there.
Yeah,
but
I mean, we were
what do you mean to do?
Haruksik before, like that kind of... He almost is overcompensating, I feel like sometimes, that inexperience coming through. Like
There it is.
He doesn't need to be on 30 frags. Like, he's in a team with good players. He doesn't need to hard carry. If he's feeling a little bit uncomfortable, like, just do your job.
Yep.
Hold that A main space. You don't need to go deep. Like, he has essentially just lost them the round, I would say.
It feels like it. That will to do a little too much gives away just that opening of space. And there was really nowhere else for, Koala to go to. He was just kind of left middle of no man's land and gets picked up.
Fnatic have got 4 big ults to see what they've got cooked up here.
Oh, look at this positioning though. This is all in. Oh my god. Chao! He's holding this. He's sticking around as long as he can. The bravado is there. Gutsy in approach. There's members of Na'Vi here willing to fight on this one and sends Fnatic packing.
I thought they'd have a layer before where like they would maybe, if they saw someone be long, they'd send the server ult down or something. They kind of missed that layer, I think. But again, Na'Vi's proactivity again.
We know it. Even in a player advantage, I'd be surprised if they further it, but they're trying to stay together, and Alpha's not loving that. But Fnatic looking for opportunities. Will that lack of, I don't want to say a lack of discipline, but the want to do too much cost Na'Vi again.
Chronicle has drawn the rotation across, so it's down to Koala Noob here.
18 HP isn't a lot, but it is an operator. This is a big angle to play from. Lots of util still with Fnatic though.
You are divided.
Divide's going to come through. He is ahead of that currently, but you can see it. The littering's there. He does get at least one. Takes away Alpha, but a quick trade. Fnatic very quick to make sure that threat was nullified, but a 4v3.
It's winnable though with the ults that Fnatic have. If Chronicle threw the Killjoy ult right now, it could do a lot of work.
You should run.
And let's see. So we're going to have the lockdown.
I don't know if he's going to expect Angel on the flank though.
Count. This actually could be huge. Boaster just got the timing right, but it's Angel's flank that could be the undoing of all of this, and now it's all topsy-turvy. Angel is going to get one, but he seems paranoid about a flank on himself, but the time is ticking. They've got to get a move on. Boaster just a second away, and now it's on Crashies to try and deny them. Oh no, it's gone so wrong, but the time somehow was just too close. I thought they had that.
That was crazy. There were so many elements going on there. Boaster's play, though, that was a beautiful play.
Dealing with the lockdown was incredible. And almost, I mean, he was almost the one to deny even getting that close by taking the player away from the defuse.
I do think that Na'Vi, we were talking about that proactivity, but leaving Koala by himself on the basis that Chronicle threw a molly on the other side of the map, I think that's a mistake from Na'Vi. I want to see 2 or 3 people just staying there, to be honest with you. A few rounds now where Na'Vi are going to be kicking themselves, in my opinion.
But that feels like the Na'Vi way, doesn't it? Kayak just Eco-Cobra farming his way through. I swear about that. This hasn't felt like much of a punish yet, really. Na'Vi, it feels like they're their own worst enemy at times watching these rounds.
Yeah, they've been, this half, on the VOD review, this could be very close. But there ain't time to VOD review. This is elimination.
Elimination. Yeah, and as it stands, it's Koala Noob left in a 1v5. Fnatic just rinse and repeat. That B site ready to go. And Crashy's just gonna bullet to the brain and in zone flawless. Na'Vi should be frustrated with this, Mini. Again, when you know a game could be closer, but it's just not working out, feels almost worse than losing it in a clear-cut fashion.
Yeah, and as we kind of alluded to earlier, Pro is the map that we presumed that if it was going to go one way, it's Na'Vi's way, and the next 2 maps, in our opinion, should be Fnatic's.
Yeah. And not happy about it. Good coach reaction there. Do you miss those cameras?
Sorry, I didn't catch that one. I need to look in hard when we see those.
Yeah.
I thoroughly enjoyed them.
That was solid. Not happy is the name of that GIF that will be made. And a bit of a different look here from Fnatic. Not the same approach, a little bit of a different pace to it. Just keep an eye on where the spike decides to head towards.
I mean, Alpha going to be able to get the Armageddon. I want to see a juicy Fnatic Armageddon. I've not been impressed with a lot of the Armageddon usage across the EMEA so far. I want to see one of these juicy ones.
You think Alpha could be the one?
It's not going to be Alpha, it's going to be the strat they've built around Alpha.
Well, Na'Vi doing Na'Vi things. Having a wonder. And Hero's positioning could be, I mean,
it's going to be some kind of fake here, and then a split, looks like.
And it's just green light. That's 3 players seen. That's huge for Kayak.
Draws out Decay as well.
He's done so much. I'm even looking at them, considering, I don't think they're going to rotate, but they're looking elsewhere for a second. It's a 1-for-1 trade out. Rixik does take away Crashies, but they continue on. Koala Noob couldn't quite get the knives out in time. Fnatic now taking towards the site. You're looking at this being tricky though. Does Angel make the play? No, it's Kayak again finding Shout from the back lines. This man is a nuisance. He's a bit of a nightmare. Angel and Hero. How are you meant to get around this? Kayak could be anywhere. You got Kron and Boaster in a post plant. You two are going to be burnt up at least.
But Suck's still online for Boaster.
Oh, this is so rough. And Chronicle's been clean with these sort of rounds. Again, Impact. This guy is just on a heater any time. Fnatic needs a closer. Chronicle is there. 9-3. Fnatic looking like they want to make a statement here.
Na'Vi going to need the 9-3 curse that Fnatic fell to last time.
They're going to need a lot more than that bloody curse. They need, I don't know what they need, but they ain't been having it here. There's been 3 rounds they've been able to find. And this is going to be a frustrating one, I'm sure, for them. I need to see a bit more here. I wanted to see a 3-mapper. The way this is going, it might be over in 2. But we have a little bit of a treat here. A halftime interview with Yinzu and Durka.
Apparently, the Durka buff is real as well, even when he's not in the server. Thank you very much for joining me, Durka. First of all, I gotta ask, Kron was looking insane out there. Do you think it has something to do with the Glitch Pop Vandal? It feels like he's nicked your gun skin.
Yeah, I mean, 100% my skin works always, especially in these games, kind of like, I don't know, I had to teach him something.
Yeah, magical. I think we should all pick up the Glitch Pop Vandal as well. Now, when you were on Fnatic, Pearl was a bit of a permaban. You guys never wanted to play it. So do you feel like maybe something's changed with the map? Are you surprised that this team all of a sudden want to play this map?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at them right now. I'm a bit surprised that they cooked something, because with me it didn't work really that much, but I don't know, maybe it's the Tejo too.
What do you think were the issues with Pearl originally that maybe they managed to iron out?
I think I fell asleep with that map. It was too boring for me.
You're so real for that. And of course, you mentioned the Tejo, and Alpha is playing it. I think we kind of theorized maybe Kron could do it, maybe Crashies could do it. Do you think Alpha is the right choice on Tejo?
I know Alpha loves to explode stuff. Like, he loves to play Raze and stuff, so I guess they didn't let him play Raze, but let him play Tejo at least. So I think that's the reason.
You like it?
So far, yeah.
All right, you got the Durka approved. And lastly, of course, the side's about to swap. The op is going to be quite important. Boaster was opping on the attack side. Do you feel like he should do that on the defense as well?
Yeah, for sure. He's an opper. I always told him, like, if I need to drop someone the op, I'll drop him.
As wholesome as always. Thank you so much, Durka, for joining me. And let's see if Fnatic can close us out in the second half.
Wow. So you just made them go, and your strats were so boring.
Yeah.
The Durka was just like, never put me on Pearl.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I do distinctly remember Durka. I had him at B long for most of the pracs, and he's like,
sit on B long.
Minnie, I'm so bored, I cannot play this map. I'm just on B long.
Okay.
Got a telescope, a 4,000, what is it, a $5 telescope?
Oh, bless him. Well, you know, it seems that, at least for now, they're perfectly happy. So it was you and Durka who were the problem.
Yeah, we're the problems.
Na'Vi now on the attack, of course, Fnatic on the defending side. And away we go. So Fnatic going to have a full idea of what's going their way. And Crashies goes, I don't want to stick around.
Very
I'd like
fast
to leave.
approach from Na'Vi. To see if Fnatic go for the flood here. They do have numbers here.
We've got a whole lot of util really close by. I want to see if Crashies does commit any of the darts towards it. I think a couple of those shock darts did go in, but that's about it.
They opted for the set retake. Let's see what they've got cooked up here. They wouldn't ever be in this situation unless they got something cooked.
Boaster having a yap. Alpha going to use that drone to go in, try and get a little bit of that info. We're gonna, I mean, could focus on backside. Yeah, looks like that's where it's directed towards. And then Kayak gonna fill that space, but it's Hero to take away Boaster. All the util in the world won't be able to take away all these players. Crash is down to 6, and Shao still firing. This is getting a little bit dicey for Fnatic. With Crashy so low, it's hard to find that impact. Shao gonna fight him comfortably. And now the fight back from Alpha, but the time is ticking. They've got to try and deal with this now. Do they have full faith to hold it down? Angel and Ruxic digging in their heels, simplistic in approach. It's enough to get the job done.
What I love from Na'Vi, though, is what we see from a lot of teams is when they go towards the B side of the map is they take B long, they hesitate, and then they go. And by the time that hesitation happens, you'll see a flood come in and there's 3 or 4 people. Na'Vi didn't hesitate and beat the flood, which puts you in a beautiful position. Because I'm a broken record. That B retake is not fun.
See what the buy is. Because this is where we saw it kind of being a little bit topsy-turvy almost before, where it was a really costly second round for Fnatic. Can Na'Vi keep it clean here themselves? You've got Koala Noob with the Vandal.
Alpha with the Bucky. I'm impressed.
Are you?
I am impressed, yeah.
Why?
This is the kind of guy who'd be like, I'm not using a Bucky, I'm a aim god, you know what I mean?
Right. And so you think you've broken Alpha?
The change in mentality from Alpha, accepting the cringe guns. Like, that's what I want to see.
I don't know if I like it.
There we go.
Oh, no, don't reward this, but it's fine. It's all good. I mean, they could afford to lose these amount of players. Just keeping those bigger weapons in play. Kayak.
Spike plan.
Yeah,
But look.
Or maybe not.
Quite good. I think they're going to lose 1 Bulldog. Yeah, I mean, not the best, not the worst. You take those. You get the round, you keep the expensive items still up. But can we just take a moment to appreciate that Shao's on 18-8, and the closest down below him would be Ruxic on 8 kills. This guy is having a bit of a series.
There needs to be like a keyword or a person's name.
A safe
one of those games.
Nice! Let's go!
Where someone's got like a huge amount of frags, but you kind of didn't notice it. Because I didn't even have a clue that Shao's just got 18 kills. You know what I mean?
Shao's been farming. He's been
okay, never mind. I'm just a terrible analyst.
If you're just reading the kill feed, that's my job, all right? You know, that's all I do.
I didn't feel that Shao was having a bigger game as this.
Fair enough. As it stands, let's see how Kayak holds up under pressure. Going to be kept in on the site, does have Boaster there as well. Koala Noob trying to string his way forward, but it's Hero to find how did he get the second there as well? Hero, lovely. work from him. He'll be happy with that one. That facilitates the plant. That's going to come in, and we look at the post plant here. Crashy still has util. Alpha, I don't know how long, 27 seconds. He's got a long time for his util to come back on, so not going to be the keyest factor. Timing here is, he should be dead. Xiao should be dead, and he is. Didn't expect the angle, and Alpha doesn't need util apparently. Just the gun in his hand, and he's good to go. And now we've got distance here. Rooksik and Hero, you got much for this post plant. Early investment of the util, but is suppressed here. Has to be just the guns that they brought in on this one. Fnatic making this hurt now. This took a moment, but it's getting there. Rooksik's in a world of trouble. And dealt with in the end. Fnatic pulling this back and getting double digits so quickly.
Alpha has just bailed them out completely there. The frags from Alpha and that retake.
Yep, absolutely.
If he didn't get them, that was over. I was about to start praising Na'Vi for once again just being very simple in that approach, but being direct and fast towards that B side of the map is not something we see often right now. But I think it's a meta adaptation that I want to see from more teams, to be honest with you. Punishing these teams who aren't flooding that B site quick enough with numbers. Fnatic only had 2 people there, and the hold wasn't great. Unfortunately, the kind of rhythm now is going to be a bit different. After Na'Vi losing a round like that, is Angel going to have the kind of sense that like that could be something we can continue to work with? Or is he going to kind of bottle it a little bit? Because you can't keep rushing B, but it looked pretty good.
It did. Na'Vi, different look. Oh, the flash. How is Kayak alive? I thought that was so perfect.
This is all a ruse. It looks like another little fake attempt in
Crashies
here.
Yeah, like back of my mind, I'm waiting on the Crashies swing on this one, or if he gets pushed here. Koala melted down. Fnatic were doing so good, but Alpha just caught sleeping at the wheel, it feels. Maybe unaware of the space could have been taken, or not reading it right, but I quite like this. But now it's going to be noted. Angel already aware of that push out towards A main.
You should run.
Chronicle slipping back towards site. This feels where Kron's going to get a few, but he's up against Xiao, and Xiao has been just as good. Crashy's going to pick up the mantle. Looks for some more targets. Rooksik trades out. This is now going to be awkward and uncomfortable round, but Hero again blazing through these sites. Kayak's on 5 HP, but Chronicle from the back lines brings it into a 2v2.
He just needs to stay alive and wait for Kayak now on the flank.
Yeah, but the reposition here from Hero is really hard to keep a bit of a beat on. He knows that this space is clear. Surely this keeps Rooksik's eyes elsewhere. Maybe towards Art. Maybe towards main, and that 5 HP should be the depth of him, and it is. Na'Vi back in with a chance now.
A bit of a messy round, but I did want to highlight there that Hero's reposition, even when he first joined Fnatic last year, I was very impressed with his lurking. Like, lurking is a very difficult trait to have, especially as a rookie player. And I think those little moments, it reminds me of a little bit of Nat's kind of style, where it's like, okay, I've been seen in this position. Oh wait, no, I've repositioned. And that was a beautiful timing from Hero, just to secure the round.
People are going to be very disappointed, Minnie, because you're not flaming Fnatic very much.
I can't.
That's what they're here
when they were winning 10-4, was it?
Well,
I
it's 10-6 now, isn't it? We're seeing Buckies everywhere.
Right, let me get into. Let me lock in.
Yeah. Come on now. Let's get to work here. I'm kidding. Wait, feel free to be positive. They are doing good things, you know. For now, we are looking at a light purchases. If Boaster or Alpha can make
I was setting up a situation where I was like unimpressed with their B hold, but then Na'Vi threw, so it kind of, you know what I mean?
You can't say that. People in Sliggy's chat will be upset because they can't even write the word throw.
It's different on my channel. I encourage that.
Yeah, this round, I don't say it's a throwaway round because there's always some danger to it. Yeah, Buckies are Buckies, but it's classics and sheriffs beyond that. But I feel like Fnatic look good here.
Buckies, again, what have they been cooking?
Second
I guess the
leave.
center of the map is quite short range, I guess.
Yeah. But again, the way you made a play this map, boring. Now, thrilling. We got Buckies. We're having a sick time. Alpha's just lobbing stuff.
He was about to ult.
Oh god.
He has ulted.
Ooh.
Okay, here we go. Here we go.
Lock in, ladies and gents.
What on earth is Alpha Year doing? What is he doing, guys?
He's
What's he doing? In 4v5, we've got 2 Buckies and 2 Classics, and he's throwing an Armageddon down?
Oh, dearie me.
I think that might be the best ult in the game, and he's just wasted it. That's I mean,
criminal. It is criminal.
I saw some of those ults on Abyss in his last game, and I was getting ready.
Yeah.
I think Alpha needs a bit of work on some of those ults.
And there's a Fnatic timeout. Is this the chat you have?
Yeah, this is
Alpha. Alpha, what's...
If you can hear me, Alpha.
put me in. I'm going back down. Just put on the headphones. Yeah, timeout. If you do look at the string of rounds in this half as well, it has been 2 a break and then 2, so 4-1 on this half. And when you're starting seeing some questionable ults, that used to be you on the camera up there. Going back to coach cam.
I missed it again.
Yeah, look, there it is. There you are. You'd be sat over there.
I preferred being alone, to be honest.
I hated my co-workers.
No,
I want to take it out of context. No, let me take it out of context.
Okay,
Come on, fun. I'm not blaming you. You just said that you'd prefer to be alone.
Yeah, I guess that kind of does flame Elma, doesn't it?
Elma, you had a negative impact on what I was doing and my enjoyment. Well, hopefully that's not the case now, but 7-10, let's see what the correction is.
I had to be a different person when I was with Elma. I couldn't be the stressful person. I couldn't do as I
Yeah, we wouldn't get a mini squeeze when you were there.
I had to go through it myself.
I see. Right.
Couldn't be that negative energy in the room.
7-10 now. Is there a solution for Fnatic here? Because they've hit I don't want to say a brick wall. That's a little bit too strong. But they've had a couple issues now. They've been starting to struggle it. And Alpha is going to hear the stampede. Oh dear. Okay, at least Crashies is going to have that impact and try and slow this massive pace change from Na'Vi, who just shifted up a gear. Nice off angle, but Ruxic lands it. And Durka's Vandal still does the damage it needs to. Oh, Chronicle! There's something about it. But Xiao outdoes him. Keeps this in a 2v2. Plant should be up next here. You've got Kayak with that operator. Tough in a post plant now. That's going to be spiked down. How do they play this post plant as well? Boaster creeping a little bit closer. Hero, he's still on side. Oh, the timing! Kayak's gonna be furious as Hero does get boasted down as well. And that gear shift absolutely shattered Fnatic.
I was gonna say that the 9-3 half, that's what happened last time. Fnatic's defenses have been a little bit shaky sometimes. They're looking like it again here. Some of the win conditions not being used. I want to point out, I did watch Fnatic's off-season VOD where they played the same comp, but they had the ISO instead of the tail.
Okay.
They'd used that setup twice where Alpha was behind that box.
So that's going to be something that if you're Na'Vi, you're probably prepped for?
Using a setup where you've got to not get spammed is not a very consistent setup. To see it come out from a timeout is a pretty bold decision.
Yeah, no, bold's a nice word for it. And they're going to face the consequences to this. They have now got a broken buy here. We've got Sheriffs and a couple of SMGs sprinkled through. They do have a massive ult cycle hitting, but that'll be probably for next round, assuming that, there's no big ability to close out a round, and a stack as well towards B.
Yeah, I think that my adjustment would have been more about, I think I put one of Chronicle's mollies towards this B side of the map to help with the floods in and the delay. And then just keep it simple towards that A side of the map. Stop playing we're playing Fnatic are over-committing on A side. Again, it's an easier side to retake. B, we want to hold a bit more.
And for Na'Vi, you're looking at them keeping it simple and approach. They don't need to overdo too much here. Have far superior weapons.
Yeah, if Fnatic get anything in on the round, that they do have the ults to kind of convert if they do choose to gamble that.
It would be, I guess, Crashies, if anything, to... Oh, excuse me, Chronicle, if anything, to try and start something off, but I doubt Na'Vi overpush this. You know what you're up against.
Then from Fnatic, looks like.
Yeah, and you got to keep in mind on the time here, 17 seconds, and it is Quan to get that first blood drawn, but they don't have side control and they don't have the plant. If they can pour bodies on at the right time, this could get dangerous. Yeah, and you're right, Sova on top. Crashies, we're seeing those win cons come in, but the plant does go down. Alpha trying to gap close. Crashies gets another. Catching out Hero, hold on. Maybe there's still some danger here. Crashies, you got a little bit of magic for us now. 2 kills already, only a Sheriff, and in a post plant like this, so difficult. Great tag on Ruxic. But now you look at the ults.
Yep.
Now you look at the util. He knows that this is uphill. He's got a mountain to climb, 4 bullets at best, 10 on a reload. An angel slowly but surely should be the death of him. Na'Vi taking another step now.
Yeah, Fnatic gave themselves an opportunity there, but again, the low economy it is what it is. Na'Vi are able to close out that round. I did like the ult from Crashies. It looked like it was 0.1 second away from actually coming in with a round whip potentially. Yeah, literally just as it went down. Oh, that's brutal as well. That recon bang.
I mean, it was close. It was close. But this half is starting to feel oppressive. It's starting to get that little bit of worry, you know what I mean? You're starting to feel like, oh, we're really struggling on some of these.
And no kind of change up from Fnatic. They're just relying on this kind of 3 towards the A side of the map with Kayak towards long B.
Is that what you'd go for? Ideal scenario?
Scanning ahead.
I think, as I said, I want more delay towards B in case Na'Vi do pull that trigger again.
So what does that look like, practically?
Again, like the Killjoy Nano being there.
Right, okay, yeah.
Maybe Alpha needs to be on a faster rotation towards B, potentially. On the A side of the map, we need to stop getting caught front sight.
Okay.
I want to see us peel off and just delay the spike, get that recon in and get some wall bangs.
Well, we saw how close that retake was in just that previous round with light weaponry, so I feel like the theory is absolutely spot on, but a cautious display from Na'Vi. Hard to get that beat on the tempo they want to run. That's the operator heard. No surprises. And a crunch, maybe, towards
we saw this before from, I can't remember which team it was, where they used the salvos behind, but Alpha just going for a solo play. A little bit desperate, in my opinion.
The flames kicking up here, guys. We're going to have to touch in on that, because this is not what you want to be seeing, but Crashy's now put under pressure. He does have support here as well. Chronicle trying to watch towards that main side, so both of them standing shoulder to shoulder, but do they get away with daylight robbery or do they not? Chronicle does. 13 seconds now. Na'Vi are going to be under pressure to get that spike down. Koalanu keeping the site secure, but they've lost out on main. Plant's going to be in. Kayak trying to close the gap. Where does Na'Vi go for this post plant? This is a lot of util and a lot of ults now ready to go. Where the hell do they go?
Shao was just a tiny bit late on that KO, otherwise he would have denied this Killjoy ult.
And Hero, he's fine. He's got the crosshair, spots one. Oh, the lovely push and pull between the two of them. Chronicle's the one to get the bullet in the brain of him, but it doesn't matter. Down to the last two here, Koalanu and Shao. All three from Fnatic on the site. Koalanu takes away one. It's down to Shao, who's been a monster. And time, oh, Kayak! He does have the time. He should have the defuse. And they get away with it being so close again.
That weapon switch is beautiful. I didn't expect it. The op shot straight into the rifle, instant headshot. Kayak is having a wonderful game, to be honest.
He's having a go of it, yeah. Catching up to Kron now. But that start, let's roll our minds back as well. Alpha trying to make these plays happen. I feel like that wasn't necessary.
It feels like they're a bit disorientated and they're not remembering how to play this defense. I think that fundamentally, we meme about not being good at pro, but we knew some of the fundamentals of this map, and they're not following them right now.
Yeah, because that feels like that came down to hero individual moments between Kron, between even Crashies and Kayak having that impact there as well. I want to see Fnatic look a little bit more solid on those foundations. We do have Na'Vi's money a little on the ropes, though. That is something to note. We've got a Bulldog out for Koalanu. We still have that ult there for Ruxic and one off from Hero. But outside of that, this is where it gets into that bit of a crunch time. Fnatic could just squeeze the win out of this one. Off angle for Kayak. Oh, Kron, this guy. Absolute beautiful play from him. Kayak's in a bit of a spot of bother. Does need to wait to get away. Does. Christ. Just about get away from that.
But again, if Na'Vi's strike right now is just Kayak and Boaster to hold, we're not seeing the rotation approach from anyone else.
High flash in from Shout. And they start to go. Koalanu's already going to be trying to pressure that backside. I mean, the pre-fight just wasn't there, and Kayak is just holding it down now. This corner is just a blender of bodies. Na'Vi left in tatters, and it looked desperate from them, leaving Hero in a 1v5. No spike down, no teammates.
30 seconds
30
left.
seconds. Can he isolate a kill? Can he find a chance? Looking around, you've got two over towards that connector. One towards CT and one backside. This is not the not the place you're to go for. But Fnatic doing well here, but it felt a little one-dimensional from Na'Vi on the approach in the end.
Yeah, but not... If I was to take a gamble, like if I was to take the odds, I feel like Na'Vi were in a decent position to win that round. Kayak had to come alive once again to bail out Fnatic, in my opinion. If I'm doing a BXAC and I know there's an Astra and a Euro stuck in jail, what I call it, jail backside, whatever you call it, I'm taking that.
Okay. The other big point I have to bring up, you can't see it right now, but the money for Na'Vi is not good. I can see at least a Vandal and Xiao, but I want to see if they can get everything. I think there will be players missing.
Yes.
There'll be light shields. There will be issues coming up for them. They do have a couple of ults. They do have the Astra Divide and, of course, the lockdown with Killjoy. That's the only options they have. For Fnatic, full purchase. Operator there for Kayak. And we do have the Divide as well with Boaster on Astra. So there is that. And I think Kayak's not that far off his ult either 1 or 2 away. I'm not quite too sure. But if there's a slam dunk round you've got, if you're an RV, something a little gimmicky, you know, a one and done, maybe now's the time. You don't have any more.
It'll be off the Killjoy Astro. I imagine they're going to call something off of. I wouldn't mind seeing Kayak change position here. I think he's been B-long a little bit too much. Me forcing Dirker in practice on the B-long a bit too much. It's the same thing happening here. I wouldn't mind him going for a pick somewhere. He's got the Euro TP. It's not the same as the Jet. We can use the TP one side of the map, go for a pick somewhere else. We can be back on that B line quick enough to do anything we need to. But it looks like it's going to be the same approach for Fnatic, keeping it simple.
And yeah, there's that buy. Stinger, Guardian. They've been able to at least get 3 proper rifles.
Angel doing a little bit of conditioning towards B-long, trying to keep this Euro away. But Kayak has changed positions.
That's what you wanted to see. Whether or not it's going to find validity, we wait. That's an audio cue heard. Kayak now prepares. Stunning start. Koala Nuke going down. They can maybe filter the weapon through. It's already been picked up here. But still, down to 4 players is far from perfect. And that was through middle. They don't even get space towards sides. Double face here. If they swing, they do off the back of the turret. That's nice. That's what you want to be seeing. Finally, Fnatic looking like they're getting stuff in a row here. Playing as a collective rather than individuals. But Rooksik and Angel going to have to go above and beyond for their side. And Angel almost got caught there. But now Divide's going to go through, and the plant's on the cards.
I'll handle this. The Divide for Fnatic too, so Na'Vi can't do anything off-site here. They're going to have to get up close.
On Kayak trying to find a victim, finding a target. You can see him trying to eye it up. Flash goes in. He's going to have to pull himself towards the side, but just going to play back in on this. Rooksik's still fine here. Still trying to play a little bit closer. Rooksik gets swung. He can't do anything. Fnatic just about trying to pick it up towards the end there. Na'Vi getting very close to getting those 10 rounds, but not to be. 13-9 on map 1. Is that good enough in your mind?
Absolutely. That's Na'Vi's map pick. They took it away from them. That's more than enough for Fnatic.
Fair play. That's what we're going to leave it on. You do not want to miss the next maps, though, if this one is anything to go by.
Number one thing, boys. Trust each other, trust the calls, trust our practice, okay? Get that done, we'll f them up.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Bring it back like, hey, yeah, my amigo got the pack like, like hey, hey, like hey. Yeah, throwing money fast, like hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas, like hey. Oh, don't write, back again. Don't know me, go and ask a friend. Hitting these shows, gotta pack them in. I spin it, I'll make it back again. Shawty, go and bring your baddest friend. We can take it to the back of Benz. Do it like you would for TV. Camera on you like a bag of land. Shaking it for me, I'm loving the move. First say you bad and yeah, I'm cool. Walking up to it, not thinking it through. Like shawty, tell me what's good with you. Coming with me and she got, ayy, 24 on a watch. You don't know that's a lot. What she want is what I bought, yeah. If I want it, I'ma get it, yeah. I just talk the way I live it, yeah. I got plenty women, they all wanna ride, even in the city. But now I pull up in the Aston. For money, I'm made off the back end. High end with the fashion, now broke, so me in the past tense. Yeah, throwing money fast, like hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas, like hey. Double pump and bring it back, like hey. Yeah, my amigo got the pack, like hey. Hey, like hey. Hey, like hey. Yeah, throwing money fast, like hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas, like hey.
Wallet in the bank, I'ma check. Whoa, VVS all on my neck. Whoa, we talking power, respect. Got me blowing on gas and I'm high as a jet. Like whoa, shorty can't breathe no air. Yeah, red bone body, long hair. Yeah, everything I do real rare. Yeah, can't buy one, need pairs. Yeah, I get paid now. I was in them streets and I ain't never do no playground. I just kept it real, stay 100 and I stayed down. Made it out that jungle, now we shopping when we touch down. We riding around, my windows down and my speakers loud. Hate my grind down, like my shine, I'm one of a kind, no stopping mine. I'm certified, can't copy me. Got the bank like Monopoly. My tie fly, that's all design. I'm dripping, shorty, know it's hard to see, but best believe live.
Yeah, throwing money fast, like hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas, like hey. Double pump and bring it back, like hey. Yeah, my amigo got the pack, like hey. Hey, like hey. Hey, like hey. Yeah, throwing money fast, like hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas.
It is a fantastic start for Fnatic in this elimination match. They lead 1-0 against Na'Vi. I'm your host, Youngsun. I'm back here in the studio with Kakuka, and we're joined by the head coach of Team Vitality, Faded. Thank you, by the way, for stopping by. You guys don't play till next week, so it's really nice to have you here with us. I'm just going to dive straight in there with that map. Of course, elephant in the room, you guys got Durke. I think everyone agree. Fantastic deal in the offseason. So there was a lot of questions about Kayak's performance. What did you make of what he brought out here today?
I mean, today he definitely seemed a lot more confident. I think he's definitely fitting into the system really well. And I think one of the biggest things is, you know, you're seeing it come out, especially with the way he's playing around the team. And on the attack side, when he's taking his lanes, taking his advantages, he definitely is showing a lot more flow on the stage now. So
yeah, and the numbers, even though the disparity is not like absolutely massive, sometimes we see performances with like 89 ACS into an outstanding plus 250, but it's actually something that you could feel in the server. And as you're saying, he fits in better with the plans. There was also some intention, and probably a little bit of those nerfs from first week are not there anymore.
Yeah, I think that clutch that he won kind of summed it up. It's such a big clutch to win as well. And I really felt like maybe last week in that situation, he wouldn't have won in that situation. And also, we have to talk about how this map really started for them in terms of the economy too, because so often that you see a lot of players, they don't tend to drop weapons for their star duelists. And Mosey, I'm calling you out. Floor, I would never want to see her on a classic. But you see Boaster here, round 1 classic, round 2 classic, coming into round 3, Kakuka drops Kayak this Vandal, and the rest is history.
It reminds me of the best moments of Bonker. literally with the frenzy. Absolutely love it. But, you know, there is a lot of intention. We've seen this in the past a lot with Jet, if you're going to send them in and want to have the biggest impact. But in this one especially, it makes for them to convert that bonus. And as you're saying, it's the economy that's going to snowball into those first rounds that is going to give Fnatic a lot of leverage to try a lot of different things around the map. And, you know, as them playing Tejo for the first time, I think it was very good for them to have that kind of flexibility, but also relying on, like, the plan is going to work. It doesn't matter if I start with a classic. We'll get there.
Is that, how important is that, you think, you know, from IGL, just little details like that, having full trust, you know, in your teammate?
I mean, I think it's really important to show confidence across, you know, all your players, especially, you know, rookie players that are coming into the league. I think, you know, as you guys were saying, having a rough first week coming in, you know, I think it's all about building that traction. Once you can kind of get your, you know, younger players started in the servers, you know, your veterans can kind of fill around it very well. I think it's very indicative of the trust that you can show, and it gives the player the confidence in the first place too as well.
I'm also glad that he's added another strat, you know, Kayak Go Kill into his strat book. The book is growing larger and larger by the year.
It has 2 pages.
yeah, 2 pages now. And speaking of things that are growing larger and larger, Alpha has been on this team for a long, long time, and he's played a lot of different agents. He's now on the Tejo, 1,000 days, by the way, on Fnatic. That is absolutely crazy, a long time.
Yeah, of course it's a long time, and some people forget just because he doesn't look as young, but Alpha literally grew up with us. He's
19.
Yeah, he's 19. But he was 16 at some point when, you know, when he joined Fnatic, and he was this young rookie. Now he has all this personality, and he still is as crisp on the server as he was. You were mentioning it, Faded, and sometimes his utility had a lot of impact. I think that the more time that you give for a player like Alpha here on an agent, he's going to get better and better, and this is just the beginning for him.
Where do you sit on the debate of, you know, Alpha should just play duelist versus Alpha should, you know, be more flexible?
I mean, I think Alpha is an extremely talented player where he can fill in so many different roles if he gets time to be able to adjust to it. I mean, I'm not going to lie, I was very curious about the Tejo pick, especially when you have Chronicle and you have Crashies coming in. But I think if Elma's going to do something about it like this, then I put full faith in it, because I think Alpha is the type of person where he can adjust to whatever he needs for the team. And especially if you want to remain confident in your young duelist, then, you know, you want to allow them to kind of adjust to the league too as well. Kind of allowing them to fill that space and take primary role on it is definitely, you know, very strong for them.
You can't be a one-trick.
Vitality Alpha 2026. I'm telling you.
He's just poaching.
That would be the addition.
Yeah,
you know, you already have enough duelists, and Alpha, as we're saying, he can do it all. He can be in the duelist. He can now be on the Tejo. On Fracture, are we going to be seeing him back on that chamber? He had a lot of impact, just doing what he does best. He will get the first kill, obviously on an angle that, you know, sometimes you can only take with agents like Yoru, like the chamber. But actually, last week, it was more of the players that we do not usually see being the fraggers. Like Boaster, Chronicle had a rough first map, and on Fracture, he was completely unreal, putting the numbers on the server.
I'm very curious what Na'Vi have in store, because they chose to let this map through. They banned this map previously, and of course, they played against Fnatic, I think 3-4 times on this map previously. They've never really found a lot of success. And it is a bit of pick your poison, because if they do win Fracture, Haven is up next as well. So I reckon they've got something spicy.
I mean, I think that both of them left a trap open. The moment that Fnatic did not ban that Pearl, it was a very good, well-set trap, and maybe they bit straight into that. Shao on the Breach, Angel on the Fade, and Koala Noob on the Race. No surprises on the side of Fnatic. It worked pretty well last week, even though they do not have like a real Sentinel to lock down the sides. It still worked very well for them.
Do you like this Na'Vi comp? What do you make of this?
I mean, I feel like Na'Vi, especially the first match they played, they were a little bit more exploratory in their options and what they did. I feel like, you know, Na'Vi's kind of going for the more safer pick option right now. But, you know, the standard on this map is, you know, been seen as having the Fade Breach comp, especially with the Cypher. It creates for a lot of stability across this map. So, you know, I think meta comps are great and like standard comps are amazing, but I think especially now, seeing the recent competitions that have been going on, there's so much new creative ways, especially with the Tejo coming into play. I think there's just so much variability, but I mean, if this is what makes Na'Vi comfortable, then
you
know, it definitely makes sense. I respect it.
Yeah, now, Pansy and Mini are casting map 2 as well. Would you like to throw it over to them for me?
Yeah, most definitely. You know, always respected Mini in the past too as well, so it's amazing tossing it over to Pansy and Mini.
Yeah.
That was pretty cute. That was pretty sweet. Obviously, it means he doesn't respect you now.
Yeah.
But he did in the past.
He's heard the casting.
Yeah, he was like,
he's out.
Oh, no more of that. But let's. That was very sweet though. That someone.
No, it was sweet. I'm gonna be nicer to Vitality, I think now. Yeah.
You were
That's how easy it was.
Terribly. They picked
They were
up
pretty
Durka.
good,
You're
though.
like, I love them. Are you? We didn't even start.
How can there be a tech pause before?
I don't know, because look at Fnatic. Look at him. Look what's happening.
What is
Alpha's
happening?
got a tissue. Yeah, see, I told you, you lot spill
He
everything.
spat on his monitor.
What have they done? What have you done?
Look at him, he's cleaning. He's just cleaning it. Oh, they're all clean.
I told you.
What's going on?
I don't know, but it's always you lot. You're like, oh, it's never us. We don't do that. It's always the other teams. No, it is you guys.
I never said that. I don't appreciate that at all, that impression.
Well, let's take this time then. Yeah, I love Angel's reactions to everything. See, look how many cups you lot have as well. Look at it. Look at it.
I mean, I did.
How many cups are in your room?
In prac, we did say that, like, look, if
Wear
you
a
need to go
bin.
to the toilet, you're not allowed to go during practice because you need to train your bladder for the game.
Honestly,
I tried. I tried.
After was it in Tokyo when
he was about to win a major trophy, and he's I need to go to the toilet.
He's running. He's sprinting down the stage. And me and Mike going, what's going on? Why are we filling?
Well, I passed him. when
It's
he was
not
running
good
down,
look.
and
You're
I was like,
oh, that's my player.
I was like, I want to celebrate with you, but I know you need to go to the loo, so.
The most thrilling behind the scenes. But speaking of at least Alpha, maybe not in that sort of conversation, we can talk a little bit about this chamber pick, right? Like, let's actually discuss it a little bit, because it is a very unique go-to, right? There's a couple of teams who've been kind of looking at the chamber. I guess you could say EG at one point, but not in this map, you know. So how has this come about in your mind as well?
I think it's about, I think Fnatic's approach this year, we saw it in the off-season more so, is trying to, how do we, unleash Alpha, yeah?
Okay.
So we saw him on the ISO in a lot of those off-season games. And I know that Teo maybe isn't an unleash kind of character, but we are seeing him on the Raze more. We've seen him on ISO, and now we're seeing him on a chamber. To me, that's just saying that we know how much of a win condition Alpha as fragging can be, and we're going to lean into that. Which I don't hate, given the context of, like, you know, swaps in the team, like, not substitute, but you know what I mean, like Leo's out and stuff. Like Chronicles said, like, it's going to be the old guard that might need to kind of step up. And Alpha had a good year last year, but he didn't have a great year, I don't think. So, like, I want to see a great year from him in this kind of new role.
Yeah, it is hard to pin down, though, what he's actually doing, because there's so much variety in it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit messy. I don't love the messiness, but...
I mean, the whole last map was messy, but here we are.
The new role is Alpha go kill with a bit of Teo.
Right, with a bit of Teo.
Yeah, a bit of Teo.
Okay.
But one thing I did want to note is that, again, I'm going to have to mention Dirk again, but, like, when we did bring in Alpha, it was during that chamber meta. And I brought him in to try and play chamber at the time. And then I asked Durka, well, what do you prefer? Because obviously he's the 10 years professional on the team. He's the duelist. He's the one that gets the choice. And he wanted to play the chamber at that point. So we gave it to Durka instead. But Alpha was farming in those trials playing the chamber. So
Oh, you actually trialed him in that role as well?
As a chamber, yeah.
Okay, so there's something to this. I want to see a bit more of it, right? We have been told that it should be sorted soon. We have been lied to in the past. Hopefully not again, because I'll start going off of script, and then, ooh, it goes badly wrong. Look at these little Fnatic posters. Do you miss seeing your face on them?
My face? My face was never on that stuff, though. I wasn't on the branded stuff.
Really?
They didn't care about me. No.
I've seen stickers of you.
Yeah, the fans are lovely when they draw. Yeah,
Oh, it's the org.
Yeah, it's the org. They don't love me. They don't want my face anywhere.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Now, in-game, the pause is stopped, but we wait. Boaster, I can't see the Boaster. My boyfriend loves you. I can't see that.
I can't see the front one,
It's really hard to see. Love from.
Love from.
Love from. Classic love from. Thankfully, for all of our sakes, it's time for game. Time for game. Game time. We love game time. Game time means maybe I get to go home at, like, I don't know, before midnight. We love that. Na'Vi up against Fnatic, map 2 here. And in a very serious way, this is a big map now.
Yep.
The fact that Fnatic were able to take map 1 puts Na'Vi right back under pressure. This is an elimination game. And they better be able to step up to the task here. And this is no easy map to do it on either.
No, but Na'Vi historically have been a decent Fracture team. Angel is an IGL that understands this map. It's going to be, I think if they play it like they did before, a very slow approach.
Good.
Using that south side, this underground area is going to be used a lot to kind of exec that beast site. So I apologize for the slowness, but hopefully Fnatic brings some fire on the defense and make it a bit more interesting.
Well, we can already see them taking a little bit of a wander, right? We can already see that Fnatic are being proactive, at least over towards that dish side. And it seemed like they're aware of the possibility and put a lot of faith in Alpha just to do a bit of damage, right? Maybe get one, maybe able to get back, do a little something. Doesn't. Now the site's open.
Na'Vi do have the VOD though, so it's positions like that where just the double swing out on a chamber is like really nice to see from Na'Vi.
Seemingly very heads up. We are going into the territory of there is footage of Fnatic in these maps. Kayak trying to make his way over as well. Does have the Sheriff, but still.
Na'Vi going for a strange approach with this plant. It's not really planted for them, but they're comfortable to play in this CT area.
Smoke's down.
They've got a util for it, I guess, question mark? I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it yet. I'll decide on the outcome. But now the paint shell's there, the stun goes in, but the time is still in play. And this is where we might see the issues. This is where we add the question mark at Kayak! Absolutely rips him to shreds. What was that post bomb?
I mean, beautiful from Kayak with those What on earth are Na'Vi doing? Like, open plant, that's beautiful.
Stunning. Love the idea.
Closed plant, they've got a nade, and then they've ran through 2 smokes.
Oh, and they made a mess of the Fade util too.
I mean, his shots are beautiful.
Yeah, Kayak's absolutely had a round here.
That's what we need to see from him. He had a good first map, and if he continues that in the I mean, Crash. They're as stunned as I am.
Take him when you get him, right? You take him when you get him. But no more of that, please. Even with Angel messing up the reveal, that still doesn't feel like there was enough of a contingency. Anyway, we digress. We go back in. Na'Vi now. Hold on, a little bit of chip damage here. Kayak was down pretty low initially. No one punished yet, though.
Interesting anti-eco. This is something that Fnatic used to do in the past, where the anti-eco looks strange. You got the 4 people towards the A side of the map, but the idea is trying to collect these orbs. So Dish, I think, was collected or maybe contested for. A main now taken. Fracture is a map where you have these high-power ults, and there's 4 orbs on the map. In these kind of rounds, we need to look for them. There's, you know, Fnatic are expected to win this round. Yes. What else can we get out of this round? The orbs is the answer.
Min-maxing their way around. Na'Vi taking the tour themselves, right? Alpha's still
both
here.
teams well aware.
Yeah, this is going to be kind of protocol list, right? And Chronicle even getting a little bit involved here. Na'Vi, there's no safety to be felt. But for now, I don't want to overdo things, give themselves open chances.
30 seconds left.
So Alpha, does he get to farm on this? Good damage, but doesn't actually convert the kill here, so they get to creep a little bit closer. He didn't decide to fall away either, and Hero has a moment of his own. And keep in mind, Kayak was low, but luckily between Crashies and Chronicle, they keep it just fine with 3 alive.
Yeah, worrying start to that hole, but all good in the end. We'll leave that one for now.
And for Na'Vi, I feel like, how much can they prep into this? Because they banned this before, up against Carmine Core, right? So clearly didn't fancy it then. You've been able to see Fnatic, I guess, play this very recently, that 13-8 against BBL. So is that enough? Is the devil you know enough to go off here?
I think so, absolutely. I think they're going to have good reads on what Fnatic are going to do. Interesting bonus round idea from Fnatic, using 4 towards the A side for a push.
Oh, I thought they were going on this one. Alpha does get at least baited on the corner, but he's in a... Oh my god. Commitment to that. He's a lucky boy sometimes.
Na'Vi sensed that kind of push on the south side and opting for a dish kind of group. Again, this tiny choke point as our finisher is not something I love, but it is going to be down to Boaster.
Hero could sell them a wondrous fake too. They're going to start putting the pieces together because Boaster is on this side, but Boaster's got to go above and beyond for his side. Doesn't give away the game on the first, but he's been... I thought he'd been seen, but Angel caught in a daze, just hazy on the cross. And Crashy's trying to at least maintain positioning here, waiting for that support system to come back into play, but Koala Noob already isolates one. Kron keep it in check, and Fnatic just working this out as they go through, leaving Hero, who could have been pivotal, irrelevant. He can at least make it costly. Here we go.
The plant is open. Is it open? I don't think so.
I don't think he's got much on this one. No, they were so ready. Little high-low setup there.
It was an open plant, so he had a chance there. I think, yeah, Fnatic had everything in that round. Having control of that south side of the map whilst Na'Vi come out and dish. They got a tiny choke point to come out of. In the post plant, where are they going? They have to go back through where Fnatic space in that A main. To me, that's a worrying sign for Na'Vi.
It's not the map you want to see them having any sort of worries on either. You'd want to see them hit the ground running. If you wanted a close affair, you're coming off of a 9-13 loss, which is still a very competitive game. But if you've got that slow start here, a little bit worried. Now the money's going to be a bit shaky, so you're looking at 4-0. It's really easy to get that spiral against you, especially when they're converting bonuses.
Yeah, I want to see just a fast direct strat here based on the economy for Na'Vi. It looks like we might...
Leave them no escape.
Thought we were going to see it. Not going to call it.
You thought you were going to see something fast from Na'Vi?
Yeah, unfortunately. They're just being very careful about the idea that they know that Fnatic like to go for those aggressive defense pushes. So they're just making sure that everything's settled before they go for anything.
Right there.
Chronicles getting that ult so quickly as well. The crunch is coming in. Crashy's not going to stick around too long. So just to get contact and fall away towards site. I guess you don't want to really leave a weapon that's so easily recoverable, at least on your own. But now fighting together might be the answer. Kayak's now here. And the flash, and you can see there was a real trade on this. There was a real bit of threat on that Koala noob. Anyone from the Americas given a stinger looks twice as deadly as anyone from EMEA, but still, Chronicles fallen. Hold on. Na'Vi given it an inch, and they've taken a mile. They've got all the Vandals now. They've got all the chances now, and they find Alpha as well. A thrifty conversion here. The pay safe card thrifty to boot. That is perfect for them.
Yeah,
what just happened?
Fnatic went for some re-clear of dish, jumping up like into those tight corridors with the gun advantage. I feel like that was a mistake from Fnatic. Something that they've obviously cooked up as a protocol to the A crunch that we saw. But traditionally, you just see teams control that A main space and just fight for that, and then leave the site. So I think a mistake from Fnatic there.
Nice!
I know, easy to say, like, they lost the round, but, like, genuinely...
A question mark. Yeah, a real question mark. Oh! But Alpha's gone down on the other side, and that's actually where the more important part is. I guess Hero, he knows there's more. He absolutely knows there's more. Ah, so close here. Now, in the meantime, that beast... Oh! Big boy Hero backhands Kayak. I've been in your shoes, boy. I got this one. Plants in. Na'Vi's got that sight on wraps as well. I don't think Boaster and Crashies have much to do here. Back it away, keep the Bulldog and Vandal, and look at the next round. Maybe make it costly if you can, but as it stands...
I think they just need to save.
Saving is the priority.
There's no economy here for Fnatic at all. Anything that they can get out of this round is going to be big. Any weapons they get out, sorry.
Scanning ahead.
Yeah, it feels like Alpha's not had a great start so far.
No.
He was a bit slow in the last game and picked it up, but I think that on the Chamber, like, Chamber's one of those agents that when I prep, I distinctly remember the last time Fnatic would have played Fracture would have been against Zeta, I believe, which was Laz's team, who was the infamous Chamber from Japan.
Yes.
I remember that very rarely do I prep for a single opponent. But against the Chamber, it makes more sense to be like, this is where they like to play. These are the angles they like to take.
Tendencies that they'll be leaning on.
Exactly. So I think that that's the kind of prep that I would expect Na'Vi to do against Alpha here, which is a little bit worrying for someone who's not an operator player.
And this is, again, a big skill set, is that once you've been kind of checkmarked a couple of times, right? Let's say 1 or 2 rounds, your positioning isn't ideal. Versatility is the name of the game. How well do you look when you're forced off that and have to come up with something new? That's a big challenge here for someone who doesn't traditionally play this role. Now, a couple of those ults are very much nearby for Fnatic, but in this one, we're looking at Kayak as being the one influence, right? That one Vandal there, everyone else is going to be down on pistols, odds and ends. Not what you want to be talking about here, but Hero's starting to shape up as well. He had a nice little round before.
Beautiful call from Angel here.
Lovely.
Taking the ropes down, creating pressure towards A main, completely softens up this B site for Na'Vi.
They get the green light, right? Plants in.
planted.
Nothing to indicate that you want to be using that ultimate in the hands of Crashies. Oh, sorry, Chronicle. There's nothing you want to be doing with that. This looks like another good round, unless something goes a little bit skew-if, right? Being brought here. Crashies trying to set it into motion. Not going to get much for that. RV looking lined up for another. Chronicle, Boaster, Crashies.
There's too much.
And in the time, yeah, you're looking at it.
As soon as you get a clean plant with Brimstone,
well,
even the Cypher cams on the spike.
Maybe not with that molly, but...
I didn't see, they missed the molly?
I think so, yeah. Behind it. But what does it matter? In-zone flawless hit for RV. Okay, Fnatic, I want to see what the adjustment is. Now, I don't know if it's a timeout level of an adjustment. It might be in my mind, but I want to see a different look coming out from Alpha as well. He's got that ult in the pocket. Huge impact here. Now, that's a lot to ask for because he's not had the hot start either, so maybe confidence won't be as high as possible. So let's see what they have it on the other side. Koala got his ult, very disruptive. You've got the Raze ult flying, and you've got Rooksik for the post plant on the Brimstone.
Yeah, it looks like Alpha's going to go for an A main pick here, but if Na'Vi decided to use these ults early, he could be in a world of pain without a TP that's safe for him to escape.
Uh-oh, and that's a miss, and he's got to get out of there. Yeah, this is not ideal at all. What? Poster? How? How and where has this happened? Give me the replay on that.
It was the stun Brim ult into A main there. Immediately off the bat. We saw that in the last Fnatic game, but I didn't catch that one. I was more focused on Alpha.
Well, I think so with Na'Vi. I think that's a fair assessment. Angel and Hero now. Oh, I can't believe it. Boast is going to be giggling about that.
I'm honestly surprised that Angel gets called by that. Well, Angel's team. I mean, big picks of Hero.
It's not, I mean, it's not over. It ain't over yet. Full util near on for Angel, right? Just one Prowler invested.
Fnatic playing this quite disciplined though, so it's going to be hard for Angel to get a pick here.
This cross is...
Last player standing.
Kayak's really clean. Because Angel was aware of that as well.
Angel, I don't know if you saw, he just dejected into a chair after missing that one.
I think that's reasonable, man. That was a tough way to go
30
down.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, I'm very surprised because that was a kind of idea that we ran quite a lot in future. The kind of stun Bremo. So a bit surprised now we got caught.
20 seconds. Now, also keep in mind, Hero knows that Crashies was here. That dart came down earlier. Now he knows that Alpha's here. 10 seconds though. Trying to bait, trying to keep him guessing with the smoke there. It's just going to take his chances to near on zero. Time is running out, and he knows it. Alpha's still not having the best of times, but it's fine. He rounds out the round, but rolling it back, it was really that ult and that stun was the key components here.
Yeah, I think that's a kind of Fnatic classic there.
There it is. Just watching it back.
Just watching your teammates fry.
Yeah, nothing to be done about it either. It's like, cool. Replay team is really good.
Bro, I literally hit him with headshot operator, bro.
that was through the wall in heaven. Not happy about the damage reduction through the walls.
Clearly not, but Operator is now out for Alpha.
Another
couple of ults here though
for
for
Na'Vi. Shot idea maybe here from Fnatic. Getting aggressive here. Might see Chronicle use it.
Do they want to go for it on this though? Oh, they do. Okay, Hero. It's probably dead. Yeah, goes down, but you're looking at where Na'Vi were going. That was a one-man kill ult. Is that worth it in your mind, or is it just the space that they get for it as well?
Absolutely. I think everything's worth it there. Getting one kill off an ult, I'll take that.
Losing this line, they heads up about it. No, they seem to be a little lackadaisical on the way back in towards site. After showing so much of their hand early on, Na'Vi fortunately were approaching from Dish, for them at least.
I mean, attack side ult is quite rare, especially from the Dish up that aggressively.
Face your fear!
So the Fade ult will find zero, but it kind of gives away the game, right? It tells you where they are. Angel clearing space. That high potential of sand, high potential of sight. These sort of positions. Yeah, that's a lot on his plate, but he's been clean. He's been really sharp with it. And Boaster still going to get one. Still good for his Kayak. Stunned up. Goes completely unnoticed. They forgot about Kayak and they lose out because of it.
Yeah, I mean, I was worried, but the distraction from Boaster coming through that smoke was just enough to, you know, turn their backs to Kayak there. Usually playing on site like that against a breach, you know, breach is very common on this map. Those fault lines, they're going to catch you most of the time.
So let's kind of talk contextually, because we were talking earlier, as we are now in a Na'Vi timeout, and you said even you looking at the Fnatic fracture here, you could find areas to work in, right? Like, you know, eye testing it.
Good job,
Are you
bro.
still seeing those
Perfect bait,
areas
bro.
to work in?
For you.
Are you still seeing those possibilities here? And are Na'Vi even exploring them? Or are they doing them all, we're going to play our own game? What are you seeing here?
I think there are opportunities, like we know that Alpha is going to be playing towards that B side of the map quite a lot if you're Na'Vi. So I think that one of the key things is trying to make Alpha feel uncomfortable TPing away early in the round. Fnatic also play the A site slightly strange sometimes, where they have crashes towards Dish, using the recon for information. Putting some pressure over there at the same time might be useful. Okay. And we've seen already some of the awkward ways that they played A so far. So they've played on the site just then. They went for a Dish reclear one round. These are not traditional ways that you would play the A site, and I do think there's opportunities that they are finishing A to get those kills. But yeah, I think a lot of it's down to the gaps that the chamber has. We don't have that sentinel info in the same way as like a Killjoy Cypher.
So are Na'Vi not doing enough to exploit them? Or are we seeing a couple signs of it?
We're seeing some signs of it because they're aware of where the chamber could be. But in terms of like overall macro, I'm a bit confused by some of these Dish finishes. That to me is just fundamentals on the map. You don't want to go for too many Dish finishes. And then getting caught by a big breach Brimmo. Like, they're doing okay, but they're just doing some of the silly things.
We're already seeing Alpha forced away from that gem there. So it looks like the protocol list is still prioritizing forcing that chamber back a little bit, but Boaster just gets a shot through smoke. It happens, but Ruxit goes down, and I'm pretty sure, I mean, that'd been lovely to have in the post plant, right? Have that molly there, all the goodies, but Hero's position could be everything. A pixel is not enough, so now you're looking at Angel. Okay, no, Angel's got it that time. What are we up to here? How is he getting away with that almost? Kayak is going to take down Angel, and Fnatic start working back in towards this. Down to Hero, down to Koala Noob. Post plant positions, Hero's behind the smoke here. Koala Noob's being pressured from so many corners, so many angles, and in perfect unison. Fnatic pulling off the retake now. Another good sign of life here.
Yeah, that all came off of the back of Boaster's shot through that smoke. I think if that shot didn't happen, that might look like a very different round there. The Brimstone staying alive in the post plant with the molly would be big. That is the win condition, one of the win conditions on this map. That is why we see Brimstone on this map. Get that spike down, get off the side, throw the molly. The rest of the team is delaying. So yeah, Fnatic giving a bit of a freebie on that entry.
It's so strange seeing Crashy so happy. Like, he's just so whimsical.
I like everyone saying like Fnatic makes you happy, but I don't remember feeling that. I never had that one.
Save for the players only. Yeah, hold on.
Ooh, bit of an anti-strat maybe, expecting someone into that heaven position.
Didn't get what they wanted though. I think it was Chronicle who just got forced away a little bit. But yeah, no reward on that. Looking at the approach coming out from Na'Vi. Straight through towards Sand, at least with quite a few bodies, but Kayak just taking away the space towards main. Good trade, so they eventually do get down Chronicle, and Boaster tries to play in, and Fnatic taking these refights and losing almost all of them.
Yeah, the setup was very separated there. We saw Kayak by himself in the main, and then like you can see where the deaths are, then they're very separated from each other. So a curious hold from Fnatic there.
Alpha, sell me that you can play op. Sell me it. Show me a little bit of something here. So far, no play. Not having fun here. Been marked, caged off. Angel's taking away his teammate. He's all alone. And well, I think we kind of know what he's probably thinking about here. You'd imagine he's wanting to keep hold of this. He's got 5.7.
Economy state for Fnatic's pretty good, so he's annoyed that he's probably going to have to save.
He's being teased by this Cypher every time. He's like,
Hero.
Hero's just breaking his heart. And he knows where these players likely are. He's so aware that they're probably watching this cross. There's at least one on the site. Like, you're trying to dismantle it in your mind, but yeah, Xiao takes away. He's just not getting much play, but Fnatic are still leading this. Na'Vi are still pretty close, though. This is 4 rounds for them.
Yeah, Na'Vi are going to need to get 1 or 2 more, I think, to feel really comfortable. I'm not sure on the current state on the defense versus attack on this map, but it always felt fairly even to me.
Yeah. And I'm a little bit surprised at Fnatic taking so many of those refights over towards main, over towards that kind of A side of the map, isolated individual. It doesn't feel like that standard look that we see from them, but still.
No, usually you see, you know, flashes coming in, lines coming in and swinging off together, but a very individualistic approach on that A main, which is very surprising for Fnatic.
Alpha's priority this time changing, or at least his initial approach over towards Dish, now containing that space. And you're looking at Na'Vi maybe just taking the rest of the map here. An early glance towards A. Right on the owl drone here. Do they speed up on it? Crashy's got to play this one carefully. Yeah, decides to fall away. Actually, I've lied. I've told a big old porcupine. Crashies. This is a little bit brave here. I don't know if I loved it. Bold, yes, but finally Alpha does find a shot. But the trade-off is Na'Vi have the site. They've got what they wanted, and Rusick sticking around up towards that rafters side. Boaster can't fall through. He's not affected by the flash, and Na'Vi look perfectly well-rounded now. Kayak in a 1v4, and he's not. I swear Hero is just like the phantom, right? You see him for a second and he's out. But that was so well handled by Na'Vi.
Yeah, it looks like Na'Vi's approach now is just to abuse that A main, like trying to finish towards A, and Fnatic, again, a very strange. They were going for like a retake A setup, but then we saw the flood come in. They had the Sova ult to work with, didn't decide to use it. I'm not exactly sure what is causing that adaptation after we saw the A main. Oh, that's a beautiful shot. After we saw the A main not work last round, I thought it would just be, okay, boys, let's fight this together next time. Not, you know, let's leave the site completely, let them in, and then we'll kind of flood in kind of half-heartedly.
You said a couple more rounds, 2-3 more rounds for Na'Vi, and they'll be happy. They're on for it here.
Especially without the pistol.
Yeah, God, I forgot about that. Okay. A little bit worried. We do have the 2 ults. Crashies
Beautiful, boys.
and Boaster have theirs, and on the other side you've got Neural Theft with Hero isn't as impactful, but Angel's got his. Could be a really key piece.
Yeah, it looks like Boaster and Chronicle going for that combo on A main once again. It'll be off the trigger of Alpha, yeah, but I'm more than sure that Na'Vi aren't going to fall for it twice.
Maybe. With bated breath. Na'Vi. Oh, Kayak. Felt a little misdirected. A little hopeful.
I think Fnatic's protocol is going to be here to play retake towards this B site, and we'll see Alpha and Chronicle go for a flank potentially.
Yeah, site's going to be cleared with Angel utilizing that ultimate to clear through B, so they take it with confidence. Now you look, Boaster's going for this one. Okay, do they get to evacuate the site cleanly? No one goes down. It does hinder the plant, but it allows time for
delaying for these
rotation.
smokes to come down, and then we can see back into the site.
Hunter's Fury now trying to clear the cubby. Does get the tag, hold on. And the frag. Crashies does well, then fine. Rusick, but Chronicle coming alive. Keeping control of that spike. Another layer of delay there, stalled it out. Nice challenge from Hero though. Understanding the tempo of this pressure coming back in from Canteen. And now the 2v2. But look at where the spike's going. It's
Koala's off.
30 seconds left.
Why would you stick around?
Hero, it'll be really interesting to see how Hero decides to play this one. Koala's coming back. Just a little seed of doubt for Fnatic.
Last player standing.
Oh god, and now you're feeling a bit uncomfortable. Do you continue? For 13 seconds you have to. You got to stick the landing now, and there's
10
problems
seconds left.
everywhere. 8 seconds, he wanted to catch Crashies, and he does! And now time, 4 seconds to swim! Koala Loop gets the Red Bull clutch as and when Na'Vi needed it. 6-6, we are tied up all even.
Disaster for Fnatic there. I just threw away the end of that round there.
And look, Chronicle put in some work. Crashies put in work here to bring that back from the brink. It was almost a disaster, but this couldn't be closer now in map 2. This is an elimination game, and who knows who's walking away in one piece after this. Don't miss that second half. This is absolutely heating up. Kickoff life on the line, and a second map that got much closer than expected. 6-6. Rows of 3 rounds, back and forth, back and forth. Mini, what are your takeaways here? Because this one feels like it fell to pieces at the end for Fnatic there, but they keep at least an even scoreline.
Yeah, I think Fnatic are a bit lucky, to be honest, to get away with some of those rounds. I know that Koala had a big clutch at the end there, but even that round was looking bleak to start with. So yeah, new half, new teams is fine.
Let's see what we've got. Na'Vi now on the defending side, of course, Fnatic on the attack. And Alpha, I'm not yet sold on this. Tag there. Waiting for a second attempt, another tag. Good chip damage. But that's not what you're dreaming of. That's not what you're praying for. And the rest of Fnatic looks to try and turn and fight on this one, but they don't get the kills either.
They should know the B site is weak now, at least.
There.
And the chip damage is there. Not the worst situation.
He's still against 5. Oh my god, Hero just finds 2 in the smoke there in the end. Kayak's the one to claim it. Bring it down to this 4v4. This is getting really messy, very brawly. Plant's gonna come in. That paint shell is nasty as hell. How is Boaster alive from that? 5 HP and he gets to walk away breathing.
Interesting post plant. Again, the spike isn't in the best spot for this tower style post plant. But it looks like Boaster does have a molly ready.
Yeah, and Crashy still has a shock dart as well. You've got a little bit of the reveal here as well.
I think he's just missed it and mollied himself though.
What is going on? Okay, Angel's starting the he just mollied everyone off. Oh my god, Angel's just sitting this.
Yeah.
This is unforgivable.
Yeah, I mean, Na'Vi had one of those on their half.
Yeah, but this is a... Replay, please. Please replay. Replay.
I'm pretty sure he tried to bounce the molly off the wall.
Tragedy.
And he's missed it.
Have they got it? Have they got it? Yeah, they don't. That's fine. That's fine.
I'm pretty sure it's him trying to bounce it off the wall, and it's a very...
Just like,
Bro, I just don't get
I don't believe that he's got a lineup for that. Yeah, Na'Vi are happy about that one. Very strange post-plant decision.
Yeah, even just like leading up to that kind of stack towards the tower side seemed a bit strange. It's all getting really messy here.
Yeah. I mean, that nade, I do want to point out that what we saw in the last round from Fnatic with that delay on the B side, if you remember with the molly and the kind of Sova ult and stuff,
Hold on. They're all coming back around here. I just want to keep an eye on it because there was at least one with a Vandal, that being Kayak, and I think he is part of this pack. Okay, they dismantled it. Carry on. No. That was, it could have been nothing, but when I see Kayak part of it, I get a little nervous, but crack on.
Yeah, so what we saw there from it kind of reminded me of the old Na'Vi. They were very good at playing off that B site and delaying. And that nade you saw is the exact same nade that Zipan used to throw when he would play.
Okay, so very similar DNA in these rounds.
Somehow they would hear exactly where you're planting, and the C's nade would be coming down, and we're like, how the hell did they know we're planting there? We changed the plant, and it didn't matter.
Satisfying.
It's just happening to him. A plant here.
Planted.
I don't know if Kai can get away. Already Alpha going to be given the Vandal, so maybe a round for him. Nice. Towards Rogue Sick, but Kayak's been cleared, so now a 1v3 for him. It'd be nice to get this back. Well, it's not even theirs to take back, but it'd be nice to take it away from Alpha. But the defuse is going to come in. Angel again, his job, just defuse the spikes. Easy enough. Na'Vi now stretch the lead, and these aren't pretty rounds to be losing. This one is forgivable. The one before makes you uncomfortable. There is that little bit of doubt about it, but I'm a bit worried.
Interesting, maybe potential meta development at some point. Maybe it's terrible, I don't know, but I do distinctly remember some statistics where the Hero Vandal, the win rate is extremely high. I'm talking nearing 40% for one Vandal, from what I remember. This isn't my stats, someone else told me these. The half armor guy, he told me some of these things.
I mean, you broke the game because of that, so thank you for that one. So maybe this has got something to it. Maybe they've been chatting to the same guy, but now we're coming to the third round. It's going to be, it's still got a bit of punch to it for Na'Vi. That's nice from Alpha, though. Takes away Koala Noob. They are pressuring this. And he is going to have to get out of danger now. Okay, so Na'Vi reclaiming that northern side.
Yeah, the B side completely open for Fnatic. I was wondering how Fnatic would deal with the lack of trips or cams or turret on their attack side. I thought that was a potential weakness that if Na'Vi got aggressive on this defense, it is going to come down to Alpha probably having to take duels or take those ropes really quickly based off of sign cues that he might not have.
Okay, but plant in again. So Crashes is going to get seized, I think. Oh, Kayak punishing the push up there, trying to make it back towards the side. That's not bad. Down to 3 players now for Na'Vi. This is their bonus, so how much damage can they really do? Bulldog's there, Vandal there for Hero. This is still a very bought up round for them. Big investments. It'd be nice to get a bit more. It's just down to Ruxic. But Fnatic, you don't lose much more here. If anything at all. And I think Ruxic knows I'm not getting much more out of this. So potentially 7 here for Fnatic. It's what feels like a drought of rounds.
Taken down.
A bit worried about this. Fnatic need to really tighten up the screws. Crashes is dead as well, so that's a pretty costly round for Fnatic, but a round win, so they keep within touching distance.
Costly, but I liked the post-plant positions. It looked like they had a breach aftershock from Arcade in that post-plant, which goes through a wall that gets to that plant. I've never seen that before. I think that might be a new thing.
Yeah.
And then the Brimstone offsite too. If they get into that position again, it looks like a very dangerous situation for Na'Vi to be in.
What do we have now coming into this one?
Just the fade up.
Yeah, I was expecting there'd be maybe something else. I mean, Kayak's only 2 off from his. There a pace change, 3-2 split to the north-south.
Recon for Arcade, I believe. Yeah, just clearing it out. Koala, it looked like he knew that was coming.
Hear these steps too, unchecked on. But Chronicle trying to make sure they stay safe. Didn't get the timing on that.
They still don't know Koala's there though.
Satchel out.
Just see Kayak farming. Oh! Oh! I guess just knowing where that orb is as well off the audio cue, because I think that was smoked. So a big blind pickup there. Taking away Kayak, who would have had the Razor, is massive.
Right there.
Yeah, surprised they're going for that at the stairs side of the map. It is very dangerous. He had no support, kind of looking up the stairs to counter spam, I guess.
So now advantage towards Na'Vi.
The A site is open here.
Oh, Alpha looking for a chance, it looks like. And it gets outdone by Angel. That's not the fight you want to be seeing. He's got his ult now as well. I don't know how much he gets from that, actually. I think because they were already close towards side, they get a plant on this. Angel's completely in no man's land. Surprised he didn't get punished by Crashies, who'd crept a little bit closer.
Fnatic need to make plays here. They can't sit back. And they're 3v5.
I think you're seeing Crashies at least know that factor. You got Chronicle quite disconnected, but he needs to be able to get back over fast enough here. There's so much utility still with Na'Vi. You've got Koala Noob's complete kit pretty much brought into play, and he's going to use just the Vandal anyway. Takes away Poster. Crashies can't roll it back down to Chronicle now in the 1v3. No more pings, no more easy spam. Try to do what you can. He can't get it. Xiao's there. Na'Vi taking the step in their direction.
Yeah, the opening being a 4v5, again, it just feels like... I want to see a more direct approach. I know we're farming the orbs and trying to be a bit cerebral about it, but let's make it more direct. This game is way too close to kind of have your opening attack rounds be rounds where we're risking orb grabs, in my opinion, in kind of open space. So I think Fnatic needs to simplify a little bit.
Nice! Let's go!
Big Koala Noob getting pumped up here as well. Good game from him. 15 to 12, nice team towards the top of the board, and timeout for Fnatic. Maybe feeling the same sort of stresses that you are here, because Fnatic's money is bad. They've got the Razor, but they're not in a good position to use it. Sub you in, coach? I mean, we've got enough Fnatic coaches here. One of them's got to know what they're doing. Kayak does at least have the ult now, but they don't have the buy to supplement it, right? You've got so many ults on the horizon, but none alongside his. So it feels like it's probably going to be 10 for Na'Vi. This is where I start getting a bit worried, because the game starts being taken away from you.
Yeah, I think on this eco, I think I'm more happy with this orb grab approach on the eco round, trying to farm them up for those gun rounds.
Absolutely.
I do want to point out that Na'Vi in that round, though, they did look very kind of aware of what was happening in that round. Like, that stun coming in...
Was it off of Koala Noob, or was it just... Yeah, okay.
Like, that stun coming in with the peak, that felt coordinated in a way that was maybe preemptive.
Yeah. It could be we have tape on this team now. Whether or not we can recall those sort of, you know, the real minutiae of it all, I certainly can't. But if you're Na'Vi and you're prepping for this one and you've walked into this map, especially knowing if you left it open it was going to come through, you should be aware of this. Now, putting a lot of eyes on Alpha here. I haven't seen him quite demonstrating the level I'd like him to. Not a bad performance necessarily, but a bit middling when the man can be. So impactful. As it stands though, Fnatic.
Contact up here.
And do they burst on contact? I mean, they've done a lot of damage on it. 5 HP on Koala. He's so fortunate to be alive, but alive nonetheless. Still breathing. His trip's still in the way. Fnatic aren't going to be able to, I imagine, get a plant from this. Ah, Hero, again, I don't know if that's through smoke or if it was just a pixel shown, but it looks like it was just a straight-up lucky shot. Oh yeah, you're right, it could have been. And now Kayak does invest the ult. Now they're starting to have to invest these ults, but Rooksik answers back. A little bit of a checkmate on it, but Kayak is firing on all cylinders, down to 5 HP, apparently not a problem. And Alpha, we needed some of those to land, and it's not happening, but Kayak taking the strain. But a 1v2 now for Alpha. One bullet left in that Headhunter, down to a classic hit. He needs to land this shot. Maybe a weapon on the site could be recovered.
30 seconds left.
He's gonna be out of range of that trademark.
I have
now,
the spike.
Does he get given a chance? You know who you're up against. The slow creep of death, Alpha. No bullets, no play, and Na'Vi again making it through.
It was a messy round, but ultimately Na'Vi are going to be happy to get closer to the 13. I think it looked really nice from Kayak there, getting messy in the middle of the site.
Yeah.
But as you said, Alpha had a few opportunities there to get some side frags, but aim not on point.
Which is strange because I'm so used to seeing Alpha with that.
Yeah.
You know, that's the strange part. Because if it was any other player, I probably wouldn't be that fast.
Oh my god, I don't know how I lived.
He tends to agree. Any other player would be far more forgiving, but I gotta see a bit more than that. 7 to 10 now. This side is looking better and better for Na'Vi. It feels a little reminiscent of that last map, but then Fnatic just kicked it up a gear. This time Na'Vi do make it to those 10 rounds, double digits first. Striving to stay alive. Put that pressure right back on Fnatic.
Nice little stairs push here from Na'Vi, but forces Fnatic to accelerate towards A. But they are giving up the whole site here, Na'Vi, so I wonder what their plan is here.
We wait and see. Rooksik up towards that nest side, up towards heaven.
Fnatic are worried that Na'Vi are behind these smokes and on the site.
Off your feet!
All gonna come in to clear. Not gonna catch anyone, obviously. Rooksik must have seen a pixel or something, seen enough to take away Boaster, and now they're getting caught in the Trips Hero. He's had 2 of these now. Beautifully positioned. His ult's gonna come in as well, sees everything. Fnatic's plans left completely in the open. Alpha is at least heads up about it, but denied on the first time of the plant. Koala Noob on the close. This is looking so nice from them. Chronicle and Crashies having to evacuate the site.
30 seconds
And
left.
last time around we saw Fnatic in this map. It was Chronicle who was the highlight in my mind. An absolute miracle worker for the side. Here, not the same level of play at all, or impact. Still solid, but not to that high extent.
Right there.
Yeah, I think they need to save here, honestly, as well.
I think they need a timeout.
10 seconds left.
And what's your takeaway here? Because they've just been halted by Na'Vi several times. Minnie, like...
It's pretty basic. I mean, Na'Vi had the trips on B, and now they got the trips on A. And it's just one of those, when you're in a stressful situation, something as simple as Cypher trips maybe being switched around is something that's not going to be ticked off.
Goner.
I'm nervous, is all I'm saying. Because this also gets into your head that Haven is coming up.
Yep.
But if Na'Vi have prepped for this, are they as prepped for Haven as well? And the answer in my mind would start feeling like, yes, after I've only been able to get 1 round out of how many? Look at that string of rounds. That is so compounding of the problem. Now we've got Alpha's ult, we've got Crashy's ult here. Ult is there in his hands. He's got to find value now.
Yeah, it looks like Alpha will be leading the charge here. I'm not sure if this is set strat or just Alpha go kill mode. We're going to need to see it with his ult here. Na'Vi, they have no respect for... Oh, Alpha hits it.
Okay. First time we're seeing that in effect, right? A nice pick, no trade, no drop off the back, no damage to be done. So this should be the green light. Now there will still be those trips on the site, right? Place for it. So Alpha trying to hold the front lines here. I mean, how are you hitting that one? After an absolutely silent game, it felt like, to doing that sort of thing. Okay, well that's...
Ships in the night.
Yep. Boaster has no idea. Someone's just behind him. And Koala Noob has no idea who's around the corner. Chronicle does take away Xiao. Ruxik can't do it now. Koala Noob's present. He'd need to pull off a 1v4 here. Post plant against Alpha with an ult. Crashes with his ult. And it ain't gonna happen. Alpha finally finding impact. Finally doing that level of damage.
We asked him to step up, and that was the round to do it on. Like, he needed that round. Fnatic needed that round. Otherwise, that's probably wrapped up.
And look, I am normally one of the biggest fans of what Alpha can do. You know, everyone will tell me the level of glaze I've given Fnatic over the years, but if we look back at even against BBL, this was the lowest performing map for Alpha, right? He did not find value there either. Carried in a way by Chronicle and Boaster. You know, even crashes up towards the top of the side of things. So again, if you're gonna run this sort of thing, I wanna see it landing. That's the first time I've seen him really hit those highs. Perfect in these moments to give Fnatic maybe a chance here.
And usually it's the defense where you're gonna see the chamber have the more impact. So we need to see it now on the harder side from Alpha. We saw him buy the operator quite a lot in that last match, but it wasn't super impactful, but that needs to change.
Oh. I wanna see that from Chronicle's POV. Maybe not as clean as it felt like, but that was nasty, surgical it felt. B site now is available. Xiao. Is there anyone to work off this? Ruxik getting interested from behind as well. Oh, Angel! He's the one to go! That's the spot! Beautiful 1-2 combo from Angel. Kayak's gonna be kicking himself.
Nobody was covering Spike at all there.
Obscene, and now Ruxik gets Boaster, understanding that post-plant want. Now, Alpha, 10 HP, operator ready. Crashy still alive, but not in the best position. Or maybe oh, Ruxik. He's seen him. He's got to have seen him. And the double swing. Crashy's almost had both of them, it felt like. But Alpha left in a 1v2, far more manageable. But then you see the util. A quick TP away. But it's being watched. Koala Noob gonna get Na'Vi up to 12. And Fnatic's woes continue here on this map.
Yeah, the chamber on the attack side, even with the traditional comps, it makes it a little bit more difficult. It feels like Fnatic have changed their approach slightly to what I've seen in the last game. They were playing much more around a slower south side default, recons into A main, and playing a style that I'm used to seeing from them. And it feels like they've changed it up a little bit, and whatever they've changed it to isn't quite landing right now.
No, and timeout called here in the final hour of this second map. Of course, if you're just tuning in, Fnatic did walk away with map 1. That was Pearl. A little surprising, I think, to a lot of our eyes, expecting that one to fall in Na'Vi's favor. But fortunately for us, it didn't. So it's probably going to open up to a third map here, as Haven could be the final destination of one of these two, unless Fnatic has something to run here. Now, the problem is, I don't know if you can see it. Yes, you can. Money ain't pretty. It's lacking. Couple ults, so Kayak one away. Do they prioritize that? Is that something they try and go for here? We were a bit worried because it felt read before by Na'Vi, and Na'Vi have rounds to play with. There's so many kind of mental gymnastics going on between these two.
I mean, there are 4 orbs on the map, so pick the safer ones if you're going to go for it. It looks like there's some pings into A main here, so there's going to be something A main orientated here for Fnatic. And I would believe that they're kind of planning around this Sova and Brim ult. Sova ult probably for the Exec, and Brim ult is usually a kind of post plant. That's the way that I think is a bit better to use. So here, this is what I want to see. More of this kind of recon into A main for information, see what's going on, and then adjust off of the recon.
Of course they don't know, but it is just Angel currently dedicated at least towards this side of the map. You do at least have one towards Dish as well, but it was a bit disconnected. But they're not going to springboard off this quickly.
A strat coming out from 2023 here, I believe.
Feels reminiscent.
Switch of the ropes.
Well, we can recap on that, but Xiao already gets contact towards Dish. Angel now going to be precious. Does this feel vintage Fnatic? Is this good enough to run in these situations? Because I'm not sure if it is, because Xiao certainly doesn't agree. Kayak's gone down, and he was the one who could have had that big ult there. Xiao going to lay on the pain. They're in trouble. Maybe not as much as Angel's spray, but it doesn't matter. Xiao is there. That's 3 bodies dropped in his name, leaving Alpha and Crashies a million miles away from finding value. This game deserved a third map, really, to prove which one could claw into this to stay alive. Elimination between two of the European giants, the EMEA pillars of history, might be falling right about now, and desperation calls. Crashies answers it, takes away Koala Noob. Angels down low, but the swing, Xiao is doing it all. Hero there to sign it and take us to a third. Haven between these two, and Fnatic now back under pressure. Na'Vi digging their way out. That was a beautiful game, and I can't wait for map 3.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Taking risks, yeah, I always go all in. Swear to God that I'm deaf to the talking. I can't hear it, see the finish line. I know that I'm near it, yeah. Cut the check and I'ma clear it. Ain't nobody out here that I'm fearing. Hey, easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the. Hey, you ain't real. It's like you got a few disguises. Walk in the room, I know I'ma be the flyest. She like me, yeah, it's hard for her to hide it. One-on-one, ain't nobody like this. Got this far by doing me, I'm everything I knew I'd be. I don't care what we used to be, no, yeah. They try and get close to me, you can't get what you want from me. I got this vision you can't see, no.
A great response from Na'Vi on Fracture means we will be going to a map 3. Hello everybody and welcome back. I'm your host Youngsu. I've got Kukuka and Billy here with me. Everything's just been flipped upside down because Billy, we thought Na'Vi should win Pearl, Fnatic should win Fracture, and then we go to Haven. We're gonna go to Haven no matter what, but what's going on?
Honestly, I don't know. I think because it was a 6-6 half, I was like, oh, is it gonna go in the way of Fnatic? Is it gonna go in the way of Na'Vi? I don't know what these guys are cooking right now. The fact that, like you say, they were able to win each other's map picks, Haven is anyone's game at this point.
Yeah, exactly. I think that Haven, I don't think we're ready. I want to see the compositions that they're bringing because obviously Navi's being like more conservative, but I expect also to maybe see some tweakings here or there. But before we get into that, let's think about what actually happened on this Fracture. I remember last week seeing a Fnatic that was very reliant on those very individual moments coming from the likes of Chronicle or Boaster, but also very, very good retakes. I think that Navi did actually very good prep for this map.
Yeah, I mean, they left it open for a reason, right? And Hero having an absolute heroic performance against his former team. And this is what's funny, because this is exactly what Hero used to do on Fnatic. How are they so unprepared?
I think it's good to see that he trusts himself to do this kind of plays. He was reminding me a lot of Nats against Koi the other day, with the operator pushing, having a lot of balls to like change the timing onto things and catch people off guard.
Yeah, I think for me, it's just really nice to see Hero back onto that Cypher, right? It's the Sentinel that he plays the most. And like you say, he's going up against his former teammates. So there's a little bit of grudge there. And we always say this, they probably have a little bit of fire in their belly. They want to be able to beat their former teammates.
Especially with Haven coming up, if Fnatic are unaware of what Hero does, that's literally all he ever did, right, on that Cypher. So you would think that maybe they can play around that a little bit better. But it wasn't just Hero, Koalanu. I mean, Kayak had a good performance too, but Koalanu really came alive there. I also like the passion he showed on stage, and I think he gives the level, Billy, of the disrespect that we want to see from players.
Listen, I wanted him off of that stage and back onto one of these duelists. I think he was absolutely phenomenal. You've seen rounds where he was picking up the AWP, picking up the rifle. It's really nice that he's able to be kind of flexible as well. And I think on that first map, we didn't really get to see what he was capable of with the Jet, because Alpha's Teo was just able to counter him so much and move him out of positions with Teo's utility. So yeah, I think this map was a whole lot better from him.
I want to see, I would like to hear a little bit of the comms from Na'Vi, because I think that had an impact. Like, we saw players like Angel taking the right kind of risks. And I mean, I'm sorry, but sometimes he just puts himself in situations where he doesn't, you know, have the one to win. But actually, the way that they were breaking the timings for Fnatic were very good. We also saw, you know, seeing Alpha lose duels like this one is not characteristic of them. So now I'm very looking forward to see what we're going to see on Haven. We remember the composition that Fnatic were running last year. We learned to love it with Kayak on the Euro, with Alpha on the ISO. Is that something that they're going to keep? I would love to see, maybe instead of the Yomi, the Astra, like they could have an amazing Haven this year.
Yeah, and I guess my concern is we've heard it from past iterations of Fnatic, where their star player feel like when things go wrong, they have to step up, and it causes them to maybe overpeak a little bit. There's a bit of whiffing. So I do wonder, maybe in the back of Alpha's head, he's coming into that factor being like, I have to carry, I have to shoot, I have to step up. And it's kind of done the opposite effect. But if he does go on the ISO, Billy, none of that matters.
Yeah, no, exactly. And I had questioned the fact that he was on Tejo earlier, and I think seeing him potentially go onto this ISO on Haven will see him a whole lot more comfortable. And I think he'll still be able to support Kayak as well, being that kind of secondary duelist, right? Kayak, the one that we're expecting to go into site mainly, but I think, yeah, I'm expecting these two to buddy up a lot if we do get to see Alpha on that ISO pick.
And speaking also about the historical, yes, this Na'Vi roster has had major changes, 3 changes, 4 with the coach. But if we look at what happened last year, they barely played this map. I think they only played it like once during the entire year. Of course, they did not make any international events. And even though this is not a map that they banned a lot, it's just like either the other team would ban it, or their second wave ban it, or it would be like the third map. So we didn't really get to see what their ideas for this map were.
Yeah, I think when we think of Haven as well, right, it's such, for this to be the last map at this time, like it's just so, it's really difficult, right? Because how do you find yourself getting back into it? It can be a tiring map. It takes a lot of brain power for the IGLs especially to be able to ensure that everyone's playing their roles consistently.
I just want to say, 3 sides, please. Anything but that Lotus
Oh my
comp.
goodness, okay.
I cannot do it. They cannot take me to a third map to rock up with a Tejo, Sage, Vice, what was it, Omen Astra.
Honestly, given how vanilla they've been in some of the other maps we saw today, maybe they
only know the extremes.
Yeah, they either do like as meta as they possibly can, or they're like, here's something that no one else is going to do ever. Would it be worse here, you think, than it would be on Lotus? Like, would you rather see it here or Lotus?
Like the thing is, like in Lotus, I think that there's still a lot of room to like experiment here and there and be even more exaggeratedly outrageous with the composition, because I think that there are things that can still be learned about the map, and with the new ages, you know, it can be done. And I'm not saying that it is not possible on Haven, but the barrier is way higher or way more difficult to cross because it's been a map that has been in the game forever and that we have seen tested in many different ways. Do you guys remember when, you know, the Phoenix used to be a thing?
Angel Phoenix?
Yeah. Oh my God.
Angel Phoenix.
With the changes?
When he used to flash the wrong way. Yeah. That was iconic on this map. Absolutely iconic.
He's smiling. Please, Angel. Honestly, do it.
I just want to say that. I just want to say when Angel played Jet that one time, he 13-0'd Fnatic. So
on a split,
there is
with
like
the op.
There is a pattern, I think, in terms of like correlation with Angel playing Duelist and him being able to defeat Fnatic. But I will say though, the last 5 times they've played this map, which like you said wasn't a lot really, 5 different comps. So surely, Billy, it won't be the Cypher, Neon, Omen, Sova, Yoru.
Right?
Yeah.
Right.
That's
say that.
That's what the data sort of shows.
I mean, having a player like Hero, I'm gonna assume that is like the safe pick of like he's just gonna be on the Cypher.
He has to.
He's so good individually, but here's the thing: Fnatic knows exactly how he plays on this map. So maybe, you know,
well, they should, because I think people forget, because on the surface they're like, oh, the ISO Yoru, it was insane, but it was actually a lot of them being able to just leave Hero on C by himself the entire year that took them all the way to champs on the back of this map. So they should know what he does, Billy, but judging by Fracture, they didn't bloody know what he was doing then.
Yeah, I mean, Hero was really good, and even just to go back to your point about the possibility of seeing a Neon, who are they putting on that agent? Because Koalanub has never played Neon. So I can't imagine, I mean, I'm expecting them to innovate, but I can't imagine that they'll be putting someone onto a role that they're maybe not comfortable with.
Yeah, we're experiencing an issue during Agent Select. We are going to remake the lobby shortly, so we'll be jumping in very soon.
It wouldn't be us, you know, if we don't take for the 3rd map and we take as much time as possible to give the teams for preparing and for this Agent Select, because of course, do not forget, yes, this is a Fnatic Navi. One of these teams is going to be out of the competition by the end of Haven.
And it's never happened before. We've had 11 Fnatic versus Navis in the history, and they have never faced each other this early for an elimination match. So this is absolutely crazy, no matter who gets eliminated at this point. But the good news is that the cope that I can give you guys, whether you are a Fnatic fan or a Na'Vi fan, is that we have plenty more Valorant coming up this year. We have 2 whole seasons. We have a Masters in Toronto as well, and Champs, of course, in Europe. You know, anything can happen. Don't overreact, is all I'm going to say. Yeah.
Or do.
Yeah, I mean, after seeing what happened with Casey, I'm like, let them be, you know? Let them, like, relax.
I think it is crazy to think of how volatile it is in the sense of Casey. Yes, they came in with the same proposal as last year, as in, we're going to break the meta or, like, bring our own ideas, play the way that we want to play, very, like, the Yang method that we know and love. And this year it didn't work. They went from being the winners of last year's Kickoff to being the first team eliminated.
Yeah, but that's okay, though. Like, we don't need to, you know, this fine. Someone has to lose. They still played very well. I want the people to be normal, you know, give normal reactions about this. And also, Champs is in Paris, so I could already see the script. Casey's probably going to make it. And they have even longer to prep for the return of Ascent.
Exactly.
So, you know, there's some silver linings. But bringing it back to this match, we will be jumping into Agent Select very shortly. It is Haven. It is the last map of the day. And yes, love the sign. Kayak is my goat. Love that. Kayak is your goat as well, Billy, I feel like.
Yeah. Do you know what? I feel like I have a little bit of, not bias, but a bit of a soft spot there. I think when we were here at Ascension Grand Finals, it was really nice to see him come out and get onto that stage. And obviously watching him throughout Challengers North last year was really entertaining. I mean, like I say, they did dominate it. So yeah, I really like when rookies come into the league and they kind of make a statement. Of course, it might take a bit for them to warm up to it, but I think for me, just seeing the difference in him from that first series to this series has been really nice.
I was looking at the player cams. Did Angel look like he just locked in Yoru?
Well, let's have a look and see if he did just lock in Yoru.
No.
He didn't, but you know what Angel is like. He has to make someone else play Yoru on his team. So, you know, this is pretty on brand.
Yeah, exactly. Like, this is the one risk that they're going to be taking. He's going to be playing on the Sova. Xiao is going to be playing on the Breach. Did not have the best performance on Fracture. I understand why you say Criminal, and I actually stand by it. No surprises on the side of Fnatic. They're going to keep this composition. Of course, we love to see this double duelist and what they can do.
Well, this is it. Elimination on the line. Pansy and Mini. There will be no second chances from here.
Spot on. It's victory or annihilation between these two. A lot of us surprised the way these maps went down. Pearl going the way of Fnatic, and then Fracture falling to Na'Vi, but now Haven, Mini, who's got this one, right? We've got Fnatic with that kind of quirky comp that looked undefeatable, but Na'Vi, safe pair of hands. Where do you lean?
I mean, I got to lean towards Fnatic, given their history with the composition.
Okay.
I mean, last year they were the best team in the world on Haven.
Okay.
Bias aside, like, the stats speak for themselves, but Na'Vi have left this open for a reason. Like, they've got an answer to this, they believe, and they know that Fnatic are going to probably play a similar style to what they've done in the past, and use that against them, hopefully.
But it's all good in theory, it's all good on paper, but can you then actually punish? Koala already posted up pretty deep towards A. Has a little look through towards sewer. They fall away. It's mid-presence from Fnatic. That's their high priority. Smoke going to go up and delay things slightly. Koala Noob already going to lean away from that pressure. And now Fnatic start leaning themselves, at least kind of showing a little bit of leg over towards A.
Yeah, it's just standard protocols. When you don't initially take A at the start of the round, you want to go back and make sure that it's clear. You don't want to push that Euro away. If the Euro stays there, Na'Vi could have forward towards the B or C side of the map. But given that it felt a bit clear, Fnatic feel that A is going to be the right finish here. Good recon though. Nice little lineup from Angel. Reclears the space. Hopefully Na'Vi can get a player across if they want to hold this site.
I get so nervous about Angel. Like, he's one of our longest standing IGLs, but it's just Angel. I don't know, man. Good little chip damage there. Koala Noob gonna get himself over. Whoa, the double walk through the smoke. Angel, I shouldn't have been worried. Okay, he's gonna go down to the end. All right, it's a little bit back and forth, a little bit messy. Everyone's just walking smokes, but Hero is in a 1v2. Now we look at the HP, right? Kayaks down a little low, 40 HP. Boaster, 20.
They might not expect the flank here.
And wouldn't that be sweet? The man who's on this roster once upon a time to get to serve the ultimate vengeance. Doesn't take any damage, but he does get seen now. Quick work. Does get to dip into the smoke. Gives him a safe passage. Gets him past Kayak. Has a little look here. He's not landing until then. Suddenly, it's game back on. Does take a bit of damage down to 40, but Kayak on the other side. Surely, process of elimination. He's got him! Hero! That's gotta feel so goddamn good up against Fnatic here. And it felt, again, a little bit disconnected in the post plant.
Yeah, big 2v1 from Hero, but I'm not sure what Fnatic's decision making was there. They decided to not play off of each other. Sometimes, I know in the past that there were times in those situations where we felt that it was a bit of a trap to play off each other, but that's the standard, especially on low HP.
But numbers, you gotta play to them, right?
There's no, it's pistols, it's not a spray gun. You're not worried about the kind of spray transfer.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, misplayed from Fnatic completely. Unexpected from Boaster, given his stashes in clutches. He's a bit of a clutch meister.
He can be. Bit worrying. Those I don't like those sort of signs, right? They give me the heebie-jeebies. I don't like it. But simplistic in approach now from Fnatic. Had all these worries, all these issues. Just go B. Just go B. Get the plant, and then we can just do fruity stuff with pistols.
Yeah, it gets messy.
Telemetry saved.
It allows them to get messy into the post plant, using these low econ guns as some of the util for the post plant. But Hero.
Oh, okay. Oh, Rook's there. You like the judges and all of that sort of stuff before, right, Bucky? It's just like it.
I've never seen the push through A with a judge flank before, but Rooksik is teaching me new things.
There you go. There you go. I think we learn every day.
One thing to note is that Fnatic very rarely play against a Euro themselves. They know how the Euro is going to play, but whether in action on this attack side, they're going to feel the timings. There's very different timings that happen.
Let's go.
Because the Euro gets set up on A, and then the TP comes across. Is Boaster going to have those timings kind of subconsciously because he's used to it on defense, or because he hasn't played against it on an attack side before? That might come into play.
Certainly good. Kayak.
Na'Vi again, same approach, getting A main control.
Yeah, but this time Crashies was waiting for a really nice pick up there of Rooksik. Punish for that repetition. You don't get away with it twice, but I don't mind making a little bit of a bold play on a bonus. That was with the judge. Xiao is going to deny this attempt. Koala Noob was so ready for it. Alpha does get at least Hero down, and now Alpha has to be the next one in here. does get the spike, shield gets taken away, and Xiao continues to control that B site. That access point is denied. They have to pivot towards C.
Destabilizing.
Yeah, difficult retake here for Na'Vi as well. They only have the drone. They do have the stun now. While I managed to upgrade to a Phantom as well. Looking better the more I speak.
Take flight.
Oh, off-site poster for Fnatic. With only shock darts.
Yep. Okay, look, those post plants weren't great for Fnatic from the start. Hopefully that doesn't happen again. No weird smoke this time though, luckily. Aldrone gonna go through, tap on the spike. Xiao gonna go for it this time, drawn away early, still trying to get the pressure going. The time is going to start running low here, but they don't know about Chronicle's position. Finally, he's had enough. He wants this round done, and Chronicle gets what he wants. 4 stay alive this time. A clean buy round coming in. They'll be happy with that in Fnatic's camp.
Yeah, I was worried about the offsite posts, but they had no smokes. Rooksik was dead, so nothing really to worry about. Nice little combo from Alpha and Crashies there. The vulnerable and shock that coming in to kind of get people off the spike. And a nice little rewrap from Chronicle into Garage.
Has he gone midnight yet? Not yet. Okay, we're a couple minutes out. I love this new era of Chronicle. I don't know why. It's just the aura is just up. You know what I mean?
Same plan for Na'Vi again. Aiming control. 4 people again this time.
Oh, and they keep catching Rooksik doing this. I feel like they've got to make an adjustment here, but Koalanoob's still waiting down by Sewer. And Angel's got a tag on this. Oh my god.
Oh, beautiful.
Oh my god, that is so sick. Alpha just takes him away. Wait. So clean. Well so good. Good.
It seems like Na'Vi have a read on Fnatic that they're gonna fight for this A main control and use the power of the Yoru that they have to TP back across if they need to. But Fnatic rarely rush that C side of the map. So it's very safe for Na'Vi to do this.
Kayak. Clean. Leaving Xiao, no man's land. Okay, 2 apiece.
Yeah, Na'Vi going for the reclear there. Not going to happen. There's something in Fnatic that we knew that Angel likes to do those reclears. So as long as you're kind of diligent in those mid rounds, not, checking your corners, making sure that, you're not in a silly position. Should be good.
Checklist, don't be in silly position. Thank you.
Yeah.
Who's on replays? Who's on replays? Who's done that? Who's done the slow-mo? Huh? You're not wrong.
We had that.
You're not
reaction, I think.
You're not wrong, but it's nasty. Bullying the OAPs.
Side by side with that. I think we need side by side, I think.
No. What's the buy like?
Just Marshall's here for Na'Vi, so Fnatic need to make a mistake. Nice little trap set though on Garage. We've got Koalanoob ready with a flash off of Hero's contact with the Marshall. He was going to flash through the doors, but Fnatic not looking like they're going to go that way. Going to work the extremities, try and drag some rotations across, and maybe end where it feels weaker.
Chronicle's got a lot of space here as well. I'm not sure if he caught a glimpse then of Angel. I think he may have done. But Koalanoob's impatience kicking up a gear. Want to take a glance, and he gets a good bit of information. But this is patient from Fnatic, and I don't mind it as long as they don't leave it too late. Because you get towards that threatening end of the stick where you think, oh god, we're going to be walking into potentially a stack site. So as long as they're not hitting on 20 seconds, it's fine, and they might have rolled the dice correctly here.
Yeah, Angel was doing a good job with the information game towards A, and he's called people across, kind of as a gamble stack on the eco. Don't mind it, but it's going to be wrong.
Can happen, but this will be the plant now. Next up, Chronicle.
Risky position for Chronicle, though.
He's got this. It's Chron. Have you seen him recently? Don't you worry about it. Don't you worry about that, man. Why you doubted him?
I didn't doubt
I thought
him.
you were on his side.
We're going to talk about odds. That is not correct.
Talking about odds, we could really go through some odds here, Mini. Let's, take it easy. Let him have a little bit of fun.
No.
No fun allowed over here. Fair enough. Kayak sticking pretty close. Double smoke on the site. Oh, that's the fun you're allowed to have. Nothing else. Kayak just gonna finish with a flourish, but it was up against Marshals and Sheriff. So it's not the big round that'll be coming up pretty soon. Na'Vi, I want to see them with a plan in mind. They've got a good couple of big boy ults coming up here as well. So you gotta hope they got something cooked up for us.
Fnatic timeout.
Why? Why have you done this? I've turned around like they're dancing.
Very, very surprised here.
Can we get coach cam? Pretty please. Yeah. Why do you disagree? Give some context to this.
Well, I mean, they've obviously picked up on something in the game that we're not privy to. But, you know, usually if you're winning the game fairly easily, well, the momentum is on your side. The game plan from Na'Vi with the very simple game plan of take the A main. There isn't much here for Fnatic to worry about, in my opinion. But this is the kind of round where maybe there's a read on the ult situation, or maybe there's something behind the scenes that we're not privy to where, you know, a player might be stressed out or something. Sure. There's a bit of like argument and going, you know, something's either wrong.
Fnatic argued?
Yeah, of course.
I believed all the socials that everyone just loves each other. What do you mean?
We hate each other behind the scenes.
That's what I like to hear. That's what I gotta hear. So Kayak does have ult on the Yoru, so that'll be interesting if that comes into effect here. Obviously, the neural theft, bloody hell, it is close to gone midnight. I'm allowed to dribble a word or two, but Kron does have that, a little less instigating. I want to see what the response is, though, from Na'Vi, right? Because I'm seeing Koalanu going for the operator. He hasn't activated too much yet. I feel like he's not had that kind of impact I was expecting here.
Time to jump.
But you've got a lot of ults to lean on. So, okay. Patient start from Fnatic. I don't see any big moves just yet. Kayak is happy to at least kind of clear through middle, work up towards Garage.
Yeah, just a recon flash to the Garage.
Yeah.
Some risks, like if Koala was on the middle of the map there, like I feel like they were susceptible to a pick, so something to watch out later. But yeah, the standard kind of Garage default that we expect from Fnatic, recon in, clearing it out, and now going to re-clear A with this Euro ult and send it A probably.
Koalanu has to respect it. He can't do much more from this position, which is probably very frustrating for him, kind of nullifying what that operator could have been doing. Kayak's going to take full control backside, and it's instantly respected from Na'Vi. They can't really stand and fight on it, but we've said it before, and you've highlighted this too. The retakes on this site are so uphill.
We do have the Shao does have the breach ult though, which gives an out for Na'Vi, but it's still going to be difficult.
It certainly is, but they're going to go for it now. Rooksik with the first, takes away Kayak on the front line. Alpha is still going to be just tucked towards long. The site now flying that Na'Vi banner, but look at that lurk as well. Chronicle slowly creeping closer, back and forth. Boaster's operator does land, but it's that back line. Chronicle couldn't do much in the end. Na'Vi working that perfect retake through off the back of the ult. The fuse is in. We're back all even.
Yeah, Na'Vi couldn't ask for more there off of that breach shot. Even with that breach shot, I would favor Fnatic in that situation. They had a nice open plant, they had a nice lurk, they had good positions off site. They didn't get ult necessarily too much. And Na'Vi retaking even with an operator, so a good sign for Na'Vi.
Enemy remaining.
Oh, very nice. And it kind of asked to see him activate a little bit. That was a nice start.
That was a big round with the economy state as well.
Huge.
If Na'Vi lost that round, they're back on eco, and that operator on Koala might not be seeing it until, you know, later in this half. Switches it though, going for a rifle push.
Koalanu taking that walk down middle. We saw last time around that Kayak was willing to check on this, but he's already pathing straight towards Garage. He's got a lot of bodies behind him. Aldron going to go first. Stun there. Koalanu's got Chronicle. They're catching that back line now, punishing him over towards window. This is a problem. Losing out on that first body. We're still above a minute. A dreamy beginning for Na'Vi.
Yeah, that's how I love the Euro to be played. That A main control is one thing, but having someone like Koalanu who's confident enough to just walk down middle with a rifle and stay there and linger, despite being cool.
Also, what is with Hero's purchase here? Was it literally just a classic? Nothing else?
Done a boaster?
He might have done a boaster.
Here. He's learned from the best.
You can't beat him, join him, I guess. Yeah, that's a question mark. As it stands, though, fortunately enough, not being punished on this, Na'Vi really committing heavily towards this A side and leaving C pretty much on the cam and the trip. That's it.
Bit of a weird omen ult there from Boaster. Just a little fake. Alpha's throwing the fake now for A.
Left.
Softening up this B. Just the classic.
Oh, wow.
Is
Thankfully, he's only got the classic. If he gets a kill with it, I'm done. I'm walking out, cracking open a beer. It's over for me. Boast has found a prime target though. Takes away someone trying to steal his style with it. Plant's gonna come through, but Angel's pretty close by here. Plant's in, TP out. Alpha takes away Angel. It's a 2v2 trying to play retake with that operator, but Rooksik on the back lines, completely disrupting this post plant. Alpha's got 2 targets to worry about. This man's damn good, but how good can he be? The spam not quite nullifying him yet. Koala Noob gonna switch out from that operator and try and close in. Alpha's days are surely numbered. Koala Noob gets there in time. A close round, but another round for Na'Vi now.
Yeah, part of Bosa's cooling style is this B site is usually not traditionally that used across Haven, but it's a place that Fnatic like to finish, and it's not been working out so well right now.
I need this.
The C side has been more impactful, I feel like. If we want to cancel away from A, I think that C is going to be where Fnatic's going to find more success, it feels like.
One enemy.
Okay, does Hero have a gun? Yes.
Nice!
We're growing and changing. These
slow-mos, jeez.
Wow. Hey guys, can we get that slow-mo on Boaster looking incredibly sad? Yeah. Stay on that. That's brutal. You lot are cruel. Man. It's like Tarek watching EMEA over the Americas. I love to see it. Cruelty at its finest. How else will they get their viewers? So we go back in.
Na'Vi back to their standard A main take here. But the curious thing is that Koala doesn't have a TP that's over towards C. He's got that TP into spawn, so the C site is going to be quite weak. Probably in a retake situation for Na'Vi here.
Oof. Alpha.
Okay, off the...
Oh! Yo, someone clipped that. Sorry, did he just aim for his ult? Yo, wait.
He was waiting for the recon, but then just spun.
That's actually not... Show me that one back, please. Replay team. What is going on here? Okay, 3v5. Alpha's gonna have to hide it now, you know what I mean? He's gotta tone it down a bit, humanize it up. Alright. They're trying to get back towards the site, but what are you meant to do now, right? I guess you can't spam it so easily anymore, but they've got 5 players, they can just force people in. So, okay, cool, that seems fair and reasonable, but time's ticking. Oh, fair and reasonable things are happening. Alpha, please stop spinning around, it's making me nervous. It's like I'm back in Counter-Strike, but it's down to Angel. 1v2. Time's gone. Okay, at least it's all even. It's 4 apiece. We're fine.
Yeah, I think fine for Fnatic there. They made it look a little bit messy. In all reality, they were more than fine there.
And the money's okay.
But I did like, spin botting aside, I did like the recon into the back site. Alpha was ready to react off of that recon. And then he knew that, well, there's no one there. I might as well just fling it in the spot where they probably are. So, good decision making from Alpha. Cheating aside.
We just got the compilation of Alpha spin boy. Love it. But now we've got Koala Noob with ult, but he's going to be on the operator. Hero's got his, obviously a bit more reactive.
A new look here from Koala Noob as well, pushing down C with the op.
Yeah, and keep in mind the Crashies money, there was a little bit of an issue with it. Oh, it's not pretty. That's a slow-mo on the full cam, probably. 5v4, this is an elimination game. We can't be dropping the ball on this, and Rooksik does just walk into the blender of Chronicle, who's happily sitting in that deeper angle, but Koala Noob's still got that space, right? So it's like, where does now Fnatic take this?
Boaster has the full map control, doesn't need to focus on anything but making calls now, so that is the plus for them. But it looks like they're going to lean towards A. And watch out for this trap setup in sewers. We got the Cypher cam ready for the breach done on sewers.
Wait on that contact though. And then Pixel shown, stun in. Incredible, incredible. Observer's Prius could never, but look at this though, Fnatic still piercing through towards long, but it's Hero. He overdoes it. He pushes right back around, deals with some of the players along. Down to the 2 on the site, Kayak and Alpha. They've got issues now, they've got players surrounding them. Koala wants a gap close on this. Alpha trying to find a fight, but he gets overwhelmed. Down to Kayak in the 1v2. No plant for him though. No time on his side. And no comfort towards that A site, and there's still util towards B. He can make a mad dash for it. He's trying to go towards C, at least play the odds, I guess.
Yeah, and I think he should know that the defense is far away here. He needs to do something to win this. He needs to make a play. It'll be interesting to see what his first instinct is.
does Kayak play this? Sticking around towards site here. Opting to stay towards it. Okay, Hero and Xiao. Xiao's got a good bit of util to play in. Kayak. He got one. It was a nice try there. You're kind of hoping that they'd line up or a little something, a little bit of luck falls on your side, but Na'Vi just simply had those numbers in the end. Diffuse going to come through and they pick back up the lead here just by the finest of margins.
Yeah, unfortunate first death for Boaster there. Well, not really unfortunate, to be honest. He shouldn't be in that position open. It's the kind of position where as an IGL, when you're kind of, he's probably in that mode of making calls.
Looking elsewhere.
He should be in a corner just looking at the floor. You don't need to be in the open. Maybe on that box is a typical place you'd see an Omen rather than in the middle of nowhere. So, mistake from Boaster.
The issue is that it's put them back in this financial crunch, right? 2 Vandals and a Sheriff, and then the Classics beyond that. They've got Kayak's ult, but the stability coming out from Na'Vi, I have to commend here. After what was a really shaky start, they found that rhythm. They found a couple of things that worked for them. They fixed up a lot of those problems. Rooksik was struggling over towards A. We saw so many issues.
It seems like after conditioning so much for A main control, they...
Okay, Kayak, there it is. Huge pick. Unfortunately, not a recoverable weapon, at least easily. But still, that is dreamy for Kayak. But the response is coming. Rooksik trying to take that walk.
He's been going for a lot of these hero plays this game.
You spoke of Hero, still committed towards Garage. Does Angel find anything? Not really. Question marks across the map.
Lots of annoying angles to deal with.
Very heads-up work here. No subtlety to this. And Hero's been seen. Rooksik does win his fight on Chronicle, though. Hold on, that's actually pretty important here. And Hero's just trying to find any corner to play from. He has to keep falling away, keep falling back, find some security. But do they know about Rooksik on this? They don't, but they do now. Already Boaster goes down, the spike goes loose. Suddenly the odds look better for Na'Vi here. Oh, and crashes, just too many targets, too little time. Kayak tried to make some magic happen, and it ain't working. Na'Vi with 3 alive start taking away the scoreline.
Yeah, we're talking about hero plays from Rooksik there. That TP into the backline was what won them around there. It was a beautiful play. Yeah, I just wanted to highlight the fact that Na'Vi early on going for this A main control and pivoted away from it. It's almost like they conditioned Fnatic to kind of respect them. And now Koala doesn't have to be there anymore. He can get active elsewhere and find Fnatic defaulting.
Spike down, C.
But it is right back to this A main.
Have we seen a time? I'm not sure. We might have
saw
done.
it when they won.
Yes, that's when we were a bit confused. I kind of feel like this would be a nice check-in point when now we've seen Na'Vi almost string together these rounds, but Rooksik again. We're seeing this rinse and repeat. Back to kind of that standard approach. This time I guess Koala Noob does have that operator towards sewers, so it's a little bit layered.
And this time the fast TP towards C.
Which could be taken. Let's see. No, opts to stick around. It's a lot on Hero, but I mean, rolling back my mind towards Fnatic days, we kept giving him credit for how well he held down this C site. It was his strong point, and he was good against the odds.
He was very good against the odds, but those are the odds for the reason. And that's why I keep saying about this C site potentially being somewhere to explore for Fnatic.
Rooksik. Okay, both players have now been noted. This push up towards A has been seen. Does this then kind of kick them up a gear towards B, or how do they now problem solve their way forward?
Yeah, another B finish from Fnatic, it looks like, and they haven't been that strong so far.
Angel's found a little... Uh-oh. He's found nothing. Nothing has been found apart from sadness, paranoias, bullets. He's in the trenches, folks. Alpha's going to at least give him some mercy. And the 1v1's going to be taken as well. So that's going to be going on in the background, but they're falling like flies. It's just Kayak alive, and Xiao is going to be ready, surely, and waiting for him. It is indeed Xiao catching Alpha, coming out of the ult. I don't know how Xiao found that space, but he just annihilated 3 of them. That's 7 rounds. This is where I bring back up that timeout early on. This is where I'm worried. You got 7-4 here. Ideally, maybe you get 7-5, but this could be 8.
Yeah, they've lost 5 and won 1 since that time. And you want to use that timeout again, but you can't.
And this is elimination.
Yeah. That is the kind of thing that could cost you elimination.
Not happy reactions. Yeah. My lip reading's a bit rusty, but what are we doing looked pretty appropriate. And I think that question might hold here. A bad buy, whatever they could scrape together. Angel gonna find Alpha. Maybe just a straight spam. Yeah, that's not the kill feed I expect to see either, but it is what it is. And we said this at the start, this felt almost too good. It felt like a trap that you got these maps. You got Fracture, and you got Haven. Fnatic should be sitting there going, oh, I can't believe it. They messed up their veto, and then look at these results so far. It's still close, right? We're a little over the top here, but there are problems being shown. Already, that's Bose to see. Falls away from the space that is being backfilled. Na'Vi special.
Yeah, Chronicle is being big in these 4v5s though, to get the trades back. So again, exploring.
He's trying to find someone, right? So having a little look around. Is there anyone, or even a bit of space to play in? But Xiao, oh, nice try, Xiao. But Chronicle, you said it, he's been so good, and he's still so good. Hero on the receiving end, they get all that safety from that seaside connector. They still have a little bit of security down middle, but this retake is still deadly. It is 3 players. There is still a lot to be kept in mind here. We have the backlines being fought for with Angel down towards that. We still got Rooksik and Kuala towards the site itself. You've got Chronicle going around the world. Rooksik does take away Boaster. Suddenly these problems are going to start mounting here. Kayak has to try and play from his corner. Chronicle, his timing, his positioning is a godsend, but maybe not. Crashy's now called upon, and oh my god, he's got one, but one is not enough. Kuala Noob, with all the time in the world, is going to put Na'Vi up towards 8 rounds. This could be the downfall of Fnatic here. A questionable timeout, some questionable choices. And in these moments, they have to do better, Mini. This is not good enough. This is elimination.
Yeah, too many 4v5s, too many BXX, not enough. Like, that's a post-plan we should be losing.
Absolutely, that's what they're going to be in their minds coming into the second half. Do not miss this one.
Last player standing.
Better any player, buddy!
Red Bull gives you wings.
It is 8-4. This veto caught our attention. We thought surely not. How have they gone into this? You know, 2 maps that they'd banned before for Na'Vi. Up against Carmichael, they removed 2 of these. Surely they've made an error. Surely Fnatic couldn't be happier over the moon. But here we stand, Mini, at 8-4, map 3. How have we got here? Are Na'Vi this prepared? Are they looking like they're prepared? Or is this Fnatic simply not doing well enough? I'm putting you on the spot.
I think it's Fnatic not doing well enough. I think some of the mid-rounds from Boaster weren't good enough, in my opinion. I think too much leaning towards that B side of the map and not... The C finishes looked juicy every single time.
Yes.
And every time in the mid-round when I was looking over towards that C side, it was fairly weak. So I think that was maybe one mistake. The other mistake is some of those 4v5s. Just too many, just, you know... Attack side Haven is it's a map where you expect a lot of rounds.
Okay.
4-8 is not acceptable.
No.
And so to go 4v5 down in some of those rounds, it's rough when it's the much favored side.
I'm genuinely worried because this doesn't feel good, right? As simplistic as that sounds, this doesn't feel nice. For Fnatic playing, obviously coming into this map here, Na'Vi, they've not only won the last map, they're coming in here now on a near-on streak of what? How many rounds was it? 7 almost consecutive rounds? They dropped one in the middle of it.
Yep.
That is terrifying. And that gets to you. You feel that weight as a player. You feel that pressure building, let alone the fact that this is an elimination game. We go in. Na'Vi now on the attack. Fnatic on the defending side. Show us what you're made of, Fnatic. It's do or die time, right? And we've always complimented Alpha here. We've always looked at what he can achieve. He's always been such a strong player, but Ruzik was so aware. Na'Vi waiting patiently with a grin on their face.
Yeah, Na'Vi, it looked like they were set up perfectly for that. They kind of had people on either extremity ready to see what Fnatic were going to do, and seemed like they had a plan for either option.
Now they've spotted Kayak as well. Gets taken down to about 50 HP. Seen on his adjustment. Kron patiently waiting there. It is a gamble as well. You've only got one player towards A. Crashies shouldering this, going to spot out the player. Does he take a second glance? He does. I don't know if he saw the same player twice, but he's certainly going to hear these steps here. Got to be cautious. He's going to be stunned as well. He's just praying they don't check, which they're going to. Oh my God, Crashies! Almost had me for a moment. But at the end, it's Kayak and Chronicle. Kayak already took a lot of damage. A nice flash. But he didn't even check the other corner. Graffiti was already going to be occupied. Hero was there. He ate probably that flash. That's why he didn't shoot any earlier. But still, Kron in a 1v3. One right, one forward, one left. The A side looking like Na'Vi's. And a devastating start here. Na'Vi off to a perfect beginning. You heard it just before we went to the break. The man who I think just gave the war cry as well. The better NA player. Koala Noob giving it now. And that's the worst start here, Mini. Feeling red, feeling like they've got that Fnatic book open.
Yeah, I think that it was a good little plan by Na'Vi. I think they threw the recon towards C to make it feel like there was a bit more pressure there than there actually was. And then they expected that push through on A, which is something that Fnatic are known for, those push throughs.
Yep.
So very well executed by Na'Vi, but Fnatic need to keep this in the back of their mind.
Feeling like it could be 10. Feeling like we're watching this game slowly but surely, step by step, fall between Fnatic's fingertips. Not something I expected to be saying this early in this kickoff tournament. It just doesn't feel right, but Na'Vi in a similar position. It'd feel the same if you flipped the names. But the new era of Valorant seems to be here, right? These new teams, these young players looking so good. Straight in towards C here. We asked the question, can they keep it clean? You've got the two Vandals, one Guardian with Ruzik, and then the two Ghosts. You can afford to lose two, you don't want to lose much more. So far, Hero has gone down.
It looked like they tried to flood, but completely denied. It's going to be
back.
down to Alpha on this flank if he can get anything done.
What's he got? At least he's got a Sheriff. Alpha, you hear the steps. Lock in, Alpha. Give us a couple kills here. Give us a chance. Give Fnatic a chance. 2 kills. Not going to get the third. Koala Noob just going to hold that angle down, but it's giving them numbers. Boaster does some damage, takes away Shower. 1v3. Koala Noob, you were calling out before. Will they make you quiet now? 2 kills, going to need 4. They're defusing right under his nose. Chronicle, ice cold, does not get threatened by it. Boaster in the end there gets the defuse. And Fnatic hold on for another, but that felt just down to a little bit of individual impact.
I mean, that's what you need from Alpha, yeah.
Yeah, you do. I mean, we've been asking for it since Fracture. You know what I mean? Like, we needed one of these.
He's bought them some time.
Yeah, well played to Boaster there.
Yo, we can do this. I promise we can do this.
I'd love to hear that.
Believe. It makes you believe a little bit, right? Someone having a little bit of that confidence, that faith, and hearing it from someone like Crashies. How many times have we seen these teams be in these predicaments, be able to bring it back?
Na'Vi with an interesting kind of half buy here. It's not going to be a clean round for Fnatic. It shouldn't be an easy clean round for Fnatic with the 2 Vandals coming out from Na'Vi. Interesting that Angel's going for it.
Yep.
Scanning ahead.
Yep.
Interesting. No, this is terrible. Why is he going for the Vandal? I'm sorry. What is he doing?
You look at the roster of who you have there. We shouldn't be doing that. If we're going to bring it up when Floor's not given the Vandal, we say the same here. You know, you got to play in your big players.
I want to see 5 spinning 1 taps from Angel, otherwise I'm not going to be impressed.
I don't know what they may be feeling. I don't know what that drifting away from A is. Maybe just feeling there could be a stack there. I don't know.
It's probably a read. They know that Fnatic in these mid rounds, when they lose A control, they're going to go heavier towards the A side of the map. As I said, C side of the map is generally in this composition where in these mid rounds it can get a bit weak sometimes. Hero was very good on Fnatic and kind of holding it, but yeah.
30 seconds left.
Okay, well, Koala got one of the Vandals. It's not Angels.
Trick shots.
Hero's going to go down.
They found my cage trigger.
Spike planted.
Still keep my eyes on Koala Noob and Angel, because these are the two that can make the damage happen. Koala Noob's fallen. You can see that's why Rooksik's going to dip back to try and pick that Vandal up, but I don't think he got it in hand just yet. So, again, this gives space. Fnatic can start building back through Garage. Decoy going to go in, gives him that springboard forward. Nice from Kayak. You wanted Angel. How about a 1v3? Show me what you got. Roll back the years. Oh my god! Oh my god, he might just bloody well do it, Angel! That's why you give him the Vandal! How dare we doubt you! A vintage Angel moment sent from above puts Na'Vi on 10 rounds.
Yeah, I just stopped
What's
speaking,
it like being
shouldn't
wrong?
I?
What's
I
it
should
like being
stop
wrong?
speaking.
If I speak, I am in big trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks, Angel. Bro, but how a Fnatic... Sorry, I was just mesmerized for a second, just taken aback by the raw talent from the youngster Angel.
This up-and-comer. Look at him. Easy, easy for him. Koala Noob already going to find one. Oh my god, this is so pacey.
I do want to point out, like I said in the other half, though, that Angel had the read there. Oh. Nice from Alpha.
Get nervous about the UI. Oh my good god, hold on, hold on. We needed a hero. And they got at least an attempt at it. The cape was put on for Alpha. He's brought it back down to a 3v3. Crashies this time does have the Vandal.
Just Alpha with the Sheriff again. That's really, really nicely played, honestly.
It's been 2 of the rounds that Fnatic have gotten kind of competitive in, have been off the back of this, but they still haven't completely moved Chronicle off this one. Nice info there. Doesn't need to do too much now. Kind of forcing the hand almost. Does he preempt it towards C? He's starting to get to hear it. I feel like they've got that down pat. The problem is that the Vandal's completely on the other side of the map.
Gonna have to be a set retake here from Fnatic. I expect Na'Vi to stay on the site against the smoke.
I think they agree. Paranoia primed. Scatter. So we've got the 2 classics. Boaster and Chronicle have the classics. It's Crashies with the Vandal. First one, it goes back to what we expect. Rooksik there, going to find Boaster. Okay, Crashies is still alive, though. How can Chronicle open this up? Is there a chance from here? Rooksik's angle is really nice, though. Yeah, having to try and work through the smoke was not going to happen. And moment by moment, we're seeing this go towards Na'Vi. Fnatic, where's that timeout? You need it now. You have 1 still to play. Please call it.
There you go.
Thanks, man. Minnie, what are you meant to call in these? As much as I'm coming to you in this, it's one of those where it's 11 to 5. You've not had a say. How do you start playing to your strengths? How do you activate your key players? What are you meant to do when you're feels like staring down a barrel of a loss?
Honestly?
Genuinely?
Honestly? Like, I mean, in these moments, like, I know that I've taken big timeouts in these moments, but it's honestly one of those things where you're just telling people to relax, calm it down. There's nothing big to say about it. I mean, if we want to talk strategically, we can, but there's no point almost. I mean, we want to look at the ults and talk about them.
Sure.
But this is a moment where, you know, there's going to be a lot of nerves, there's going to be stress, and we just need to calm everyone down.
See how it goes. They have a good purchase here. Not perfect, but, you know, good enough. Got a good couple of ults. Game's not over, but it ain't close right now. 11 to 5.
No, and I'm worried about Na'Vi's ults here. They have a perfect Euro ult into Sova ult kind of combo that they could easily find some success with here.
Scares the life out of me seeing Na'Vi this well prepared for this composition that was the cornerstone of what Fnatic made this very unique composition look quite deadly with. But into the real thick of things, this is what it is.
Fnatic have made the wrong read, going towards the A side. You might see an Omen TP back across the C with the Euro, because Boaster does have his Omen ult, but I don't know if they're going to be quick enough here.
And Chronicle's just going to try and stay alive. I don't think he's going to be checked on too early. He's got the safety, at least, of Garage. Koala Noob's going to spot them out. And he's seen Chronicle too. Yeah, big stuff here. Koala Noob gonna find a... Oh, it's perfect! Tailor-made to deal with them. Chronicle couldn't find anywhere safe to go to with that ult there. A counter ult from Kayak, trying to take some clear on the site, and they've just scattered. And the ult as well coming in. Okay, so Alpha's gonna invest his ult. Who's he got this one? Xiao's been nasty, but not as good as Alpha in these. Okay, they have some good numbers here. Back to a 4v4.
Yeah, Hero getting active towards the middle of the map here. This is where he was very strong on Fnatic on the attack side.
Oh, the timing. Unbelievable. Alpha. Oh, if there's any time for Alpha to activate, it's right then. But Hero wants it back as well. It's a 2v2. Spike is in the hands of Ruxic, and Hero has just dominated the B site. But they're going to the one man
They don't
here.
realize. They think he's on the other side of the map.
Which is surprising. Crashies has been here. He's heard the steps now. And how long does he wait? Perfect. And now he's got to know. TP is there. Ruxic can hit the emergency escape. And he commits. Plant going to come in.
This gives him options. He can go where he wants. He can go to see the spike here. Let's see how he plays it.
And Crashies is one of those you want in these situations, though. He's a calm player.
He plays the kind of, what do you want to call it? Like the kind of, it feels like he shouldn't be here kind of position.
Yeah, high risk at this point as well, but smoke's gone in. Does Crashies read it right? Clearing through front of sight. Ruxic looks left, looks right. He sees him. Oh, but Crashies is still standing. 6 bullets. Oh, and Crashies jumped up. Ruxic add a little bit of a fumble on it, and Crashies will take that every day of the week, and you want a player like that, who's calm under pressure, who's been here before in the Red Bull clutch. Maybe just give him Fnatic a lifeline.
Yeah, I think Ruxic in these moments is looking a little bit nervous for my liking. I think give him a few more games, and I think he'll heat up into it, but yeah, that jump up was not
the one.
Looked a bit awkward. He's having a good game, though.
Yeah.
But those key moments in big games, there's a difference.
It is so funny that you see Crashies down on, it was 5 to 13 kills, being the one to win it, but Ruxic, who was on 20 to 11, losing it. Still, they're there in this. They're not done yet. There's still a chance, but it's got to be bit by bit, step by step. The money isn't perfect now for Na'Vi. Stinger's out. Couple of big ults, though.
More towards C, it looks like, for
What?
Na'Vi.
But Chronicle's just fallen. Crashies just has to burn this to try and maybe play Alpha in to fill that space, secure some safety. A counter ult comes back through. Angel just a shot in the dark, and I think it found Crashies actually. But Alpha's on the side. He's got Hero just to the right. I don't think they know about each other. That's a vulnerability, but Alpha turns around in time. Catches Hero. Where is that spike? It's in the hands of Xiao towards Garage. Are they trying to sell a fake? Xiao just to gets away alive. Big space. Crashies has got to hear this, though. He does! Big impact from Crashies. Starting to heat up in these bigger moments when crunch time's cooling. He's right there. Xiao and Angel going to find it hard now. Can at least get themselves on site with this. But a 2v4 is very tough.
Xiao has the Rolling Thunder, but I don't expect it to be used here unless something goes right quickly.
Yeah. Okay. Our drone towards CT. That's where you got Boaster. So you got Crashies out towards that side. Angel is your headhunter here, right? He's the one with that Vandal, and Alpha getting closer and closer. Closing the gap. Xiao can't get it. Alpha's right there. We're gonna need some more brilliance from Angel. This time it ain't gonna hit. Fnatic again, still standing, still going. That's 7. The gap gets more and more manageable.
I do think that Na'Vi have a decent read here, though. They're working that C site well, and they're getting advantages early. But again, we see Alpha here with the heroic saving Fnatic once again.
Late games now, really getting to those later hours. You're feeling that pressure come through. Na'Vi deciding time to call a timeout.
Let's go.
And it does give another chance as well for Fnatic to check in too. So you kind of get the both sides of the coin here. Na'Vi are on 11, but in the last couple, Fnatic are starting to fire up.
Yeah, the firepower seems to be ramping up for Fnatic. Even Crashies, we mentioned a couple of times, not having the best game, but a couple of big rounds. Another 1v1 versus Ruxic technically going in his favor. But it is all on the back of Alpha here, in my opinion, this half.
I agree.
He is being the heroics they've needed.
The amount of times you'll see him get 2, 3 kills, impact off the charts. He's top fragging as is. That's not a surprise, but it's the way he's finding this value, especially after a very rough fracture as well. finding this has been very impressive. Now, of course, for Na'Vi, how do they handle being put under this position? How are they going to come back through it? Because their money's not in a good spot now, so they're going to have maybe a half buy, you know, a little bit of a mixture. A couple of big ults, so if it does start going their way, there is a chance it could snowball, but they're not really finding as much value. What's been the adjustment in your mind from Fnatic? Or is it simply just, you know, Alpha starting to hit a bit better, starting to close out some of these clutches, or is there something that's standing out to you, or is it just...
No, I honestly think that Na'Vi have been ahead in many of these rounds. In terms of the read on the map, I think that going towards the C side of the map has been kind of weak for Fnatic, but some heroics just from Alpha, to be honest with you.
Must be nice to have Alpha once in a while, right? You get those. And it's just right in towards B. Okay, we spoke his name, and he shall appear. I think they're reading the smoke very well as well. No massive surprise in the TP in the dark. Yeah, found. Boaster's not going to have any of that naughtiness. Ruxic, get back to the next round. So Hero and Xiao. And again, Angel with that rifle. We doubted it before. We'll
I'm
never
not
doubt it
down
again.
it this time.
Never
He's
again.
getting 5 one-taps.
5?
5 one-taps, yep.
Thought the 3 was a lot. 5. Bloody hell. Well.
There we go.
Well. A one-tap against him, perhaps. Hero and Xiao might suffer similar fate as Crash. He isn't even getting played in. Kayak's just like, cool, I'll just keep, you know, swinging out here. The inevitable death is now. Crashy's the one to round it out. We're up to 8. Step by step, the game gets closer. Na'Vi's buy is now, however.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see if there's adjustments, what adjustments have been made now. Because as I said, I think Na'Vi had a good read, and they're gonna. I think if they watch back those rounds, they'll kind of kick themselves for some of those early rounds. But Fnatic is the same. The 3 towards A, taking the aiming control. The fast TP towards C. The breach ult for Xiao and Na'Vi is typically used towards the A side of the map, so maybe Fnatic can have the read here.
Let's see who draws that first blood, though. Who gets the account started? Na'Vi. Glancing towards the A site already.
Looking for an ISO ult here off that drone, but didn't catch one.
They're so close to the smoke, though. Do they expect them this close up? It doesn't matter, because Kayak is going to slice through both of them. And the ult on top doesn't catch anyone towards sewer, but it clears space to an extent.
Beautiful reclear down on the long from Fnatic.
Hero going to get kind of his own test back with a setup that he's probably very aware of. And Chronicle playing safety, playing very secure, doesn't need to stay on site and give up the kill.
Yeah, Hero's done well here to get the space and cool back Na'Vi.
You can see the response from Fnatic as well as taking that A long space.
Yeah, this push out we saw on the pistol that is very common for Fnatic to see, but it's very strong on this map to create more opportunities on the retake. Xiao is in a curious position though. Might not go check.
Oh, the ult though. That's kind of...
Never mind.
Oh, I thought he might still have that one. Alpha does so well though. As they'll look towards where they may be. Clearing out well, down to Angel and Hero. Both positions noted. Fight towards CT. Hero wins it, but that paranoia could not be better, and Boaster seals it. This is going to be 9. Round by round, Fnatic are getting closer. You a believer, Mini?
I'm a believer.
Oh my god.
I'm a believer.
That's bold.
I've never believed.
Not once.
No.
Even
never.
more coaching.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean.
And Boaster's operators working.
It'd be 12-4 up, but I wouldn't believe. Wait, is his op, right?
Yeah.
Because that is his skin. Is he just bought the op?
No, he did. He had it last round as well.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yep.
On the B side.
And this is another broken buy from Na'Vi. They're starting to believe it themselves. You can feel it, right? That tension building. Fnatic round by round here.
It felt like when Crashy said it earlier that it wasn't quite the same amount of belief, but now Alpha is in complete
He's
alpha
believing
mode.
it, yeah. Okay, but it takes one round going wrong and Na'Vi are on 12. Don't forget how close they are here. That money, it's rotten. On Guardian already, Koala Noob's down on 26.
And this is a position where the Na'Vi, the rookies on Na'Vi, I'd be interested to see how they handle this. Especially Ruxic and... I mean, Koala to me doesn't seem like that kind of person, but... Again, a nice little C reposition for Na'Vi. I've been saying it, the C side of the map, I think, has been weak for Fnatic, and Na'Vi haven't been able to convert. But I like that Angel's still confident in it.
Trying to make it count. So Chronicle going to evacuate. Trip's being cleared. We could actually have a plant off this. I don't know if you can go for any sort of flood. I don't think they're quite close enough. Yeah, so plant's going to be in. Got to be careful. There are, as much as this is, you know, sheriffs and everything else, there is still threat here. Careful. Post.
There's going to be the ISO shield coming in from Alpha. There's going to be the entry on this route.
Oh my god. Shuts the voice line right up, but the ult did come through. Koala Noob's timing, not good enough. Booster, given the doubters lockjaw right now. We're down to Rooksik, Angel, and Hero. Oh my god, look at this naughtiness though. Look at what they're up to in the smoke here. It doesn't matter. Fnatic's got them read like a book. They're back in the game, baby. Fnatic not down, not out. They're up to 10. They are almost tied all even. 1 round away.
Yeah, those details are what make the difference there. That shock dart, and then Boaster having the kind of awareness to kind of check that re-lurk through Garage is beautiful. They kind of won the retake before they even needed to retake.
Yep.
You said you didn't like it. They look pretty good. The Boaster ult. Death staring me.
Nice!
Don't like it, no.
You don't like it?
No.
I mean, I don't like it when we've got a Euro on our team, but...
No. But you're only bringing that up now because they've won a couple rounds. Hold on, it ain't over yet. Na'Vi, this is the round that you worry about. Now they got the buy. Now they got the odds, and Rooks is up towards heaven. And I think Crashies knows it, but what's he meant to do about it? He's got pressure coming in from every single angle. Paranoia's primed. Doesn't need to go for it. Oh! It's a freebie for Koala Noob. And now Rooksik's just going to get back with the boys. No sweat there, but they need to convert this. There's no ults to bank on here, but this could be 12. This could be the fake comeback, maybe. Na'Vi just toying with us, breaking our hearts when it matters most. But Angel's position is huge. Big audio cues here. Boaster going to find Hero. Oh my god, wait, hold on! Fnatic, how are you working this one out in Alpha? About to Batman in on the site, it looks like. Rooksik blinded. What on earth is going on? But he actually gets the kill here. Now the problems start to mount. Chronicle and Kayak up against Koala Noob and Rooksik. Rooksik in the corner, and nobody keeps him there. Now down to 1. Kayak falls. It's 12. Na'Vi just giving them a glimpse of what it would be like, and then ripping it away. 1 more round, and Na'Vi eliminate Fnatic.
A great 4v5 retake attempt there, but again, Na'Vi have made a little switch up. They've been abusing that C side of the map, and now they just go for a quick A, and Fnatic weren't ready for that one.
And do we have ults? I've got to check on this now. 1 off from Boasters, 2 away from Crashies, 2 away from Alphas. The rest a little far off. For Na'Vi, you've got Koala Noob with his. Angel still not on the perfect push.
Na'Vi again.
For this. He's decided to go for this.
Opting again, looks like for that next? That same Euro ult strat we saw from Fnatic.
They're trying to catch Crashies, but he's slippery so far. Koala Noob, the America's rival here, he's not going to get what he wants. He has to just kind of submit towards being towards the back of the site, but a pre-take and an isolated Koala Noob. Beautiful work, and then dips away. Does Alpha go for it again? Fnatic can't fall him back. Boaster fighting forward. Alpha spraying wildly. Chronicle now. They are absolutely destroying Na'Vi. How the hell do they have the guts to go for this? Whereas Hero and Angel, the last 2 alive for Na'Vi. You thought maybe they had it on a platter, but absolutely not. The fact that Crashies is still standing. Boaster, again more impact.
Down A.
Down a Hero now, 1v5. And I think keeping that is about as good as you're gonna get. That's gonna be 11. Hell, I hope you don't have plans tonight, folks, because this might be OT the way this is going.
Yeah, I thought that might have been Na'Vi's to win there. They used their Fnatic's own strat against them. It looked beautiful. But then Alpha again with the heroics coming in that flood. The decision to flood there was wonderful.
Hero here just wants to keep this as best he can, but 15 seconds is a very long time, and Crashies ain't loving that. We're almost all even. Na'Vi with a glimpse of hope in the previous, but shattered instantly. Fnatic just kicking it up a gear. I doubted Boaster, maybe I was wrong. You know what? I take it back. I take it back completely.
And now Alpha's ult is back online. That's scary.
Na'Vi are pumping the brakes. 12 to 11.
I mean, big ults here from Fnatic. You highlighted they were like 2 away from 2 of them, and I was like, who cares? But
they're there now.
They're there now.
And that is... Okay, so just to give you the context, it's not up on the screen, but to walk you through it, Alpha does have the ult now. So that's on. That's you. There it is. Perfect. Eyes on that. Alpha has his ready to go. That's impactful. You got the TP as well for Boaster if needed, and Crashies as well. On the other side...
1 away from
One away. Yeah. And that's kind of... And look at the buy. Look at the buy. I mean... Oh.
This needs to be a hell of a timeout call.
Happy?
Happy is... He's talking.
He's having a chat. As if this game got this way. I mean, I feel like it's deserving of this caliber, right?
Yeah. I mean, it feels weird that this is one of the first elimination matches.
You can get this level out of them. Here we go. Buckle up, folks. 20 seconds and the round goes live. Na'Vi with the last time check-in here in regulation. A broken purchase. The Vandals still on Angel.
It looks like
and
I'm
Koala
not
Noob.
sure what they're... Okay, they're setting up for Bosa's going into sewers. And then Alpha's ready to ISO ult off of him. And even Crashies has the ult behind him if he needs be.
A little bit of a red zone down here. You almost don't want to get any contact, but Boaster, oh, big info. Hold on. Hunter's Fury from across the map. Crashies trying to find a body, not going to get it. That burns it early. This is tense stuff. Does Koala Noob hear this? Yeah, he absolutely does. Okay, so he's got info that there's at least someone dedicated towards that A side. I don't know how much else he's hearing here, but this is 3 players on A.
It's interesting what they're going to do with Koala here, because he's not ready on the C side of the map for a hit. So maybe he's going to start a fake or something?
Waiting to see. Kayak this time. We've got a double operator as well. I didn't even notice it. Kayak had one as well.
Oh no, just grabbing the orb here from Angel, creating a win condition with the server ult.
45 seconds. This is going
Now
to be
they haven't made their mind up yet.
No. Okay, so Kayak's going to swap out the operator back to the Vandal. And it looks like Na'Vi going right back into the C hit. Here we go. Angel going to try and set that one underway. Does he get a tag towards CT? Does not. So Chronicle gets to fill the void, find a gap to try and play from here. Na'Vi on the site, but Kayak in support. Takes away Koala Noob. We are looking like it's going 12 apiece. We're going to find out now. Boaster with a connection. Alpha looks to win this 1v1. And he absolutely does. Just down a Shao now. We're going the distance. Life on the line. Fnatic show signs of life, bringing it back from the dead.
Stunned.
You and me both.
I mean, it's not just Alpha, it's Kayak too. It's both 27 for 17. And after Kayak not looking so hot in that first game, he's had a hell of a series so far.
Alpha's getting fired up too. Fnatic timeout now as well. We're getting into the... It always goes a little crazy
my
in our
mind
team.
back to what the problems was on their attack. The problems on the attack were some of those 4v5s, but then also finishing towards that B side too much.
Yeah,
I think that C
real
side of the map was really nice for them.
Okay.
I wouldn't hate them to work the map and then finish C if they think that it's the weaker side of the map.
But Na'Vi, obviously, you felt good on this side. This was a decent side for you, right? This was pretty solid. Oh man, but OT, as much as you can kind of address what happens in regulation, it always feels like it goes out of the norm, right? It gets a little weird, especially when if you go deeper and deeper into it, it just turns into its own game of itself. Oh man, here we go. Here we bloody go. Of course these two would do this to us. They take us this far. After what felt like it was going to be a blowout of a game, it turns into an absolute heater. All right, what are we seeing here?
Looks like Na'Vi are going to go for mid-aggression once again, just leaving Angel towards A, getting information, having that trip as a contingency if they need it. But it looks like maybe some aggression here.
That's a bold play to start with, isn't it?
Yeah.
Away we go. So Koala Noob, the one to feel like he's up to the challenge. Take those brave few steps, but Angel has to be cautious here. Can't give his life up. Kind of a 1-3-1 on the defending side.
As I said, Fnatic like to lean towards that B site finish, and Na'Vi have read it like a book.
Oh my god, and that's a spike scene. Xiao's the one to get the reward from it, but Ruxic was right there. They don't know about Koala Noob just yet either. Is he going to get his time in the sun? Gets caught. Alpha going to keep it at a 4-4. Now it looks like a pivot potentially through Garage, eyeing up that C side. What? Kayak going to catch Ruxic. And that's a beauty of a pick, giving you that man advantage here. Still with about a minute to play with. They can paint this picture however they want.
Just waiting for that Na'Vi re-aggression that we commonly see in these situations. Just freezing. Won't see anything for a bit.
You could cut the tension with a knife. Xiao, too many as Fnatic go back towards the B.
Came in and Fnatic were ready.
Certainly were. Alpha's could be the one to get the plant here. Hero.
Spike planted.
This would be bloody legendary. Nice shot on Kayak. Gonna see that Alpha's left the site. They're all sitting in these deeper post plants here. Angel, the one to spot out, at least where Alpha's adjusted to. Crashes in towards window, but Chronicle's position is tough. They just don't expect it. Too many bodies to work against an Angel, outnumbered and outgunned. Fnatic strike first.
And Na'Vi were set up for that B finish once again, getting into the 5v4. I think that Koala made a mistake in that cubby over peeking. I think he could have tucked in. I don't think anyone was ever going to expect him there. I think unlucky from Rusick getting that wall banged, but I think Koala made a huge mistake there.
Yep. Na'Vi going to be going for the timeout here as well. I mean, this is wild. This turn of events here. I can't believe it. Rashi's getting fired up now. They're all feeling it, right? It feels like it's fated.
I mean, that's the attack side round done as well. That was the side where Na'Vi were looking good and Fnatic were looking rough.
Yeah.
So this is... Maybe we see some OT weirdness where it flips once again.
Absolutely could, because it's always that, oh, well, we're going to have to, counter the counter of the counter, and they're going to do this, so we have to do this, but oh, what if they expect that? It just keeps going out and out, and these like crazier sort of ideas. But for now, Fnatic have the lead here, which feels ridiculous. After such a long run of Na'Vi being in the driving seat, feeling like this was the one for them. And it went from down in the doldrums Fnatic to pumped up, ready to go. Now, can they close here in the first round of OT, or do we go again? First to 14, simple enough, right? Like, super easy. Operator is out for Kayak. Everyone else, Vandals and Phantoms.
Kayak setting up towards the seaside of the map this time.
Okay.
And he has the op in OT.
First challenge.
So a little pressure towards A from Na'Vi, but not going to commit to anything. Whilst they make this pressure, it feels like the middle of the map being explored.
So I'm looking at who's going to be there. It would be Chronicle kind of sitting in that C connector side with Kayak taking his spot towards that C long. So you can see him in that little bit of a deeper angle. There is util, so if that gets broken, he can react. There it is, but he just moved away. So they will get entrance towards the B side. V5 retake. Bloody hell, this is about to get hectic, isn't it?
It's messy. It's going to be messy. It's the on-site post here for Na'Vi.
Incredibly tough. Nice work from Alpha. Very calm in these scenarios, but it's time to go. It's time to play the game. Hero going to find Chronicle. Na'Vi so far doing what they need. Keeping the most one in their side. Kayak and Crash is the last two alive. And Na'Vi kind of showing, hey, you like B? We'll show you what we can do with it as well. Xiao's there to find Kayak, and Na'Vi finally striking back on this. Crash is this good, but he ain't that good. Na'Vi back into this one. We go again.
Nice call from Na'Vi. Taking A main at the start, going back, droning Garage, making it feel like a very typical Haven round, but whilst that's happening, into B site for free.
Okay, so the first round of OT, not enough to define these two. So we go again. 15 now the goal for either of these sides. We do see a switch up, but who's going for the operator too? Man on the screen there, opting for it this time. Koala Noob. He's going to have that in hand. How does Fnatic approach this? We saw that proclivity towards that B hit, but surely not again, or do they double dog dare to do it?
A late call from Na'Vi. Hero's only just setting up towards A. But yeah, this is going to be slow. No one wanting to do anything too committed on OT.
It's so hard to be so brave and kind of make those kind of riskier plays in these scenarios, but Chronicle gonna get himself pushed up towards that B side. Shout.
He'll be able to hear the rotations from here, so whatever Fnatic decide to do now, Chronicle can be that the mid-round presence for them.
Right, it is a slow round.
Nobody's moving.
We're down to 48 seconds here. So C is looking like the door's shut as well. Keep that in mind. You've got a player already pushed down on long that they have no idea about. Koala Noob is there as well. Operator in hand, he can grab a TP out. But we know the Fnatic have liked this kind of B finish. Koala Noob goes unchecked on. This was kind of a dry walk up, but look where the spike is. This was a fake. This was a ruse. That C hit was never coming in. It's over towards A. Hero from heaven gets spammed down. Crashies gets what he needs. Alpha on the follow-up. Beautiful util coming in from Crashies as well here. And the last two players were way away. They were over towards C. This is going to need something almost like a miracle as Kayak's just found Ruxic, leaving Koala Noob in a 1v4 post-plant. Okay, that's not bad. 1v3.
Time to jump.
Good luck. Ooh. Not what you wanted. He knows where one is. Doesn't matter. Boaster's there. Fnatic. The pace change was in, but it was calm and it was well delivered in the end.
I was critical of some of Boaster's mid-rounding in that initial half, but I think that was a beautiful round. We saw a very slow approach, but the final, the end result there was a little garage fake, but the Euro was able to TP back to A if necessary. It's unfortunate that they've walked into Koala Noob, but I thought that was quite nice. The little distraction on A, if you're an A site holder there, you can hear the comms like, oh, it feels like a C, someone saying, oh, it might be garage to garage, and then suddenly there's people in your face.
Okay, so upper hand goes to Fnatic now. Oh, and Alpha's confidence knows no bounds. Set into play, obviously, by Boaster, by everyone else that was around. Crashy's being supportive with the util, but it gets him the man up, and that takes away Angel, which makes these site hits a little bit harder now. How does Na'Vi do this with just the 4? Jump spot towards the sun. Oh my god, Koala Noob goes right into the eyes and arms of Alpha. Light work for him, and it's getting step by step a little bit closer. Hold on, but Hero, Xiao, in unison, ripping up Fnatic, who just seemed to fall to pieces. How the hell did that just happen? Kayak,
I know exactly.
We ask a lot of the young man. The man to fill one of the great shoes coming into this roster. Not an easy position to be in. Can he close this out for them? Can he get him out of this jail cell with Na'Vi? Oh, that's not bad. Oh, that's even better! Kaya comes up with it when Fnatic needed it. Diffuse is in, and they get to live to fight another day.
And it's Kayak and Alpha that are the ones to take it over the line. They went massive on this half, and that's what Fnatic needed.
They did, but what a game between these two. Fnatic pushed to their limits, and it felt like they were down and out, right? It felt at one point in that game, the comms were dead, they were quiet, they were out of it, and then there was that one comment the wheelies picked up from Crashy saying it's not over yet, and they're back. Step by step, they bring it back. What an incredible matchup between these two.
32 for 19 for both Alpha and Kayak. All the way through that game, it felt like they were just matching each other.
Yeah. And the heartbreaking part of this on the flip side is that Na'Vi are out of here. This was an elimination game, pushed to their absolute limits, and we saw so many good things from Na'Vi. The fact that they came into this map pool and they had a plan. There's no two ways to say it. They were so well prepared in this. They made such a valiant attempt. A second round of OT it took to define these two, and it's such a shame to lose out on a team of this caliber so early. But that's the quality we have this year. And I've got to say on the flip side, for Fnatic, it feels like survival. It was so close, but at the end, there was just that magic there for them.
Yeah, they're going to need to step that. Whatever happened at the end of that game, that is the Fnatic we need to see if we want them to progress to Bangkok or further.
Yes, absolutely. Because this, as much as yes, Bangkok is that initial touch base that we're looking at, how do they fare? It's the rest of the year as well. We've got a lot of question marks with this roster. This time we started to see some of that grit, that determination, something that we love about Fnatic, seeing Alpha in a position like this, playing so well as well. An absolute treat to witness, and Kayak, the young gun. I mean, we talk about pressure on young players to fill the role in the position of someone like Durka. Not everyone can do that. Almost no one can do that.
To have a rough first game into this tournament and then come back in an elimination game with the way he played, that's a very good sign.
Big props to the guy, because that can't be easy. And well, luckily enough, we're out for the day, because Yinzu is chilling down on the stage with the man of the hour, Alpha.
I mean, if you stayed for this game, you might as well stay for this post-match interview as well. I'm now joined by Alpha. First of all, on behalf of the Fnatic fans, I would like to thank you for our yearly 11-5, 11-4, 11-3 comeback. I'm glad we got it out of the way this early. At what point did you believe? At what point of the game did you believe that you were going to win?
I think it was the round we came to 6th round. It was 11-5, and we take the 6th round. I think that's the time I start believing the game.
Why?
Because I think they win eco, and then we are like low money, and then we win the round, and I start believing.
Got in their heads, you got in their heads. Could you hear any of the noise? Could you hear Koala Noob, you know, kind of trash talking? Did you hear any of it?
I can't hear them anymore.
Wow, okay, fair enough, fair enough. I wanted to ask you what you make of Boaster's new strat, Kayak Go Kill.
I mean, Kayak was really good today. It's really like, because when he came to this team, he was always like want to improve himself on the tournaments, in the officials, in the stage. And that's today, Kayak was perfect. Like, it's one of the reasons we win today. And congrats team, he's back.
Yeah, shut the haters up as well, right? Silence the haters. For you though, I know you really didn't want to play Killjoy anymore after last year, so that's not happening. But did you expect to come in and play Chamber, Tejo, and ISO?
I mean, it's in-game things, like it's also inside team things, so I can't say anything. But they give me, I'm playing, I'm enjoying the game I'm playing right now. I'm happy.
You like all three? I mean, I know you love ISO, but Tejo and Chamber?
When you think Tejo, Chamber, and ISO, it's like all DPS agents. You are doing damage. That's the only thing you're doing, so I think I'm fine.
Is that why you play Tejo? Because you have Crashies and Kron, so why is it you?
Because Tejo, I think, is like KO. I'm not gonna say they can't shoot, but when I'm playing Initiator agents, I'm like more available to shoot as well. Because my game style is so aggressive, that's why I can shoot with Initiator's agents as well. I think Tejo is like one of the agents you need to shoot.
I think we saw also your firepower on ISO as well. And last question for you here. I think the community really loved the way you say Crashy's name. I've seen a lot of memes on Twitter, you know, everyone kind of spamming Alston, Alston. Can we just get one from you? Are you able to give us one?
I mean, I don't know how did I do it, but I'm calling Austin.
Austin. Alston, we love it.
Is it not correct?
No, it's correct. It's I think it's really endearing. Everybody likes the way you say it.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you very much for joining me today, Alpha. Massive congratulations. And also thank you to all of you guys for staying to cheer on the team. Thank you for coming. We're going to be back with more action tomorrow, so make sure you guys have a good rest and join us then.
To surprise them with a big swing that Alves shuts down! For Elite, he found a gap, he's done some damage, the swing is isolated! Cloud goes alone, and now it's down to that 1 versus 1, and Elite takes it at the end! A Red Bull clutch to close it! Is whipping it all. Tomasi gets the reload off, and time ticking away. It's a disaster
but the time is ticking and they need to move fast. It's already too late, especially with 3 players left. GX have bought themselves a 3rd map elimination. Seconds left, Elite's gone, and with him, the hopes of this round have fallen. 13-10, 2-1.
None of us did it! You guys!
Bruxic gets swung, he can't do anything. Fnatic just about trying to pick it up towards the end there. Na'Vi getting very close. What? Poster? How and where has this happened? Do you continue? For 13 seconds you have to. You got to stick the landing now, and there's problems everywhere. 8 seconds, he wanted to catch Crashies, and he does! And now time, 4 seconds to swim!
Better ready, player buddy!
Can he close this out for them? Can he get him out of this jail cell with Na'Vi? Oh, that's not bad. Oh, that's even better! Let's go!
One time for your mind, get rockin'. One time for your mind, we poppin'. One time for your mind, no maybes. Just yes, yo, release the stress. In the place to be, we rhyme. Getting down on the mic, no crime. Hip hop, everybody know it's time. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. Rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. We're gonna rock like this.
I just can't stop. No, no. Yeah, you got me, yeah. Ooh, ooh, I just can't stop. No, nothing you could do. I just can't stop.
Rock the party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party, not stop like this. Rock the party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party, not stop like this.